Going to call to order the Town of Telluride, Colorado Town Council meeting. It is Tuesday, December 16th, 2025. It is 9:32 a.m. We are in person at 113 West Columbia Avenue in Rebecca Hall, as well as online. First item on the agenda is a call to order, and starting to my right,
Kristen Permakoff,
Ellen 11.
Mian Fee.
Ashley Von Sprecken.
Dan Enright.
and myself, Teddy Erico. And that brings us to agenda item number 1, Town Council vacancy. How we're going to go through this process to appoint the one member of council will be public comment first, and then we will discuss amongst council the applicants that were for, if appropriate, who were against, and at any point in time, a town council member can call for a motion to vote on a candidate. With that, we will go back to start with public comment. And before, I've said this many times, but thank you all to our 10 applicants for this position. Thank you for being part of the process, sticking your neck out, and in a very quick process as mandated by our town charter and state of Colorado, dropping everything to do so. So I just want to make sure you know how truly this council appreciates everybody. With that, is there anybody in the room for public comment on the appointment? Seeing none, Tiffany, is there anybody with their hand raised online?
Yes.
Okay.
First hand is Adrian Christie. I'm unmuting you, Adrian.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yep, it's a little low, but I think we can.
Oh, is that any better?
Yes.
That is better.
Okay, great. Hi, all. Sorry I'm not there in person. I just wanted to thank you for making time for more public comment today. You have such a great list of candidates who no doubt care very deeply about our community, and I'm excited to see so many. Hopefully they run for town council in 2 years. I wanted to speak in favor of Maria Stark for you to appoint to council for a 2-year term. I don't need to repeat back all of her qualifications to you. I just wanted to point out the value of board makeup. And as a council, you have a hard job of simultaneously operating as a collective, but also as individuals at the same time. And your meetings are living things that are influenced by each of you and how you stay on track, or maybe sometimes don't always stay on track. But I believe that Maria would be a huge asset to that makeup, and guide you in sort of that experience and be a supportive factor. I also think that she would be a huge asset to us as a community. Her calm demeanor and just general disposition, I think would be a really productive perspective on council. I also just generally her knowledge and experience in policy making prior to her time in Telluride, I think is really important, having an outside perspective, but then also having the lived experience of being here for a time, I think is super important. And just as a personal note, I was a member of Emerge, or I graduated from the Emerge program, something that Maria started. And as a woman who ran for council and served in public office, it's a huge element into why I was successful. And when I first met Maria, I had a total fangirl moment because it's such a great organization. So I urge you to appoint Maria Stark for town council. Thank you so much for your time. Have a great day and good luck.
Adrian, thank you very much. Tiffany, anybody else with their hands raised?
I don't see any additional hands raised now.
Okay. Great. Before we go to council for discussion, I also want to thank the numerous people who took the time to email Tiffany in support of their candidates. We probably received, I don't know, 60, 70 emails as part of our packet. So just want to acknowledge that, and that in fact, council did receive those emails last night and were able to go through them. So to the general public, thank you very much. Again, in reviewing the candidates as well as taking the time to let us know who you support. With that, with such a large talent pool for this appointment, I think it is best that we start this discussion by going around the council and having each council support their top 3 candidates and see if there's any consensus on who those 3 are to narrow down the discussion for this process. With that, you want to go first?
New girl. The
Yeah.
new girl gets to go first. Well, not really the new girl, but kind of. Thank all of you for stepping up. And it was great getting to chat with all of you last night. Kind of threw some random questions out there to you, which, it's not just kind of more for fun and to see how people were interacting and stuff like that. But to cut to the chase, in my research and listening to the public and my gut instincts, let me just to list them, not in any particular order.
No, I don't think any orders is necessary at this point because I think it's better just to have that narrowed down so that's this one.
Okay, so
If you want to, that's good too, though.
no, it's okay. Well, Lishay, Benton, Grayson, Fertig, and Alan Canner are in my top 3.
Great. Do you have anything further to add? And if not, we can keep
No,
going
it's
around the.
close. I mean, it's hard, but factoring everything in, the makeup, longevity, running for election in the past, campaigning, that kind of stuff, that factored into my decisions. And
Great, thank you.
that's it for now.
Perfect. Thank you for going first.
Sure.
And we'll now go to Elena.
Yeah, so I've been thinking a lot about the unique opportunity we have to appoint someone and how that kind of differs from a special election. I've been thinking a lot about this process as hiring someone for a job that we need to do, which is running the town. And so that's the lens that I've been looking at all of this through. I also want to be really mindful of who is being represented on this council. And so that's also factored into kind of who I've narrowed it down to. I'll say first off, Maria Stark. I think her experience and qualifications speak for themselves. I think Chris Uline, he brings a really important perspective to the council. And while he doesn't have as much experience as some of the other candidates, I think, we all learn how to govern. And I think he is bringing in the, feedback and perspective from a really important demographic of our town and part of our economy. And I had, we're like spoiled by so many good candidates. I had a really hard time narrowing down a third candidate. So, I could throw some more names out there, but I kind of feel good about just having sort of a top 2 to talk about. So I'm going to leave it at that.
Great. Elena, thank you very much. Mian, you're up.
I think to what everybody has just said, like this was a really difficult decision. And I do hope that everybody participates, whether as a member of a board or a commission in the future, or, just in these conversations. We obviously want feedback, and you all have such incredibly diverse perspectives that would be an asset to all of us and to the community. But my top 3 are Maria Stark, Alan Canner, and Lishay Benton.
Cool. Great. Yeah, I'll keep it brief because I think everyone said how I feel, and I really appreciate everybody coming out here. My top 3 were Maria Stark, Lishay Benton, and Grayson Fertig.
Great. Ashley, thank you very much. Dan?
Yeah, I mean, I think we all have some similar thoughts, and it's a bit of an unenviable position to be the one having to narrow it down from a very qualified and good-hearted group of people, and I think we are spoiled for choice, which doesn't make this job easier. I've got some similar thoughts and could be fine with a lot of decisions up here. It's hard to know, and it's also, we all know this, but it's difficult, even though most of you, we know at least a little bit, to get the sense of everything we need to know about you in literally a week time. I mean, we got this candidate list a week ago today, so it is not easy to pull in all these million factors in that amount of time, given we had 10 candidates to go through as well. All that's to say, in no particular order, if I have to narrow it down to 3, and there's at least a couple other that I could switch for a couple names on here, but the 3 I had to decide were Bryce, Chris, and Mario.
Great. Dan, thank you very much. That leaves it to me. And yeah, not easy. And as I've told a lot of the people who took the time, to talk to me about their thoughts, the good news is I thought that whatever direction we go, that Telluride and Telluride Town Council will be in a better position. And I also truly believe that, of the 9 who do not get appointed, I'm pretty confident that we'll end up with some new leaders over the course of time for our community. So I think there's lots of good things to come out of this, despite the tough decision that we have. For me, my top 3, and just a quick sentence on each for me, is Lishay. She was the top vote getter that didn't win in the election 2 years ago. Alan Canner, because obviously a strong negotiator and an unbelievable resume, as we face a lot of challenges with our projects coming up. And Grayson, because of his diversity, has a kid in school, retail business owner, and those would be my top 3. And so that leaves us with at least a narrow down of 4 with multiple votes. And then we have, 5 with multiple votes, and then Bryce with 1 vote. That automatically gets us down to 6, based on my notes. And happy to open up a further discussion for people who want to support who they love.
Who they love.
It makes it sound like if you don't support them, you don't love them. It seems harsh.
Love you. That's right.
Yes.
Get a rose.
No.
It's like a bachelor.
I'll start. I campaigned with Maria, and I was impressed with her then, and have continued to get to know her better. And I think her experience, specifically in funding affordable housing, paying for affordable housing, financing, and leadership, just make her an incredible candidate. And I think we're really lucky to even have someone with her qualifications want to do this job with us. I think at the time that we ran, we had met a few times, and she talked about moving here during COVID and how that kind of stunted a little bit of her social engagement in town, and how it was hard to run without having as much name recognition as some of our other candidates. And I think that really affected that election for her. And I think since then, she's made herself a really active member of our community. She works a lot with the Indigenous community. I think public comment said a lot about how people have gotten to know her and seen her qualifications. And I think I said this to someone who put it in a public comment, but I'll repeat it. I really think this is such a unique process where we don't necessarily have to choose someone who kind of wins the name recognition and somewhat of a popularity contest that an election can be in a small town. Like, we all get elected for our qualifications, but we know there's an element of like, who knows you, who's gonna like show up for you. And I think right now, with the appointment, we get to look at this process a little bit differently and say who's gonna serve our town the best for what our current needs are. And we've gotten so much feedback from the 300 campaign about, questions about our budgeting. And while I'll defend the decisions we make, I also think having someone with her expertise sit on council and either reassure us of our decisions or come with a new idea or new perspective, because she's literally done this before. Our biggest projects are housing. Well, actually, they're going to be wastewater and gondolas soon, but right now they're housing. And I think, it's just an incredible opportunity to have someone with that experience. So I'm going to throw my weight behind Maria.
Great. Dan?
Based off of those initial straw polls from us, I would be very happy to continue to support Maria. I supported her when she ran 2 years ago as well, and thought she was incredibly qualified then. I take a similar perspective of how do we make sure we have a well-rounded council up here, and how do we have the people who have the skill set to take on the million different responsibilities that come with this job, because it's not just one thing. There's so many things to consider. I think Maria has displayed not only that acumen to be able to take on all those different criteria, but the determination. She has been sticking with this and continued to show up even after not prevailing in the council election she ran for. She's still involved with our boards and commissions and has been showing up at both at the town and county level. She's had involvement. So I think that to me is a very important criteria, is that sort of determination, that willingness to stick with it. It's not an easy job, and it does require some tenacity. And I think she's displayed that. Again, none of this is to try to take away from another candidate, because I think there's lots of strong candidates and lots of this. I mean, our challenge now is, how do we coalesce around just one person with we're naturally just going to have some different opinions, or just how we weight these different criteria a little bit differently. And that's where I think Maria can be a pretty good consensus. And not only for us, as Elena was alluding to, but those in our constituency who have had some disagreements or have pushed against us, the most recent iteration of town council, and feel that we are not taking on some of those incorporating some of those voices enough, especially those who are accusing us of financial irresponsibility. I don't think that that's an accurate accusation, but I think that Maria's skill set in particular really helps assuage those fears, helps make sure that we know we are working with the entirety of our community, and would just be a great way to help bring our community a bit together.
Great. Ashley?
Thanks. Yeah, I am going to differ from Elena, maybe in my thought process of how I approach this. I actually tried to put myself in the shoes of other citizens and the electorate. And because of that, for me, I took very seriously the fact that we did have Lishay and Maria run in the election 2 years ago. And that I think that, I thought this process was really interesting. When you run for office, you have to go and get a petition signed, and there has to be a specific number of just citizens that are willing to put you on the ballot before you can even get votes cast for you. I thought it was really interesting that this process didn't require that you could just submit your application. You didn't actually have to go and shake any hands with the electorate. So because of that, I think Grayson was a great candidate, and I put him as my third. But for me, really, it ultimately was that Maria and Lishay had. And Kristen, I know that you have run before, but that in the most recent 2 years ago, that they had run in the election. That for me held a lot of water. I think that obviously we're not, sitting here 2 years ago. And so it's a little bit tougher for me just to say straight up that, well, Leisha got the most votes and she automatically should be our primary choice just because time has elapsed. It's not that cut and dry. So, for me, I really think that because of that, I think that these two have a little bit of a leg up, in my opinion, on the competition because even though, we are in a different situation of not, it's not a vote of the electorate. I think that the fact that these two, in the nearer past have, stepped forward and members of our electorate did cast votes for them. I think that to me speaks volumes. And I can also sympathize with why if you had, not gained a seat 2 years ago that you might be a little bit, apprehensive to just throw your hat in right away. I get that perspective as well. So I don't fault either of them for not initially running in this current election cycle. So that being said, I would put weight behind either of them. And so if the council sounds like two people are kind of pushing Maria to the front, I would also be in favor of that. Or if others see Leisha's, most recent votes as some sort of, indication of the electorate's perspective, I would also support her. So those are, if we're narrowing it down, I would say that those two for me hold a lot of water and kind of are honestly on equal footing in a lot of ways.
Great. Ashley, thank you very much. Mian or Kristen?
I respect everything that you guys have said. It kind of has boiled down to Maria and Leisha from hearing what before you guys have anything to say. Running for election is super hard and not making it is even harder. And then coming back to try again, it's really putting yourself on the line. I feel that right now our community is in such it's in such a precarious balance of patrol strike or I mean that's just the biggest thing facing us right now, that our community really needs to kind of come together and heal in a way that the people feel comfortable and who the people know and who they're going to trust. And in a lot of the letters I got, it's from a lot of longtime locals that have lived here and who know Leisha. And she's been on planning and zoning. She's been on ecology. She served on these boards and commissions for 10 years. And in my perspective, that carries a lot of water, to use Ashley's quote. But to put the time in, even when she didn't get elected, to still stay on P&Z and to put that kind of time in, that counts for a lot for me. And in this time of,
Sorry, could finish your thought, but sorry to interrupt. To be accurate, Leisha did drop off of planning and zoning for about a year after the last election.
okay, her father.
Oh, I did not know that.
Big
Terribly
grief,
sorry.
yeah.
And it's
Yeah,
not,
that's okay.
yeah, it's not
Okay,
to hold
well,
that
we came
against
back to
her.
it. Okay,
And she's back.
thanks for
So, yeah.
clarifying.
I'm sorry, I didn't know that.
But in this time of strife within our community, I really feel like people need to trust and know and understand someone that's going to sit up here with us and move forward. And like you guys said, if people are questioning the budget or questioning the affordable housing or whatever, you stand by that. I mean, I'm new, I'm coming in and I kind of see both sides of it. But also the affordable housing guidelines and the rental housing policies have been changed over the past 8 years. And I'm here to tighten it back up because it's gotten too broad. It's gotten too confusing. And Leisha lives in Spruce House and she understands. And some of that stuff, you have to live it and understand it to know it. You can't just make the rules for someone else and say, that's going to be your rule. Not saying that I'm going to play favorites in any way, but I understand I'm the president of my HOA for 15 years. And knowing these rules, it's important for me so my HOA understands. And so I think I'm putting my weight behind Leisha because she got 100 more votes. And Maria, I really respect you a lot. And I hope that you however it goes, you'd come back and come to a board or run in 2 years. But I feel like those votes from 2 years ago do count a lot. And the people out there did vote. And that's how I feel.
Kristen, thank you.
Welcome.
Me or you, man? You get the pick.
You go first.
All right.
Taking the last spot.
Yeah.
Oh.
thinking, just processing it all.
Yeah, and you know, and it's tough and with all the candidates, and the direction that we go. And we're in this wonderful opportunity as council because we get, you know, we get to consider two things. We get to consider some of the history in terms of running previously and what those tallies were. And then we get to look at all of the candidates to try to figure out, you know, what's the diversity box that may help us and what are those challenges. And that's what makes this a really tough decision. I'll echo a little bit of what Dan said is that I really don't understand the financial criticisms that we get. And as I explained to somebody yesterday, if you don't come to a budget meeting and you don't email us with specific concerns for what we're doing, you know, positively or negatively, then I don't understand what, you know, the criticism is all about. And so that's less, you know, that's less of a factor in my decision making. And to me, how in this appointment are we threading that needle in such a tight, you know, contested appointment? You know, you can make an argument for all 10 and why they would be great for Telluride. And I sincerely mean that. So for me, with reading the support emails and trying to figure out who I think fits the best, in addition to hearing over and over in the last 6 months about, you know, let the people decide, it carries weight to me of someone who's been part of the government the longest and did get the most votes. And that's why, you know, I'd selected Lachey as the one person from past running, and then went out of the box a little bit for my other two choices. And so looking at trying to see where we're going as a consensus and what we're trying to accomplish, you know, my support is behind Lachey.
Mayor, can I ask you guys a question?
Mhm.
If one of your top criteria is who in the previous election got the most votes, why did you not support a special election?
I did
I
not.
thought this would be faster. I thought this would be less expensive. I thought no one ran in the last election. And there's no guarantee that anyone was going to run if we held a special election. There's no guarantee. You can say you had people that were going to sign on the dotted line to sign up, but I mean, I ran, I campaigned, you know, you guys did too. I didn't take it for granted that I was going to get a seat.
And for me, a great question, Dan. For me, it was as simple as this. You know, there are times in our history of Telluride where an election completely divides our community and tears it apart with personal attacks. And I've seen enough of that with this past election and did not want the council members, the applicants to go through that process if they chose to run. And you know, I'm not sure if that's a popular opinion or not, but I was tired of the election process and didn't want to subject those people, meaning the applicants, to that process. There's a reason why we were short candidates, and there was a lot of negativity in that time frame that just was not fair. And I thought strongly bringing more negativity to us was a bad idea, and this was the way to go.
And one of the questions I asked each of the 10 of you last night was, why do you think no one ran before? And a big piece of it was people don't like campaigning and it's uncomfortable. But I mean, more than half of the people said that. So I bet some of the people, if it was a special election, we wouldn't have this kind of group. Just from my casual conversation last night.
I mean, we don't need to rehash the debate of whether or not to go to an appointment or special election. I hear some of what you're saying, but it just seems a bit convenient that it doesn't seem to line up of that being the most important criteria now. But if we really wanted to get and have the vote of the electorate be the deciding factor, well, we clearly had an opportunity to do that. And I feel that Elena's logic earlier of how do we balance all the needs of the criteria and represent people, absolutely, but trying to withdraw the sort of popularity contest element, and how do we fit all the needs of the community? That's what I'm trying to do now, not rehash. And I think Ashley's point was also a very good one of the vote 2 years ago was 2 years ago. A lot has changed since then. And it just, to me, just the idea that Lishay got the most votes 2 years ago, not saying that she's not a very qualified candidate. She clearly is, and clearly has a lot of dedication and is also very strong. I just don't think that if that's your criteria, then we should have just gone for a special election. And people not being willing to run, well, that's part of the job, is being willing to run. We asked all these people if they would be willing to run 2 years from now. They all said yes. That part of the idea is that we want people who have the toughness to stand up to the public when it is hard. It is hard.
Not stand up, stand in front of.
Thank you. That's more what I meant. Thank you. Poor choice of words. Stand in front of the public and lay out why we made these hard decisions. And that's being part of an elected official, both while you're campaigning and then once you've actually gotten the job.
And that's a fair point, but I didn't pick Lishay because she was the leading vote getter. I picked Lishay because I think she's the best candidate with her experience. And that was a supporting factor where if you get those number of votes, other people feel the same way. So it was less about, oh, I'm just deferring to she got the most votes in that election. I'm deferring to what do I look at personally that helps support reviewing 10 candidates for this for this appointment that we're going to make. And that's why I chose Lishay. To say I chose her because she got the most votes and should have had a special election is not accurate.
Right,
So
that's not what.
that's not how I came to my decision. So I just want to clarify that. And Mian?
But I want to jump in a little bit on that conversation thread as well. You know, when we decided to choose a seat by appointment versus election, I had overwhelmingly heard from the public that that is what they wanted. I agree with you that and frankly, even more so after going through this process, there is a part of me that wishes there had been an election process, because there's a candidate that's on my list that I think had the resume that I would have wanted to have seen and known more about. But in the shortened period of time, I don't necessarily know that I feel that I know enough about this particular candidate to make that decision. And so to say that we should have gone to a special election if we're considering how people campaigned, I think if we're going to talk about it in that regard, then we're also going to have to look at the candidates that we're considering that said that they wouldn't run in a special election. And a lot of the candidates that we're discussing right now, and Maria, you did say that to me. You said you didn't want to run in a special election. Well, you said that to me at the coffee shop. And so I think let's take the special election component away from that, because I think that we made that decision based on a set of criteria that had nothing to do with the candidates. And that's exactly how we should have made that decision, is whether or not one process or another is good for the community. And I think we made the right decision at the time, and that maybe wouldn't be the right decision in a future set of circumstances that are similar to this. But I think we just need to put that aside, and I don't want us to relitigate that any further. Really for me, it has come down to the two candidates, and it is Lishay and Maria, because I do know them best, mainly because they did run and because I had that time to learn about the things that matter to them. And and I'm gonna be honest, like I'm still really torn. I kind of went into this process thinking that I was gonna know what my lean was going to be, but there are certain things that came up that like I hold fundamentally dear that were said to me during the course of this process or in conversations. You know, one of the candidates said that they support second homeowners having the right to vote, and that rocked me. I do not believe that that is something we should ever consider as the town of Telluride. And that's something I just fundamentally absolutely do not agree with. It bothered me a lot during the course of the interviews and during the course of the letters that we were consistently told by supporters of one candidate that we were fiscally irresponsible. I do not believe the town of Telluride is fiscally irresponsible. I also was, if that's the one and only thing that is being said by like the supporters of a candidate, like that's coming from a specific place. And I fundamentally disagree with that analysis of who we are as a council and who we are as a town and who we are and the job that our staff does. And so it is really because of those two things that like this decision hasn't been made that easy for me, you know. And then when I like kind of flip over and I look at Lachey, she does have more experience here in town. And when I like said that when I was saying the candidate that I wanted, the ideal candidate that would come forth through the point of through an appointment process, I was looking for a candidate that had skills that didn't translate into the popularity contest that these elections do turn into. And everybody here has heard me say that I hate when people say, I've lived in Telluride for X number of years. Like, I don't think that is the qualification that we need to make these decisions. But after going through that last election, understanding the nuance and the changes in this community that have occurred over the past 15 years, the past 5 years, and the 5 years before then even, like that actually has a lot of weight in how you're going to make the nuanced decisions to kind of guide this community towards like some sort of healing and future process. And so this is just a really long-winded way of me saying like I still don't necessarily know if I strongly support one or the other candidate. I will say I think we're very lucky to have both. But again, like I really worry about the second homeowner vote more than anything else. Like that, to have somebody sit on this council that supports that, like I just don't know that feels good to me.
I feel like it's
Um,
really hard for you to bring that up without letting us know which way that should sway us. Cause like I hear that and I'm like, what does that mean? Who like, cause I agree. I don't think second homeowners should have the right to vote.
Maria stated that to me when we were talking about a dark home tax. And I was talking about the dark homes tax specifically, like Teddy's view on it. And that came up and I did say, I was like, well, I don't believe that at all. I can't support that. And that just, and it was a very short conversation, but to say like, again, like this is why like maybe the election process is such a better one because you do get more time to really like flesh out the nuance of these sort of, to me, fundamental belief structures that should guide our public officials. But that being, but then there's like incredible financial background and experience that maybe overrules or outweighs any of that. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, I'll say, when we had, again, we're not going to rehash the discussion, but like when we were discussing whether we were going to do a special election or whether we were going to do an appointment. I mean, one thing that you said very clearly was that you wanted opposition voices to you, that you wanted people to sit here and have difference of opinions from you.
Totally.
So, I mean, I guess it's like that now kind of feels like maybe you don't feel that way, that you're kind of like saying like, I don't want that person to sit up here and have maybe a difference of opinion. Because here's the thing, somebody might say something that the rest of us don't agree with. I think we've all at one point in time sat in that seat. That's what happens sometimes, is that, you might be in the minority, and it's not necessarily a bad thing to have a difference of opinion or a different voice. Anyway,
I mean,
so are you, I guess my question is, are you saying that you'd support Lishay then, is your first choice?
I mean, I would also say like I have disagreed with, I mean, I ran with Lachey and Maria too, you know, like I did. And so like I did in a different
Mhm.
position, but like same election cycle. I mean, there are things that Lachey and I don't agree on
sure.
at all, you know, and I don't mind that. I think to me, it's like there, this was like, that's like a one, like, I like dissent that was just such a fundamental differential in belief structure that it just gives me pause. That's all. We're like full time, and that's why I was waiting to the last, because I thought I was gonna be able to make my mind up by then.
Yeah,
Um,
and it's tricky. I mean, the way the discussion has gone, it's certainly, there's basically people supporting Maria, people supporting Lachey, and a few that are split between those two. So I think, the direction we have, we've successfully narrowed it down, kind of based on the feedback of going around the council table. So, that's the good news. The bad news is we didn't say 6-0, we love this person. That would have made life a lot easier for us, and that's okay, because it's a healthy discussion. And that means, the reality is that means that all 6 of us has really taken this to heart, which is important as elected officials, in that, the same way we struggled with appointment versus election, we're struggling here today because we care, and that's a good thing for, the people in the room and the people of our town, and honestly, the people in our region. We do care how this person that ultimately gets appointed influences, decides everything about how we move forward. And so, and back to the original statement that most of us made, we're in a good spot. It's an uncomfortable spot. I think everyone can realize that for us, but it's a good spot. We 10 wonderful candidates. We're narrowing it down, and we've got to figure out who we think fits the best. And they both have merits, and it's just a matter of, ultimately who we put in that seat. Um, and if there's further, I'd love to have some further discussion on it, because it is that tight.
I mean, from my experience, I ran for election once, got elected, ran for election again, barely came third with 10 people and was crushed, took my time. And then all of a sudden, rest in peace, Glider Bob came forward for the appointment. And not to say it was the only reason that I was appointed, but the precedent is that I was the next highest vote getter in the previous election, just to throw that out there. It's not about me, but there is precedent, and you can, say, well, it's been 2 years instead of 1 year, because it was only 1 year since I had run. But again, I think that Lachey's experience and Ashley's like,
Well, no, I shook my head because, if that was the position, that's what we wanted to do. 'Cause
I
we
said
wanted
it
to
wasn't the
appoint
whole-
the previous last highest vote getter. We should have just said that.
no, I'm not saying that that's it at all. It was just part of the reason that I was appointed. And so there is precedent there. That was my only point.
Sure.
Eleanor?
Yeah, I take precedent with a grain of salt. I think it's important to have that be part of the decision process, but the reason that that is not our default, I think it creates this process where we do have the opportunity to decide who the best person for this position is. And so, I remain unchanged. I also think it's important to think about the representation of council, like who as individuals are we sitting up on council? And I might regret saying this, but I think our council would be heavily represented by one industry And that gives me pause. And I don't think it's bad. I think we should have people from every pocket of Telluride on council. But I think, you know, that again, that was 2 years ago. Like, you know, when we look at who the makeup of council is, who are the people that we want sitting in these seats, and how do they represent different types of Telluridians, different work interests, different, you know, different sways on where they want their taxes to come from. And I think that's why it's important that we take the president with a grain of salt and still, you know, really look at the snapshot today. What is our council and what is our community asking us for in terms of, you know, what our skill sets are and what perspective and what expertise do we bring to the conversations. And so you know, that's really, because I did think a lot about the precedent, and sometimes that feels valuable, and sometimes I feel like it ends up putting us in this like situation of just defaulting to a decision. And I feel like sometimes it doesn't lead to the most like productive choice. So you know, I just wanted to say that because that's my 2 cents. And again, I think every person, every type of person in Telluride, every demographic, every employee, every employer, like I wish everyone could have a seat up here. And I think it's important that all those voices are heard. But I do think it's important that we kind of zoom out and like make sure that we have a balance of representation.
Great. Thank you, Elena. Any other comments from my left?
I mean, I agree with Elena that precedent, to me, it's irrelevant. Honestly, I think if precedent was the only factor, then there's no reason for us to even make a decision. Like, we can just automate that. We can just write a little AI.
Yeah, like I said, that's
chatbot.
not my.
No,
only
totally. No,
concern,
totally.
So.
But I think, you know, and I think to your point, Elena, yes, like Lachey definitely does sit, I would say, I mean, I tend to think that her job is more like hospitality adjacent than like real estate adjacent, but that maybe is a little bit of a nuance of position. You know, but I think maybe to your point, it with that particular candidate, like do we want to have 4 people that live in deed restricted housing sitting on council? Is that, I mean, is that if we're considering if it would be 3 people that are real estate adjacent or realtors, then are we weighing the council too heavily with the working class? And is that, and I guess that the question is like,
I mean,
that,
just
like,
because I don't live.
I'm gonna-
I got a lot of jobs.
but I'm just
I'm-
like,
I'm going to interrupt just 1 second because I need
Second.
my own personal clarification, because I just assumed that Elena meant because she lived in affordable housing, and that was the angle she was
Oh.
taking.
No,
I
it's because she
left
has her
you guys
state license.
Left it intentionally vague,
Okay.
and you guys are doing the work for me. So
That's fair.
I think, and that's why, that is one of the reasons why I think Maria is a better candidate, because she brings a little more diversity to this council and represents important voices that do deserve a seat on this council. You know, I think any of us could, like, I could criticize myself.
Right.
You know, I have a lot of reasons why I'm like not the perfect candidate, but I also, you know, I got elected based on my perspectives, and I think I sort of like sit in my niche in this council and have my own unique point of view. And I think that's why the community elected me. And I think that's, you know, that's something that I consider when I look at who I want to kind of symbolically vote for right now as a 6-person electorate, so to speak. And that is weighing heavy on my decision, in addition to everything I already said. Like, I just think, you know, I think it's incredible that we have someone with that background that would, you know, be a civil servant for us. Like, it's an incredible opportunity. And I think that's why I'm speaking I'm speaking a lot and trying to like make sure that I'm taking my opportunity to speak to my enthusiasm and conviction about like having a great candidate that I want to see up here. And it's not anything negative about any other candidate. It's just that I'm really excited about one person and I'm trying to make that heard.
And I agree with you. I think that was sort of where I was walking into these conversations as, like, sort of fervently. So, and I do think that there are so many people in this community that don't feel as though council represents them and council hears their voices. And I can object to that from a personal standpoint as much as I possibly can. But if you don't see yourself on a board, if you don't see your particular representation on a board, that may just be your perspective, because there isn't somebody like you representing your interests and you feel as though they're being unheard, or being unconsidered. And I do agree with you that Maria represents a different type of resident than than maybe we would be considering otherwise. So.
Yeah, I'll chime in and I think it's a good point. I really do. But I also don't put people in their buckets. I don't, I think a lot of everyone at the table and everyone in the room, and don't consider that if they live in affordable housing, they're going to go a certain way, or if they sell real estate, they're going to go a certain way, or if they're a ski instructor, they're going to go a certain way. I think highly enough of everybody that they're going to make the best decision in their own mind at the time for the circumstances at hand. Maybe that's wishful thinking on my part. Who knows? But I think a lot of the character of what our current composition is. I think you could argue in general terms, not about us, not about the candidates, that you might have people who run with special interests that only want certain things to happen. I think we're fortunate that we do not have that, and we do not have that sitting in the room today.
So each of the candidates all brought up affordable housing as a focus, or as something that is facing the community. And like I said before, I mean, yes, we need more affordable housing, but also the three people that were sitting on the housing authority who were at all the meetings, reworking the guidelines and the policies, 2 of them were not living in affordable housing. So on the flip side, people that live in affordable housing who those rules affect, I think it would be more beneficial to have more people that live in that kind of housing making those kind of rules.
Right,
But
but
is it-
we can't make decisions that would affect ourselves.
Yeah,
Like
I'm
that's.
saying all of the candidates were talking about affordable housing. So moving forward, I don't think that someone that lives in affordable housing, owner or rental, is like a black mark on their resume,
I mean,
in my mind.
I've heard from people who live in our housing program who are against new housing projects, and because they don't feel the urgency of the need for housing because they are in stable housing that we've provided them. So like, I hear you. I also think, we want some unbiased opinions. And I think that's why I really advocated for, to be on the housing subcommittee and to be the chair, because I do come from an unbiased place. I want all the affordable housing and I want everyone to be treated with equity. And at the end of the day, I'm not positively or negatively personally affected by the choices we make. And I think that gives me a really good, like, neutral perspective, because at the end of the day, affordable housing, it's a project that, all of Telluride is participating in, because we're
Yeah.
all paying for it. We're all either seeing the benefits or, living through the construction of it, the good and the bad.
Right, but I mean, as the years have gone on, when I bought my place in 2009, my deed restriction was about 50 pages long, and now the deed restriction is 250 pages long. So just, I don't want to get off topic. I'm just saying that.
Yeah, I guess,
should
and I can
be
see that as a bad thing. I think we've gotten more specific and intentional about how we allocate our housing. So, and there were a lot of gray areas and sort of like missing pieces in the original in the original deed restriction guidelines, and we're dealing with that with this HOA situation that you
I-
know.
I got to get us,
Let's get
Okay,
like,
yeah,
I got to get back
yeah.
on topic,
Like,
you know?
because I think this is like, actually, this maybe is like one of the things that during this process I was disappointed by was the overall focus on housing. We have so many other critical issues that are facing this community, and housing is easy and we can all be in favor of it in one form or fashion. But like, we didn't really get to hear even with the answers to the questions during the interview process. I didn't feel as though we truly heard anybody's perspective on any of these other gigantic issues that are facing the region and the town. And so my hope is whoever is on this council, you know, we've got a lot of people that care a lot about housing, but like, I just hope everybody cares just as much about all the things that are not
Of
as
course.
like facing.
Of
Yeah.
course.
We need wastewater treatment to build our house.
There's like,
So-
there's some real boring but real important meetings that we sit in. So
Yeah, I think, and I'm sorry that I kind of like jumped on a soapbox there. I feel passionately.
Sad.
And I do think, you know, that is where a diversity of perspectives, I think, is valuable. I don't think we can assume that if someone does, you know, benefit from something the town's doing, or if they're unaffected by something the town's doing, that they're either not going to be fair and not going to be thoughtful and not going to be conscious about why we make those decisions and how we, you know, and that's where I hear that comment, but I also don't know if I fully believe that it detracts from someone's ability to do this job well. And I would use myself as the example. So-
Any other thoughts?
I mean, just to a previous comment that Mian made, and I know you know, of that no candidate is ever going to be truly perfect, and that either of the top two that we've narrowed it down to,
it'd be nice if it was though.
yeah. Even Elena's comment of like, you know, I'm not gonna stand here and tell you that I'm the perfect town council person either. Like, I'm just a guy trying to do what I feel is best and try to help as many people as I can. And obviously, we all fall short at times. So if if we dig enough on any of these candidates, any one of them will have something that you're like, well, now I don't know. And so we have to obviously make a choice. And as we've all continued to say, I don't think I think we are very much at a point where whatever choice we make will be a perfectly good and reasonable one to make. And I think that our town will benefit. I do feel that weighing all the factors, the person that most aligns with the need of this council as I see it, the needs of the community, that has the most criteria that I feel like that I am looking for. And that goes beyond just practical on your resume experience, but what are the values? How have you shown that you care, and who do I hear in your rhetoric that you're most looking to serve and represent? For me, if I have to pick, my candidate is Mario.
Thanks, Dan.
Nope.
Any other thoughts, comments? I mean, I'll keep it going and to echo, I think we're in a good spot, but I haven't, my thought process has not changed, in supporting Lachey. And think a lot of what she brings to the table, all across the board. That's kind of what I really like about her is kind of both where she lives and her multiple professions that we all sit in here as having multiple jobs.
Yeah.
You know, I think that she does cross over into every aspect of Telluride and would be a great voice. So, you know, my support is unwavered for Lachey for that reason, and having, you know, the most government experience um, and how she served in our boards and commissions.
I asked the candidates last night, in addition to why y'all thought nobody ran, I asked you each what your zodiac sign was and what, I know, just hear me out. And what characteristic, and I know it's not everyone's thing, but I was just kind of as a levity kind of question, and what characteristic of your sign would you bring to the table up here to help the six of us? And Mari is a Taurus, right? And she was like, I'm stubborn. And I was like, okay. And we kind of laughed, you know, because there are other good qualities about a Taurus. Tenacity is one. I asked Lachey, and she's a Cancer, and she said empathy. And so just not weighing everything on the zodiac sign as you roll your eyes at me, but it's kind of more like a vibe, because you sit in this room, you spend a lot of time in this room, and, you know, is someone willing to hear both sides, I guess, in the candidate? I feel like Lachey would definitely hear both sides of every story to make her decision.
I mean, this is why we need a seventh seat, you guys.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say, I know both of these women very well,
Mhm.
and I know that they both will approach every subject and consider both sides equally before making a decision. So I don't want to give that to one versus the other. They are both
Yeah, I'm just
incredible women.
I'm just continuing the conversation.
Honest.
My
We're
daughter's
Capricorn.
Okay. Okie dokie.
Capricorn moon.
Caps are great. Yeah, I think we have, you know, I don't think anything here is like the wrong decision. I think it's just this is a good thing that we all feel pretty passionately towards one person. And I think,
I don't think,
well, okay.
I don't know if I
fair.
said that I feel
I mean,
really
actually,
passionately
do you want
about
to
one
sway?
person.
Do you want to sway the council here?
Yeah.
You have a lot of power right now.
Um, I, you know, would say that we asked very ardently for our public to give us their input. All of us did, saying, please, please, please tell us who you support. And I think I tried to count last night, and if anybody, Tiffany or anybody can correct me, I think that Lachey had the most in favor public comments.
Well, written emails.
No, but I think, and then
Counting public.
I still think it was still higher overall.
Yeah.
It was
I-
close.
And that is factoring into my support of Maria. Every person who's either talked to me in person or texted me or emailed me, I think except for like 2 people, has been in support of Maria. And so that, you know, it's not the same as public comment, but it is factoring into why I felt confident going into this meeting, really backing one candidate. Not that that doesn't also reflect my own opinions, but I think it made me feel like I should come up here and advocate. So yes, but and that's been my experience.
And on that as well, eh, the some of the names in the endorsements for Maria are the names that have been my local political heroes and people I greatly respect in our local politics, including county commissioners, our counterparts across the hill in Mountain Village, and our former county commissioner, our good times, not to mention former mayor and other former politicians in her list of endorsements. To me, that carried a lot of weight when seeing that those names specifically, seeing who Maria has behind her. That to me was one of the most convincing things, was seeing that broad collection of people I really respect greatly and helped blaze the path for me to be here. And so I think you could have logic in either way, both in terms, and not to say there weren't a lot of people I knew in Lichey's camp as well, people I also know and respect. And this is where it's tough, because by endorsing one candidate, I instantly feel like I'm trying to argue against another person, and that's not what I'm trying to do. So I hope that is understood. But again, yeah, there is strength in who said it, but I also get the strength in how many people said it as well. And it is tight there, but for me, the people specifically on who was endorsing Maria was a factor for me as well.
Anybody else with any further thoughts? I mean, it's a tough one, obviously.
Ian and Ashley, are you guys
Well,
feeling?
I mean, listen, I think that I say this in true honesty. I do think that Lichey or Maria both are very qualified and for me, they are truly, I think, equal value to our council for different reasons. Sitting here, it feels like, and correct me if I'm wrong, that if I put a vote for Maria, that it would be 3 versus 3.
I feel like me and still.
Necessarily.
Can't tell with Mian.
That's probably,
Me can't tell with
I know it's not.
There's that.
I don't know. But I also like if the case is that Lichey has 3, I could put myself as a 4th with her. I swear to God, you guys, I really think that they're both excellent. And I'm almost tempted just to make a motion and see
Yeah,
if we can get a vote.
I move to
I move
appoint
to-
Lichey.
whoa,
Whoa.
whoa. We're not going to rush through the motion. Sorry,
Mian's like, stop.
yeah. And do you have any further thoughts other than,
I like I said, I think I really, feel the same way that Dan does about that there was some of the people in this community that I really deeply respect did, put support behind Maria. And I think that does hold some weight. And I think for me personally, I think that, is a very high mark for her in that regard. I do think that, Elena kind of, made some allusions that like it shouldn't, that the popularity contest aspect of politics is, a negative thing, which I can agree with to a certain extent. I also think that it's also kind of valid because more people in the community might feel comfortable or know that person and in that way are more willing to interact or bring their, issues or, things like that. Whereas if it's just somebody that they don't know, they might just be less inclined. So I think that I get where you were coming from like, wanting to move away from the popularity aspect. But at the same time, I think that that's a big mark for Lichey is that she's been in the community for a while and people do know her and she works with a lot of different kinds of people. She's worked with nonprofits, all that kind of stuff. And I think that Maria even recognized that her tenure in the town, was probably a weak point for her, just that she hasn't been here as long. And people just don't know you. So yeah, I think Mian, I'd love to hear where you're at on this because I think that we could make a decision. Kind of.
kind of? And yeah, and what I will say is, if any council member has anything else to add, this would be a good time to have your final thoughts. And once we do that, or you decline to do that, then I think it'll be time for a motion. But I want to give everyone that last opportunity, opinions change, opinions strengthen, who knows? But if, and I'll just open that up.
to tag along with what Ashley was saying about the empathy piece and what the town is going through right now, it's really edgy and it's really hard. And, you know, I feel like having some more time in the community and roots and knowing more people without it being a popularity contest. I think that there's gonna be a lot of sensitive, like, there's gonna be a lot of emotions and a lot of just, I mean, we all feel it up here. It's like a tense moment, and I feel like we need the person that people know and that they trust, and she's been here and she's been experienced here. And Maria, I know you have a lot of experience too. I think what Telluride needs right now, though, is someone who they know, who can kind of help to bring us together.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I thought you were
No,
talking.
you know, it is really hard. But I'm standing by Alicia.
I like I started this conversation, I'm looking at this as us like picking someone to do a job with us, picking a coworker, picking someone who has the skill set to address a lot of the concerns from the community and just have more perspective on the decisions that we make. I think that um, I think, you know, I try and have a lot of my decisions be data driven, be kind of like non-emotional. Sometimes there is some emotion in there, but I really try and sort of remove that lens from what we do as council and look at, you know, what are our, you know, what are the resumes? What are the communities that are being represented by these people? What are, you know, what are the kind of like bullet point of qualifications and facts and expertise and background. And, you know, I think that's what really has led me to support Maria. I think, you know, both candidates would be great. I think in addition to having all of those qualifications, like I said, I've gotten to know Maria as a person, and I do think she's empathetic. I think she's caring. I love like seeing her pop up in meetings. I know she does a lot of work with underserved communities in our region. And I think, you know, she can talk the talk, but she also walks the walk. And I think, you know, so she sort of has both for me, but I really do look at this um, as more of a less of an emotional decision, but more of a practical decision. Like I got some resumes, we heard from people, and I have decided that one person's expertise and resume will serve us the best as a working body, as coworkers.
Thank you, Elena. Going round the room.
Oh my God.
More from you.
Are I mean, I'm struggling, and I'm struggling honestly for a lot of the reasons that Elena said. I mean, you all know that, like, I make decisions on data and it's impartial. And what I'm really struggling with right now is that on paper, the decision should be really easy for me. And emotionally, like, my pull consistently has been towards Lachey because I am so worried about where this community is right now. But everything that I said coming into this process was that I wanted a different perspective, and I wanted somebody that had a background that was different than anyone else that was sitting up here. And Maria fits that bill. And I adore Maria. I've known her since the election, and I've, you know, talked to you regularly. And to Dan's point, I've gotten a lot of feedback from a lot of people that I truly respect and care about that would like to see you in this seat. I've also obviously seen and read and received a lot of feedback in support of Lachey. And I think one of the things that I'm really grappling with was that there are very different groups of people that support the two candidates, two amazing candidates. And so I'm just struggling with like what my actual true priority is for the next 2 years. Like, is it that I want to like focus on this community healing so that we have a robust group of candidates that are running in 2 years? Or do I want to ensure that we have a different group and a different voice on council speaking to share a perspective that perhaps people feel that we don't listen to? And I would be happy with both candidates. I mean, like, I like hate that. Like, I hate
You
saying
should.
that, like, but I know. And you guys know that I'm generally not like, I'm not a waffler. You know that I generally have a pretty strong opinion about things, but I just feel like after this last election, like, I just don't know where we go forward from here as a community. And I feel like maybe I'm putting more emphasis on this because of that. So I
You can leave it
can't,
there.
yeah.
You can leave it there. I mean, that's all right. Well, we give
You
everyone their
take that.
chance, right?
I'm
Everyone
not
has a
too, yeah.
chance has a chance to wrap up their thoughts, and
You guys, I've
that's
been thinking about this for like weeks. Like, this is not like, I feel bad that I feel like I'm like holding this whole thing up, but like, I
It's
really have
not at all.
not been able
it's because
to
you
make a
care.
determination.
Yeah.
Don't apologize for that. It's because you care, and that's important to all of us. Not so that's okay.
Yeah, we all care, and
Ashley,
Ashley
I mean-
cares too.
I mean, yeah, um, I feel, so it's like,
you don't have to say anything either. I just wanted the opportunity if people
Yeah,
want
yeah.
to say something, so you don't have to.
I mean, I feel like I've said how I feel about both of the candidates in the situation that we're in. I think that, I mentioned this earlier, I still feel like we just kind of need to put it out there and try and vote. I think we have to try it. I think we have to figure it out. Because here's the thing. I mean, I don't think there's gonna be some like
Enough
lightning
time.
bolt that's gonna hit your head. Or, like, I don't think there's gonna be any like we just have to make a decision.
We have till noon.
Oh my God.
No, we don't need to keep.
We're not.
Need to keep.
That's why this is the final. That's why this is the final thoughts, right? And this is the last opportunity, because if you haven't come up with something to change your mind or to make up your mind, one of those two things, we're not going to get there.
Yeah. And
So that's why I want to give everyone that last opportunity for their final thoughts, and we'll see, and we'll get there one way or another.
I pride myself on being able to make a decision when faced with it. And so I will make a decision, and I would say that I will put a 1% backing behind Maria, because I do think that she does represent a different perspective. Actually, mostly because she hasn't lived in our community for a long time, and she has a little bit of an outsider perspective that I think would be valuable. So if that helps tip, other people's position, that I will put myself there for right now.
Ashley, thank you. Dan, any final thoughts?
I don't think I have anything more to add than what I've already said, so thank you.
Great. Knowing that with everyone's final thoughts, I don't think I feel the need to reiterate my thoughts. And with that, I think it's time, and I will ask for a motion.
I move to appoint Maria Stark to the Telluride Town Council for a term of 2 years, effective immediately.
I second.
We have a motion from Elena and a second from Dan. Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes?
And yes.
Kristen, no.
Me and yes.
Ashley, yes.
And Teddy is no. Maria is elected to, as appointed to Telluride Town Council with a vote of 4 in favor and 2 against. Maria, congratulations. Welcome to Telluride. Thank you for all of the people who threw their hats in the ring, including Josh, who couldn't make it today with a work conflict, and he sends his apologies for that. We really appreciate you sticking your neck out, sitting in the room for an hour and a half of uncomfortability and hanging with us and showing, honestly, everyone sitting in this room showing us and the town of Telluride your respect by hearing the direction we were going and not just walking out of the room means a lot to me. I probably would have walked out of the room.
Yeah.
So I want to mention that. And like I said, I truly believe it. I think we've found a few more leaders in this room that will contribute to the town of Telluride. So congratulations to you all. But the bigger congratulations goes to Maria. Congratulations to your appointment.
Stay involved.
Yeah,
Good.
thank you, everybody. Thank you, Lee Shay,
you.
especially. That
Thank
was
you.
that was a tough conversation.
So we will hand this off to Tiffany for agenda item 1C,
Thank you.
which is
Thank
you.
you, Grayson. Thank you, guys.
new town council person.
I'll be right back.
I'm gonna push your laptop over a little, Kristen.
Yeah, sir.
I'm so glad we have a 7th vote now.
Yeah. Sitting by.
She doesn't even.
It left me off the hook
During
so
the
long.
first. I'm very thankful to receive that. I had already done like half the reading, unfortunately.
And I got it out as fast as I could.
I mean, it wasn't your fault.
Yeah,
you know,
it came
nothing
in
you could do.
late Friday.
Yeah, but I took it. I was like, oh, there's several hundred pages.
Yeah.
It's fair.
It's great.
I remember the,
I'm like,
oh, yeah.
Let me,
wait, I'll give me a, sorry, I'm out of here. No. Right, mouth full of food, yeah, that'd be great.
Cute.
Yeah.
I am state your name. I am Martha. Do swear or affirm. Do swear or affirm. And affirm. Or affirm. That I will support the Constitution of the United States. That I will support the Constitution of the State of Colorado. The laws of the state of Colorado. And the home rule charter. And ordinances. Of the town of Telluride, Colorado. We will faithfully perform the duties. And will faithfully perform the duties. Of the office of town council person. Of the office of town council person. On which I'm about to enter. Upon which I'm about to enter. To the best of my ability. To the best of my ability. Oops. Thank you. When you're ready. Get on up if you're prepared to participate today.
You get to be my partner right here.
You want a picture with your oath?
Zoe, now we'll have something between. Oh. But I like sprawling, so I'll be close to you then.
I also like sprawling,
Okay, well,
so.
so she'll be in the, hopefully.
I mean, look at all this stuff that I have.
All right.
I like. Here today.
Oh, no.
no, they're
Right.
bad on this side.
Yeah, got it.
I'm cool. You, like, I didn't want to bring it up. 'Cause
Kristen.
That's Kristen. I actually like them brighter, but for you guys, anything.
it was unflat, yeah.
For me, it just hurts my eyes.
And I feel like it cast weird shadow. Like,
I'm doing more because my eyes have been.
Welcome aboard.
Then Mario, you get to sit in on the meeting. You do have the opportunity one way or the other as promised on Thursday. So just want to make sure you're comfortable sitting here today. There's no, okay, just want to make sure.
right up.
Congratulations. anymore.
Wait for Kevin. Cold in here.
I'm wearing one of my, that's why I'm wearing one of my picker sweaters.
Are we ahead of schedule?
Can turn it up a little?
Yes.
Not really.
I-
Hour.
Oh,
Yeah, I intentionally wasn't looking at the time because usually we're behind.
So.
Great.
Yeah. We're working on.
Does, this room will up during the
Yeah.
day.
No, this was
So,
good. This was good.
Hard to.
We have had a
I also feel like that was a
bring
really,
it up and then all of a sudden it's like 80.
I,
That's too much.
Yeah.
But I'll let you guys decide.
Muting you.
You've got to be,
thank you.
we're either on the record or we're not. So we're on the record.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. That's
okay.
why I said, stations,
It's okay.
it's on their own time.
We could probably start reading in the next agenda item and.
Yeah, it's because it's appointments to boards and commissions. I'm going to wait for Kristen to come back and it's really a 10-word line item. So I want to make sure I'll start once she's walking back into the room.
Sounds good. Is there anything we can? No, probably not.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're good. And we're ahead of schedule and we've already got Zoe lined up for the manager's report once we complete the boards and commission appointments. So we're looking pretty good.
Oh my word.
are we muted? No, we're on Zoom.
Still on the record, still in the meeting, whether we're muted or not.
I love the wave.
Right.
About.
Yeah, I think that worked.
About details.
Actually, no, it
Talking
didn't.
about it's cold in here.
Safe space, yeah.
It is cold in here.
Yes, it did.
We all just said that. I'm frozen. I was freezing.
Yeah.
Dan, I think, just turned it up a little bit.
Wait, Dan, you control the temperature?
He controls
behind him,
everything
yeah.
here.
The weather.
Machiavellian. No, credit goes to Tiffany. She knew the actual right thermostat to touch, not this apparent decoy thermostat behind me.
Oh, yeah. No, I used to do that all the time.
Yeah.
And it's like.
So are you good?
Great, thank you.
Kevin and Tiffany, you good?
Yes.
All right, we will continue the town council meeting. That brings us to agenda item 1D. Council and mayoral appointments to boards, commissions, and subcommittees. And in our packet, we do have a list of where we're at, what holes need to be filled, and what I think will be the good way to do this is literally go down the list. I want to know if people are happy, if you've already sitting on a board and feel that you're at a point where you need to stay on it or might want to mix it up. You've got the option today. And so that's how we're going to start the assignments. So just going down the list on our cheat sheet, the first one is Case. Our regular member is Ellen 11. And it looks like we did not have an alternate. So we need, I'd like to hear from Ellen first.
Yeah.
And then it looks like we're going to need an alternate on Case.
I love sitting on Case. I don't often miss meetings, so alternate should be pretty easy. I was actually going to suggest people with a lot of nonprofit context and experience. And I don't know if we're even supposed to do that, but I was going to say, Ashley, you would be a really good,
I would be happy to be the alternate.
yeah.
All right. Any comments or questions from other council members about Case? All right, we're going to keep Ellen in the regular member seat, status quo. and Ashley will be the alternate. That brings us to Ethics Commission, which meets as needed. The regular member was Jesse Ray Arguelles, who has termed out, and the alternate was Mian. Mian as alternate, I'll let you chime in since Jesse Ray is not part of it, and get your thoughts.
We meet as needed and have not needed to meet, so it's a wonderful committee to be on, if anybody would like to join me.
So you want to step up and I'll be the alternate?
Sure.
That works?
Sweet.
Okay, great. And Tiffany, I take you're taking notes on this all?
Yes.
And-
We'll just fill it in, and then it'll be in your next packet as part of the minutes for review. And I'll also email it out right after this meeting, just to make sure that I got it all. But yes, I'm just noting it. There doesn't need to be a motion for each of these, just as stated.
Okay, excellent. Next one on that list is the Open Space Commission. Jesse Ray was the regular member. Dan was the alternate. So Dan, I would love to have you chime in on your thoughts.
Yeah, it's a great commission. This one I have effective de facto been the regular member and have done my best to attend the majority of meetings. I attend that, but it is a bit of a difficult day for me to always be able to attend with my work schedule. So I'd be happy if somebody else was able to step up. And absolutely no preference to whoever would be interested in doing that. I'm happy to stay the alternate if, there's still need for that and help maybe with some continuity, but, yeah, there's a couple of these, especially after Delaney stepped down from the mayor position that I stepped into.
Yep.
And so I wouldn't mind lightening my workload slightly.
That's great. I would suggest maybe that Maria and Kristen discuss if you guys want to be a regular member and alternate in that, and who might want to step up to be the regular member. I think that would be, you two would be great. Is there?
Happy to do it, and it would complement some of my work with the Intergovernmental Working Group on Indigenous Peoples.
I was on open space before when I served, and I would like to continue to serve. I know sometimes with my ski school, only like 3 times in the winter when it's the first Monday, correct, at 4. I think we were able to shift to 4:30, so I could just come right off the mountain and right to the meeting. If that works, I'd be happy to take it on.
Okay. Either you have a preference, alternate, regular member.
I'm good.
Okay. So then Kristen, you okay with being a regular member and Maria as the alternate?
That good?
Fantastic.
But if I can't make it, then I can call you.
I thought Dan was gonna stay the alternate.
I don't care that much.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he didn't care, and he said he'd like to lighten his workload, so.
Okay, for you, Dan?
Sure, yeah. And I mean, the alternate is of course welcome to attend, but not expected to
Yeah.
attend. So
Right.
either way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I took it as, I took the lighten the workload as, and,
I thought you
and,
said he wanted to
and
do it for
the-
continuity.
and
so-
the,
I was willing.
yeah, yeah. And I want you to know, Dan, why I went that way. Great, Public Art Commission, that was Elena as the regular member and me as the alternate. I'm good staying on as alternate. Elena would love your thoughts.
Yeah, we have not met in the past 2 years. I would love for us to have a meeting. Someone submit a public art application, please. And I would,
Staircase maybe, right? Will we meet on the staircase?
yeah. But I would love to stay on this. This is my passion. So yes,
Okay.
unless someone else really wants it, but
Next time.
All right, we'll leave that one status quo. San Miguel Regional Housing Authority. It was
so it's often the chair of THA sub. So I talked to Zoe about how
Okay.
those have traditionally been the same person. So I talked to her about taking on that.
okay.
role.
If that's the continuity that we like to see. Now, the one thing here, do we need an alternate there?
It's helpful at times for a quorum, but both Ellen and I make up that quorum as the Telluride representative.
Okay.
So not necessary, but I think it would be kind of that third backup if a quorum is needed, but it is very important for those meetings to
Isn't Dan
be
co-chair, vice
maintained.
chair?
I mean, I would love to have a backup. I'll
Yeah.
just, why risk it if we can play it safe and have an alternate put into that position? Is there anybody that, would like to be the,
Sorry, just need to wait. So how I drafted this was NA is means that an alternate position is not applicable. Like that's not how it's set up
Oh.
in the makeup of the boards and commissions.
thank you.
So they don't identify an alternate.
Scratch
for
that then.
positions
Okay.
When it has an NA.
Great.
So
Um,
case then as well?
That would be the same for
For
case.
case.
Sorry, didn't catch that earlier.
But
It's fine.
But for different reasons. The SMRHA is an IGA between the two governmental entities. CASE is an independent town board.
why would Case not have an alternate?
I don't know. I don't remember that one.
That's
I'd
a-
love to have an alternate.
Seems like, yeah, if there was one person that was.
Yeah. I
don't
did,
know.
I have like,
I mean, you're not a voting member, so I don't think for case it really matters because it doesn't, it's not listed in our municipal code that the town council even assigns a liaison. So I think it's fine.
To have.
Want to have an alternate. in case
Yeah,
you-
I'd like to have an alternate.
Yeah, I think it's.
Yeah, let's keep Ashley as the alternate for Case, and then we'll scratch
It's where they come from.
the housing authority because it's an IG board and that's how they set it up. That brings us to the Telluride Historical Museum Board, which is a regular member and no alternate, since I've learned something today. And
Stands for no
yeah.
alternate.
It means not.
Ashley, you are the regular member. Would love your thoughts of stay in, let someone else jump in, whatever, get your thoughts.
I really love serving on the museum board. My grandmother was born in the museum. My grandmothers were born in the museum. So unless there's somebody who feels really passionately, I would love to remain on that board. So that's my passion as Elena's in public arts. I love the museum and have really enjoyed my time contributing to that.
Great. Any other thoughts from anybody? Okay, we will keep Ashley on the Telluride Historical Museum Board. That brings us to the Telluride Regional Airport Authority Board, for which I sit on. I think it's important for continuity for me to stay on that board unless someone objects, as I am the vice chair of that board somehow.
It's all you.
Don't know how that happened. Any other thoughts? All right, I will remain on the Telluride Regional Airport Authority Board of Directors. That brings us to the Telluride Tourism Board of Directors, and that is Mian, so we would love to hear from Mian.
I would like to remain in that position.
Okay. Any other thoughts from council on that? Great, Mian. You are going to continue in that role. For our board or commission, non-voting liaison, we have the Ecology Commission. Dan is the regular member. Jesse Ray was the alternate, and Dan would love your thoughts.
I can keep it, no problem. One quick note for the clerks, as part of their work plan for the next year, they are hoping to change to an every month meeting, just as a heads up there. But I'm happy to stay. If somebody feels very passionately, I'm happy to have a discussion and let that passion lay forward, but it does not seem like there is. I do want to give our new member a chance to get involved, though, also as well as just a general note. Because I think most of these are pretty set in, especially if she's looking for a regular member or the regular liaison seat for this. So that would be the only thought I have.
Yeah, and that's a great thought. And I want to be clear to our new two new council members is that the reason why this list seems a little heavy and why we may have to give up on something was because we had not only we had a vacancy from Delaney resigning as mayor that leaned a little heavily more on council. And in some other aspects, the alternate was counted on a lot more in some other boards and commissions. So that's why it's a little heavy and the openings might not appear as wide open as they would. And so it's great, Dan, that you have the willingness to give up a couple things. If it happens that way, that's awesome of you. And so that being said, Ecology Commission, regular member, alternate, anyone have strong feelings on it? Dan has given his opinion.
I don't have strong feelings, but I wonder if my status changes because I'm on the Ecology Commission, but now I'm on the,
Yes, so that is a great thought. And you will no longer be a member.
Yeah,
of
you're-
the
you're
Ecology
automatically
Commission.
You know,
thought.
So especially with that, if you, as you of course know, there's a lot of, it seems to be the Ecology Commission is shifting, reprioritizing, trying to bring in some more new energy.
Yep.
And you were definitely a part of that.
Yeah.
So with that in mind, if you were interested in taking over the liaison spot,
sure.
that would be, that makes a lot of sense to me. And I'm happy to take on the alternate liaison for that as well.
Sounds great.
That works for me. Everybody good? Okay. That gets us to Hark, and it was Elena as the regular member and Jesse Ray as the alternate. So I will hand it to Elena.
Oh,
Nope, keep going. I'm just,
So-
after you're done.
okay. I love Hark. I find it like incredibly interesting. They're really long meetings and they're monthly. So anyone who
You can ask.
is curious should know that. But I do really enjoy sitting in that commission. But if somebody else felt passionately, it is a huge time commitment, and I would like be willing to let someone else take that on, but I also enjoy it. And I there is a lot of like kind of specific knowledge that I feel like I feel qualified to do that. My dad sat on like the Hark of my hometown, and like, I definitely,
you love.
I love
that,
it. I don't
Elena.
really want to
Don't give it up.
Okay.
Don't give
Look,
up.
I'm just
by the
trying
way,
to not be
we
greedy.
love that you love it.
Okay.
And so we do need an alternate for that.
Can I chime in?
Sure.
I would love to be the alternate for Hark, and in that, I would be willing to pass on my spot on Parks and Rec to one of our two new members. Because I think that it's a really excellent commission, and I think it's a great one to listen in on. So I would offer that to either Maria or Kristen, and I will be your second Elena, if that's okay so if you need an alternate for Hark, I would love to start listening in on those, so.
Love it.
All right, Hark, looks like we got Hark figured out with Elena and Ashley. Ashley would like to step down from Parks and Rec and offer it to one of the new council people. I am the alternate, happy to be the regular member or the alternate, doesn't matter to me.
Did sit as the chair of that board previous to you being mayor. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I was chair. That's right. I was on that
Yeah.
commission for 13 years.
Yeah, I knew you were a long time and I thought you were chair, but I just wasn't 100% sure. So I'd be more than happy if mayor, if you wanted to move up to the regular seat on that, but it seems like we all can be pretty flexible on this and none of us have too strong of opinions on most things.
It's a liaison position, so
Yeah.
like you're not voting, you're literally listening and taking notes to report back to council so that council is aware of like what the commission is, doing and pursuing. You're not voting. Actually, you're not even, as we learned 2 years ago, it's like, as a liaison, you're really listening. That's it.
And chiming in to give the council's opinion on certain matters that may be sensitive to their
Well, we're not supposed to do that either.
Yeah, they do ask.
Tiffany.
I apologize. So remember a few years ago, I brought the boards and commissions back and we removed council from voting on all the commissions. This chart, I must have been going off of an old version, still has case and open space as voting members and public art commission. They all converted to liaison positions only. So this is not accurate. So when I redraft this for the final, council doesn't vote on those anymore. It's going to be moved to non-voting liaisons. So my apologies. I just caught that right now.
No problem.
I have not been voting on those boards, so
I remember not putting on open space.
yeah.
That great clarification. Thank you for that, Tiffany. I will, I want our, two new members to have a say. Like I said, I'm happy to be the regular member, happy to be the alternate, but I don't want to take away from either of you two if you want the opportunity, because I want both of you to be involved. So it's your guys' call. You know where I feel. Doesn't matter to me.
I'm happy to be in either slot. Happy to be in either slot between, yeah.
Okay. Kristen,
That time, Wednesday at noon, is gonna be tricky for me.
okay.
I think I'd be able to make all of them.
All right.
I'm quite interested in that board though.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the way I'd like to do it is, Mari, I'd like you to decide. You can choose to be the alternate, or you can choose to be the regular member as a new person. And whatever you feel most comfortable with, I'm good with.
Okay. I'll do the regular member.
Okay. That brings us to planning and zoning. Dan, you were the regular member. I was the alternate. I think the only time you needed me, I couldn't do it. But to be honest, and would love your thoughts.
Meeting I went to.
Yeah, yeah, thank you.
This is one of the two boards or commissions I would most strongly advocate for my own continued position on. In part because I was a planning and zoning member prior to being on council. It is, I would argue, one of the couple most technical boards that requires the most detailed knowledge of our land use code and building requirements. So even though it's a non-voting seat, I can think of a good number of times that either technical input or trying to relay the will of council to the best of my ability has been valuable to the Planning and Zoning Commission. So I would advocate that I'd like to stay as the liaison.
Great, Dan, you've been very generous with the other aspects of your assignments, so I support that. And then as an alternate, do either of the new council members want to be an alternate on that? For me, I can stay. That's really up to you guys, unless anyone else wants it.
I could take the alternate on P and Z. I mean, it sounds like Dan attends most of the meetings, but sounds like the case that there might be need, I'm happy to be an alternate.
Okay, we'll make,
Unless one of them want them. I don't
Okay,
really care.
I just want to make sure you both of you feel like you're getting a shot. I don't,
Oh, yeah.
that's why
I'm
I'm
not worried about it.
leaning on you.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Then we'll make Ashley the alternate there. That brings us to our subcommittees and task forces. Franchise renewal negotiation subcommittee, that was me and myself. Meets as needed. It's basically non-existent. I'm good with staying on it. Me and you good staying on it?
Yep.
All right, perfect. Then we have the legal publishing subcommittee where they meet as needed. Both of our members have moved on. And Tiffany, can you give a quick summary of that so we can see who the best fit is?
2 newspapers in town. This was more applicable than when we just really it's to negotiate what legal publishing newspaper we use, but since we don't really have any options, that's why it hasn't met because we only have one.
All right.
I know Kevin wants to add anything.
So,
At times it's been contentious when there were differing vendors in town.
I remember
It
that.
hasn't been that case for a
Right.
while.
And not to bring us down a rabbit hole at all, but I believe the county was re-examining now that the Planet is the Times and moving to a weekly publication.
Mhm.
I don't know that that has any impact on us, our noticing requirements. I'm not sure if they are the same, but perhaps a thing for us to at least talk about, not at this time.
yeah, I can add a few things. The new publishing schedule of the Times has affected our agenda set meeting, which has to be at 9 a.m. now to meet their deadlines. And if they are going to add anything from print for the same week that we meet as council, if they want comments from mayor or town council people, they're going to hit you up at lunchtime because that's their ultimate deadline. So doesn't have anything to do with this. That's just more informational. Who wants to be on that challenging subcommittee? Anybody? Again, it doesn't meet. It doesn't really matter. But if we do have another newspaper,
You can put my name on it. It's fine. You want,
Ashley,
I mean, it's not
I
gonna
mean,
be,
you can,
so.
yeah, you can throw me in there. if
all
you
right, we'll
want,
do it.
like-
Yeah, we'll do Ashley and me and then judicial subcommittee. Kevin, I'll let you take that.
Sure, thanks, Mayor. So the judicial subcommittee does meet fairly often, or it has been meeting fairly often. We've had some turnover in the municipal court judge position in the past, but it also makes a recommendation. It's a recommending body. Town council actually makes that appointment, but the judicial subcommittee will meet with candidates, do interviews, make a recommendation to the full town council, and the full town council decides. But it's not just limited to the municipal court judge or the deputy. It's also some of our hearing officers, most particular liquor and marijuana authority hearing officers. So there can be turnover here. We usually can conclude interviews in a day, half a day when they happen. So that's a little bit of an overview of that.
Great. Kevin,
And
thank
typically
you.
we do it in executive session. Sorry, we have home rule authority and we have municipal code provisions that do allow the judicial subcommittee to meet in executive session with candidates.
Great. Hearing that brief synopsis from Kevin, anyone feel strongly about that?
I'd be interested.
Okay. Great. We'll put Maria in the judicial subcommittee with Kevin. The traffic calming task force, that's Ashley and me, and we haven't had much to do,
It sounds like maybe,
You guys, e-bikes.
yeah, it sounds like
Yeah.
maybe we
Let's like
might,
go.
right?
but I'm happy to
Yes.
stay on it. If you want, you and I can
Yeah, and again,
calm traffic together.
I'm happy to stay on it unless someone's passionate and would like to be on it. Doesn't matter to me.
Does that involve e-bikes?
This,
It-
in 2
it-
years, this committee hasn't met. I'm foreseeing
Yeah.
possibly maybe task force getting, this is gonna meet in the future.
Or if people flip out about speeding through town maybe and want to.
Well, I think there's gonna be some
Already?
new traffic calming down on the east end. That's gonna,
Yep,
so
that-
maybe we'll
That was
meet.
part of it.
I'm happy to do it with you if you'd like.
It does, I'm good with it. I just want to give I just want to make sure everyone has an opportunity to say, I want to be on it or it's good. It's good. I'm happy to be on it as well.
You feel pretty strongly about e-bikes, Kristen.
Yeah, I'm
feel like- I feel like you'd be good
passion
on
coming
this.
From over
Kristen
here.
and I can be the traffic calming task.
Yeah,
force.
let's go Ashley.
We'll get you guys vests.
Not wearing- I wear a down puffy leather vest, but I'm not wearing one of those.
In a recession, I almost threatened to set up a margarita stand in front of Clark's with a radar gun. It'd be, good idea for you guys.
I mean, I do live at Entrada and I do see out my window the traffic coming into town every morning for school and around the roundabout from cars going back into town coming from, so I mean, I have that perspective of visually seeing it and hearing from people how the traffic is kind of getting crazy. So Ashley or Teddy, if I can join one of you on that, and then
Ashley, you get to decide you want to be on it or you don't want to
Yep,
be on it.
Ashley and Kristen are gonna be
Great,
the
perfect.
traffic call.
That's great. We-
we're gonna calm everyone down, Ashley.
And I'll stand out there with flags.
All right, resource recovery subcommittee was me and Elena. You guys good?
Yeah, I actually really like we don't meet very often, but I would like to stay on this one.
Okay. Great. Next is the vending subcommittee. That was myself and Jesse Ray. Jesse Ray turned out, so happy to stay on as chair of that. It meets twice a year, so it's not a giant commitment. And really the basic requirements are to discuss placement of the vending carts is the primary thing. So if somebody,
So a special meeting, depending on people's availability, because we do have an application for winter that we've been waiting to hear until we get a full.
okay,
committee back.
and we typically meet during the day, correct?
Usually around 3 p.m., but that's flexible.
Okay. Does anybody else want to be on that committee?
I can do it if you want.
Sure.
Go Ashley.
If everyone's cool with that, we will
I was
have,
on that before and it's interesting, especially summer and,
the
people
winter's
coming
easy,
in.
the summer's a challenge is what it always ends
Yeah.
up being.
That's fine. I'll do it with you, Teddy. if you
Everybody
want.
good with that? Okay.
Good.
Great. Ashley and I will keep that. Colorado Association of Ski Towns. I was the regular member. Zoe was the alternate. I didn't go to any of them because the timing of those meetings just is really tough with my work calendar. So
It's, I think the position always.
is the
if-
mayor.
I am on the board forecast anyway, so I am at every meeting regardless, and I do tend to drag Elena, so,
It's fun.
yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
And I would like to come to that too, but I don't know if 3 of us are allowed.
but everybody.
Anyone is allowed,
everybody can
anytime.
Okay.
Come to cast, like it's great. It's every community that is similar to ours. It's nice
Mhm.
to get the perspective from others to see how they
Yeah, I've been to a
work
lot
through
of
things.
this.
So, I mean, everybody can come to any of the meetings. So I would probably just keep it as you because it's
Yep.
supposed to be the mayor.
Supposed to be that. Okay,
and,
great.
Mhm.
Perfect. Gunnison Valley Transportation Planning Region, Zoe or Kyle, he's in the back. You want to summarize that a little bit because it was Jessie Ray and we're going to have to replace her.
Sorry, which one is that?
Don't all jump up at once.
Gunnison Valley Transportation.
Top of page 12.
The Gunnison Valley
We're
Transportation.
not in the Gunnison.
Or
I
why,
don't know,
It,
to be honest.
like, why do we?
So this is my recollection is this is a CDOT formed group. They look at public improvement projects all around the western slope and they make recommendations. This is principally highway related, but does have transportation components to it as well, broader transportation components like trails, gondolas, trains. We don't have any, but I mean, it could,
Roundabouts.
Oh,
if it's part of CDOT, sure. That's my recollection. Kyle, do I have it completely wrong?
Far one, yes. Close one.
The far
no.
one.
Paul used to do it and I know you get a vote basically, you provide input on some of these regional planning projects that are going through.
I know
was just
we
thinking.
do through our CDOT representatives and our conversations, but whether there's a formalized board. I don't know. I think we'll have to look into,
You know when the next
Yeah.
meeting is?
again, I don't know if this is,
well, and I'm just wondering if it should be like Ashley or I, since it feels like it dovetails into smart and like general transportation, which is like the world we live in. Hold on, wait. Hold on. I will be on that committee. I did just get a message from David Averill, who is the executive director of SMART,
Uh-huh.
saying that that is an important position for us to be on. So I'll do it.
I think we need,
Okay, that
Dovetails into SMART and
Perfect.
yeah, all the things. Okay.
that brings us to Region 10. That was Mian and Jessie Ray. Mian, you want to talk about Region 10?
It's great. It's economic development and vibrancy.
We do need an alternate. Maria, great. And again, if you don't like how I'm doing this and you
That's
want to
okay.
participate more, please chime in. That gets us to San Miguel County Pandemic and Emergency Preparedness and Response. I'm the regular member. There is no alternate. I'm good with that. Echo Action Partners, it was Dan and Ashley. Dan, I'll have you speak up to that.
Very happy to continue to serve here. It's been our longest standing partnership with an environmental nonprofit, and we're still doing good work with them. I did get a message from their director, Emma Girona, stating that their board composition does not actually allow for alternates. And so we'd have to take that off. They are also. Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Great.
So, and that meeting frequency is likely going to change till quarterly next year as well, just as a heads up.
Perfect. Watershed Coalition.
Alliance.
Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped over that. Colorado Flight Alliance, sorry. Man, you are the regular member. There is no alternate. Your thoughts?
I like it and would like to remain.
Okay, great. Now Watershed Coalition, which was Jessie Ray. Anyone passionate about the Watershed Coalition?
When does that meet? I'm interested in that though.
Quarterly.
Quarterly?
It doesn't say.
I
Right,
don't,
I mean-
I don't know. I don't know the timing.
Anyone?
I don't know.
Kevin, do you
I don't
remember?
think I ever heard an update about though.
Why don't we put you on and if it doesn't work, we'll figure out a different
Okay,
appointment.
cool.
I can do that. Kevin and Tiffany?
Sure.
Pointer, and then
You
if
can
it
bring it
doesn't
back.
work, we'll find somebody else.
Sure.
Okay, great. Sneffels, Energy Board, that was Dan, and Ashley. So Dan, I'll have you chime in.
Yep, it's a working group with it underneath the Eco Action Partners. So it, I think would make the most sense to keep continuity and keep me there as well.
That work for everybody?
Fine. I'll
Uh,
stay as the alternate.
Do you need an alternate for that one or?
Can it be an alternate then?
They have their own charter, so I would have to reread it to be 100% sure. I sort of doubt it.
Yeah,
but-
because if it's under eco action and.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we'll.
It probably can't happen.
We'll relieve you of that and address it at a later date if we need to. Wildlife Protection Planning, Ashley, that was you.
It's fire.
Wildfire.
Wildfire,
It would
sorry.
protect the wildlife as well.
Wild- Yeah, that, they're part of it.
I have not met on that. So, but I'm happy to stay on it. I don't, like I said, it's, no one's
Ye-
reached out for
Who's,
you have a lot of key family members
Yeah.
that are part of that.
I'm happy
and
to
that's-
do wildfire protection planning. We haven't, nobody's,
what is that, what does
Roped
it
me
fall
in.
under on? Do you know?
No.
That's a county, isn't it? That's a county.
So I mean, we have a group with the county.
Under the county purview, it's the emergency planning department over there, so Shannon's running our wildfire protection plan, CWPP. And it will be coming down to town level after that phase.
It would be great.
That's fine.
Got that sooner.
yeah, I'm happy to,
They should be buttoning that up.
I'm happy to
It's their burden on us.
do that
did
once
that,
that comes down the pipe.
Yeah, just a reminder, when we came to council under the manager's report and gave kind of that update from all the different entities of where we are in wildfire protection planning, but maybe I'll work with Lindsay on better getting an understanding of when you should be involved
Sure.
more heavily in that process.
Sorry.
Great.
Perfect. Gondola Subcommittee. It is me and Ashley, and would love the both of your thoughts.
I'd like for both of us to remain on that.
Yeah, I
think
think
it-
that we're pretty deep into
We're
all of
locked
it
in.
right now. It would be.
The
tough to
continuity is
bring in a
pretty
new-
good.
Yeah,
I think.
continuity's really important on that one.
Any further thoughts on that?
Is that, can any of us show up at that? or
It's
would
a
that be-
public,
You can, it's a
Public
public
meeting?
meeting, you
Public
could all
meeting.
come,
Okay.
and then there are leadership meetings as well, which is all of
All
the
of us.
elected officials and major stakeholders in the region.
Okay.
Yeah, so we don't, in the subcommittee meetings, we don't take any action. We're basically like hashing things out, brainstorming, kind of going through the detail stuff. Then everything is brought to the regular gondola leadership
Right.
group, which we are all members of, and that's when votes are actually taken and things like that.
Okay.
Perfect. Colorado Communities for Climate Action. Dan, that was you. It looks like it kind of falls in your pattern of what you do. I think it's important probably to keep that if you want it.
Yeah, I'm happy to be the continued liaison or member for this group, but there has been some times where I have just not been more unable to attend all of the meetings. It does note there's the monthly meetings. In addition to that, there's almost weekly meetings during the legislative session around climate group actions, and those ones, my ability to attend is a little bit more limited. So at least getting an alternate on here would definitely be helpful. If somebody feels like they have more capacity than I do and also cares deeply for climate, which I know there's other, I think we all care for the climate on this, on our council. So I'm happy to stay as the regular member, but if someone else feels called or wants to take on a little bit more, this would be a great opportunity as well. It is those monthly meetings and then those legislative sessions. I've also spoken in front of the state legislator and signed on to a number of, letters of support or opposition on various environmental issues. That is something I could certainly do as an alternate as well. That's a little more context on there. This is a great organization. I know we do have Darren involved as well, and he does attend some of those meetings. His plate is obviously very full as well. So it's a great organization. I wish I had more space and time to devote fully to it, but I don't always, just to be transparent and honest.
And I think like legislative session just can be like, it's rough because things are changing really quickly. So like with other committees, like that's the same thing. So just know like you're called and you have to vote or speak. And it's kind of a little bit at a moment's notice, depending on how things shift up in Denver. But it's exciting and fun.
That's fine. I'm happy to stay as the regular. That's fair.
All right, that would be Dan. I don't know if we have the ability for an alternate. If we do, we can discuss that at a later time.
I think I would like be someone that if you needed support in that, I find that really interesting, but I'm in a similar thing where I feel like I've stretched myself too thin, so I'm aware of overcommitting.
Yeah.
But if the time comes,
Thank you,
have my
Elena.
phone number.
So if we legitimately have an alternate, it will be Elena, and if we have to just,
The only note I would make is a lot of the times when council is representing in a legislative manner, in order to do that, not as an individual, but as all of council without coming back to council, we really look at our adopted plans, like the Climate Action Plan, which is a lot of the work of the Ecology Commission. So there is some interconnection between those two bodies, as the Ecology Commission really is the spearheads a lot of the Climate Action Plan work.
Maria, would you want to maybe just be like
You're back up. to-
Yeah, because
Yeah.
you're on the ecology commission. Okay, that might be more streamlined.
All right, great. Next on the list is SMART. We have Ashley and Mian as the regular members and myself as the alternate. If someone is wants to get involved as an alternate, I'm certainly willing to give that up. Certainly happy to stay on. And would love Mian and Ashley's thoughts about SMART. It's kind of my opinion of being involved in these a little bit is that it kind of goes hand in hand with G sub and such an important connector. So their continuity is probably the best, but I don't want to force anyone to do anything they don't want.
No, I mean,
Your thoughts?
I agree with you on that. That
Okay.
it makes the most sense, especially given where we are with some projects.
Great,
I feel strongly that I would like to stay on.
great.
But maybe Teddy, if you want to give up your alternate spot
Yeah.
to,
I
we
mean,
haven't had me and I are able to attend pretty regularly, so, but.
And we both really like it.
and you're
We-
still,
we like-
everyone is still more than welcome to show up to these meetings.
Yeah, they're all
and be a
public
part of it.
meetings.
They're all public.
Teddy, if you want to drop, I'm happy to be the alternate, but if you want to stay, great.
You can, let's get you, think it'd be good to have you
In there.
in there. So we'll do that. Mountain Pact, is Mian.
I could relinquish this one. It's really easy. It is just a lot. I mean, I think I'll probably still end up doing the same thing. It's a lot of like letter signing, email sending, about various initiatives. You know, I would say the one thing that I would just caution is that sometimes with these initiatives, there are some like regional sensitivities at play to just make sure that you are looking through the unintended consequences of something that you maybe think is slightly more innocuous in regards to our regional surrounding communities. But it's easy, like you just, you'll just sign on for emails and just kind of try and make sure that everybody else can sign on things.
I'm sorry, I feel a little ignorant to exactly what Mountain Pact, like, can you just give a brief description? Because I feel like I don't really know what Mountain Pact does.
So it's environmental. So that's the other, like, if anybody else is like on like the environmental track, as far as committees go, I feel like this might be a good one to kind of have. And I can't remember if I took this over from Delaney or if I always had it. Do you remember?
You took it over from.
I took it over from Delaney. It's not, that tracks actually. So, but it's really easy. Like you really are just like, there's, when there's like a call to action or something that's going on legislatively, it's making sure. Great. Maria, I've had it. It's yours. Anna's great. She'll send you emails. I'll let her know that you're going to take over.
Thanks.
Perfect. That brings us to Club 20. That is myself, and Mian. My schedule conflicted, so I didn't attend them. Happy to step away from it. If someone,
I think that's a mayor thing.
is it a mayor thing?
Yeah. I'm pretty positive.
Okay. And so mayor and mayor pro tem should be the two?
Yeah.
All right, that's fair. Climate mayors, sounds pretty much the same. And then we go to CAFE, which is Mian and Elena as our last one, and would love both of your thoughts.
I'd like to step back. This sort of consistently has a scheduling challenge for me with other commissions. I really love this organization so much. But I think I'd rather participate when I'm able and then have somebody else that can consistently be there. And I do think having two representatives makes sense.
Yeah, so in a similar position, I have missed a couple meetings recently, just because of life scheduling. But I love being part of CAFE. I feel like I've, built relationships with a lot of the leaders on that board, and and that, is time and trust. And I would really like to stay on this, even though I do have to acknowledge that recently I have missed a few meetings, and I regret that, but
When does that meet?
which Wednesday is it? It's Wednesdays. Hold on, I can pull it up on my calendar. It's one that like automatically goes on my calendar.
Usually late afternoon, right?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, we have one tomorrow. It's 3:30 to 5 every third Wednesday. Is it always every third Wednesday? Oh, last Wednesday of every month. 3:30 to 5 usually. 4th.
This one would not be the last Wednesday, of
Right,
course, because of
yeah.
the holidays. Yes.
Okay, that's why it's tomorrow.
Right, and where does that meet?
It's usually either at AHA or sometimes at the Telluride Foundation.
And Zoom, I feel like.
Yeah,
a
a
lot of
lot
times
of
I,
people
like,
are on
could-
Zoom because it
yeah.
is regional. So like people in Norwood and, a lot of people hop on Zoom and that's very like normal and okay.
Will I get to speak Spanish?
You could.
Yeah, there's moments where we speak Spanish. We also just started using a translation software and having a live translator, which is really cool.
Very cool.
Yeah, so like technology has really made those meetings more
Interactive and productive.
yeah.
Call
Yeah,
it Kathy?
collaborative action
Mhm.
for immigrants. Yeah.
Mhm.
It's a great.
Yeah, I would jump on that one.
And do you,
I would like to stay on it. I just had to like acknowledge that I have missed a couple meetings recently just because of life. And if somebody could do a
And so
better
that could
job.
be, so it could be 2 and then an alternate,
I don't think
it
we have
looks
an
like?
alternate for that.
no,
it's
2.
or no?
And I'm always happy to, I mean, I probably still will like
Yeah,
pop in. I love this organization.
too,
It just.
yeah.
Because if
schedule-wise,
there's
it
a
just works.
conflict I have, like, I can't be there till 4:30 or something, if I could.
I mean,
Do you feel like consistently you'd have that?
yeah,
conflict?
because it is
In the win-
3:30 to 5.
Yeah, in the winter, I know already I have some Wednesdays booked with ski lessons already.
I mean, I think that of all, I mean, not of all commissions, I think it's really important that like we are present. I think
Mhm.
that our presence is incredibly meaningful. So
You said it's the
I
the
can.
last Thursday?
The last
do it.
Wednesday
Last
of
Wednesday.
the month, and except this month, it's early because of the holidays. And I know you work with like the Indigenous community, and so I was gonna see like if there's a good overlap there in terms of
Yeah. no problem.
connecting some conversations. But I don't wanna, I feel like I'm talking too much right now, so I'm gonna stop.
no.
I mean,
Not at all.
will say like that was sort of my initial inclination
Yeah.
was that Maria, this would be a good committee for Maria because of that,
Sure.
you know?
And for me, it's the consistency of,
But it had, like, we just have to be consistent with
Right.
this group. I think that that's.
That's part of why I would like to stay on.
That's
Yeah.
fine, Maria.
Sure.
Yeah, run.
Yep.
okay, great.
Thank you.
Last chance to, if anyone has any concerns about any of the appointments, now is your time to say something. Seeing no one saying anything, we've got about 15 minutes before lunch. Zoe, I would love for you to get started
Yes.
on your management.
Kyle has been waiting so patiently this morning, knowing that we might move up.
Mayor, the assigned during the annual meetings, I know we did talk about it, but just out of fairness, do we want to just have a discussion around Block 23 and THA? I think we're all going to continue to advocate for ourselves on those ones, but it does feel most fair to just briefly have the discussion.
About what?
Yeah. I
THA.
was under the impression from Tiffany and the discussion we had that we've already had that set. If anyone wants to revisit that we set, we can, but I think we're in a good space.
Yeah, I'm not asking to change anything, but it just felt worth at least acknowledging because those are very important boards and yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
At my recollection from the last meeting, we had a little bit of a time crunch and we decided to appoint just that time. It was for our newest member, the 7th member, didn't have the opportunity to participate, but it was timely and we kind of had to do it. So I'm comfortable with what we decided last meeting.
just didn't want to leave it unsaid. We
Yep,
can move on.
Tiffany?
Thank you.
And just to clarify, default being on town council, Maria is also part of the full THA board as well as Block 23, just not an officer of either one of those.
Yep. Perfect. With that, we will roll quickly to our agenda item, which is the manager's report. If you're scoring at home, that would typically be agenda item 13 much later in the day, but we're taking advantage of some time.
Then Tiff, have you been sent the presentation or you have it? Oh, perfect. Sorry, Kyle, you're on it. You have 15 minutes.
Good morning, yeah, I'll take this one. Thanks for your time, appreciate it. Wanted to just meet and kind of go over the annual snow and ice operations, especially for new council, so welcome.
Thank you.
And at any point during the presentation, just let me know. We can pause to answer any questions because it's probably key to hit it at those moments of the slide versus at the end, so feel free to interrupt. What I'd like to go over today is really the operations for snow plowing and removal. Go over the priority routes and maps, recent operational changes, and then of course, best practices nearing the end. So the overview, our focus for Telluride Snow Plan is to provide a transportation network that is safe as possible for the conditions that exist. The objective is to reduce snow and ice hazards on the road for the safety of your community. It is the goal and the intent of Public Works to provide timely, efficient, and cost-effective winter maintenance, snow removal, and ice control in the roadways and the municipalities for the safety and benefits of the town resident, visitors, and general public. And then, of course, to support travel or emergency services during snow and ice events.
Can you speak into the mic?
Thank you. Some of our decisions that kind of bounce throughout the day, of course, is for public safety, budget and staffing, equipment availability, and environmental conditions. For this last event, we were short our superintendent, our supervisor, our hook lift truck, but we did have a very new staff. Actually, every single one of them is new to the Telluride Snow and Ice operations, but have done a fantastic job during that first event. So knowing that they're new, we had at the beginning of the year, we did it was a 1.5-day class that we focused on the science behind snow and ice, went over equipment operations, chaining up safety. And I can't tell you, like, I'm so proud of this current staff for snow and ice control. A lot of them have equipment history, but not so much specific to Telluride. And they are definitely learning, but they are dominating in the equipment operations and just how quick they're learning to safely operate and maneuver around the town. So some of the resources that we use, of course, we have our town employees and our town equipment, but we also do utilize contractors, being for any of the town properties that have sidewalk that front the properties, we contract that service out. That way our crew focuses on the streets and then our contractors focus on the sidewalks. And then we do also have a contract for our public parking. And so when those get to a critical point, we will call upon that contractor to come in and perform that snow removal as well. So just to go over some of the definitions, because when we throw out these terms, I know a lot of people get confused. And so if there's still confusion after the definitions, just let me know. We can kind of go over some of these as we're going through. A snow event is a period of snowfall that requires active public works plowing operations. That is during the event. That is when we're seeing snow accumulation. That is when all of the windrows that everyone hates are produced. And not to be confused with the actual snow removal during the snow event. That is when we are not picking up snow. We are simply plowing and creating those windrows. So snow plowing is clearing the streets during a snow event. We start with our priority routes, and I'll kind of go over those here in a second. We are down to, that kicked me off for some reason.
I'm again, sorry.
That's okay. Let's see. Share. Perfect. Oh. Yeah, thank you. So we start off with our priority 1 routes, and we continue until all those streets are plowed. So we'll go through the priority routes, which includes our main spur between the roundabouts, Main Street from Mahoney to the east end, where the bus turnaround is at, Galloping Goose route, and then of course the school bus routes. That is our priority 1. That's where you're going to see the equipment from the start of that event. They will remain on priority 1 until they are complete, and then they'll move to the priority 2s, which is all the surrounding streets that connect into those priority 1s. Of course, the neighborhood streets, the bike path along the spur, and then of course alley and access roads. And so in an event that we clear all the priority 1 streets and that event is continuing, they will fall back to priority 1s, because that again is the primary streets that we need to be focused on to get people throughout town. and then we'll fall back to 2. So if we have a week-long event or even a several days event, we will be focusing on those priority 1s more so than the priority 2s. And so there could be a situation where a 2 could have a significant amount of snow and won't be plowed until priority 1 streets are completed. Just for everyone's knowledge, the windrow is what is graded off the plow. So when they're plowing the road, our typical plow width, we have a 14-foot moldboard on the grader, but at an angle it goes down to 2. And most of our white fleet trucks are really reduced down to a 10-foot. So you can imagine we're rolling 14 feet down a street, and you got cars coming at you. It gets pretty narrow for our grader and our loaders. So those big pieces of equipment are limited to where they can go and where they can safely operate. Just for example, that last event we had, which was like December 2nd, when we're talking what these windrows could do is anywhere you have parking on both sides of the street, it's already narrow for 2 cars to get by. So you can imagine now you have a windrow that's produced on each side next to the car. These windrows from this last event were arranged from 2.5 feet to 3 foot high with 2 to 3 foot wide. So now you've really created a one lane. And so that's kind of for further discussion of when we're talking, is there a possibility to increase parking by not having the snow storage from November to April? That's kind of that safety barrier that we have to have that discussion. It really reduces it down to a one-way. So that's a possibility, but just knowing that when those windrows are created, they do not get removed until that scheduled date on that street. So they will remain in place if there's not a snow storage on one of the sides. So when there's snow storage, like on the south side of Columbia, all the snow gets pushed over to that side versus creating that windrow in front of the cars. So that is a benefit of having snow storage, but I also understand, the limitation of parking. So that's always a conversation that we can have about, is there an option to remove it? But just knowing that there's some disadvantages of doing so. And then snow removal is following the event. When the event is over and priority 1 and 2s have been completed, then we move into the snow removal operations. And that's where we move to the assigned date, which I'll have maps here in a second. But that's where we physically remove the snow. And now that snow gets placed down at our public works facility. In the past, we did have some other locations we were able to store to cut down that travel time for the equipment, but we solely just take it right now to our public works facility, which we have 2 dump trucks at the moment that do that hauling back and forth. And so when you're looking at timing of that pickup from that last event, which was 8 inches on the one day, a truck gets filled with only 50 feet of plowing. So if you were to have a 10-foot lane, plow out 50 feet, that snow is what fills a dump truck. So you can imagine how slow that process is to actually pick up the snow versus it's a lot faster when you're doing the plowing operation at Clear Street. It's just the snow removal that takes a significant amount of time. That's delayed a little bit, sorry. So here's a map of the priority streets that kind of show you Colorado, Maine, and then the Galloping Goose route, and then as well as around the schools. The snow removal rotation map. This has changed in the past. We've been working off of this map for the last 2 years, including this upcoming winter. This was to improve efficiency and really optimize the equipment usage. So before it was kind of this just spread out through town where you had a Monday, a couple streets on the west end, north, south, and east. Well, we're going to optimize that equipment. It takes a lot longer to get through that snow removal process. Even with this and having him in close proximity, I can't think of one time that we were able to clear all the streets that are listed on that particular day. And so that's where we've introduced that notification to where we've listed a red, yellow, green for those streets to help identify which streets are going to be have that snow removal on that particular day. And then green where we're pretty confident we're not going to get to those streets. So we're allowing parking to continue that way. We're trying to avoid having people move their car only to come back for that snow not to be removed. So that's where you get the text message and you'll be able to see the list of the streets that are planned for that day. There are situations where it is planned for a red or yellow and you moved your car or cars got ticketed and there was not any snow removed. And that's usually an off the wall situation. Like this last event, we had a pretty good accident off of Willow. And so all of our crews deployed over to Willow. So then there was several streets that didn't get, that had the snow removed for that particular day when they were identified as that red or yellow. So the public parking lots that are done by the contractors. So Carhenge is actually one that's done in-house, and that's because there's no parking from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. So we have crews that come in. We have one member that comes in at 3 every day through the winter. That way we can make sure that we're on top of any surprise storm that comes in, any ice that needs to be managed. And then if that on-call personnel is in need of help, they call in another individual, and then the rest of the team works from 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. and that's 7 days a week. So we have a pretty good crew from Monday to Friday, and then it does get reduced a little bit through the weekend, but we do have that 7-day week assistance for snow and ice control. Lot L, Shandoka, Lot B, for those parking lots, those we try to do half at a time, and that requires a lot more notification through the newspaper, through text, through social media. We try to inform all those folks, including signs out front, and we'll allow parking on half of the lot, and then we'll do snow removal for the other half, and then we'll switch on the alternate date to get all the snow removed from the parking lots. This last event, I would say that the parking lots get it the worst because they're not removed under the cars. And right now that ice is so dense that it's extremely, slippery. So I'm sure all of us have noticed that, whether you're at Clark's Market or in one of these parking lots, that ice right now is the hardest thing to manage. And hopefully after this presentation, it'll create some more snow to come because we definitely need it. But it also could be the worst thing we can have, because when you get these cold temperatures and the champagne snow on top of this ice, you get a visual that you can actually physically walk on it. And it's almost like that avalanche effect where it just shears from your feet, and it's a lot slipperier than if you were to see it as ice. When you have that little blanket cover of champagne snow, it could be really bad. So be curious to see the next event that comes in, and hopefully we get a little more thaw with this good weather just to get rid of the ice and then let it snow. And
I have a question, Kyle. So I know that like on the main streets, it looks like put down some gravel to try and help, especially on like the shady side of the street where it gets really icy like that. Do we expand that beyond just Main Street? Like, are there any problem spots where we throw that gravel down to help
absolutely
mitigate what you're talking about?
Yeah, so there's several chemicals that we use and non-chemical. We try to limit the chemical usage. So that is one of the plans that we do when we see an upcoming event. We have a tanker truck that's mag chloride, so that's a liquid application. One of the things that we're changing over to, we should have our hook lift truck in this week. We had a control issue, but technology has switched over to a pencil spray versus a fan spray, and that's to help break through the ice. So mag chloride is used on the spur, and that's that liquid application, and it acts as two things. One, it acts as almost like oil on a pan where you put that down and it prevents the snow from sticking. And then it also has a lower freezing temperature up to -15 degrees, where it'll actually suck in the moisture from the snow, and it'll actually allow it to stay in the liquid state at colder temperatures. And then we have our granular material that we put down, and you're absolutely right. We put that down wherever we have steep incline where it's super slippery, but we also have introduced salt into that mix because the gravel helps as traction, but it's not doing anything with the ice. And so the salt will help. Once again, it takes in that moisture, it has to activate, which has been real tough with these temperatures, turns it into a liquid state. So it actually will, will drain, and we'll get into why the flow line is so important. Because if that melt has nowhere to go, all you're doing is transferring one issue from one part of the road down into the flow line into the curb and gutter.
You get a little ice skating rink.
And you get an ice skating rink. That's horrific. Yep. And then, so there's two types of salts. We have a Utah salt that's called Ice Slicer. That is basically mag and salt mixed. Red is the natural color of that salt, so it's not like we're putting down that we're creating this, chemistry piece of salt. That's the color of the salt from Utah, and then all it has is a mag application to it. And what that does is it allows, because you have to activate the salt. If you don't have moisture, it's not going to activate, then it won't start to solidify. So the mag again helps that reaction occur. So you'll see that on the road as well. You'll see that red salt being applied, and we do apply it near the school, Willow, Townsend, Aspen, wherever we have those steep inclines, we'll apply that. And then we'll typically go more towards the white salt when it's on a sidewalk, just because that ice slicer does, I say burns hotter, but it reacts hotter. So it is a little more sensitive to, dogs. So we try to keep that off the sidewalk and crosswalks where there's going to be, foot traffic. That answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, a couple of thoughts and would love to hear some reactions for you on the topic of those like ice flows, especially on the south portion of town. Some of that's inherent. That's the shady part of town. It's also the lowest elevation. So water flows down towards the river, freezes there. I have had at least a couple businesses mentioned some of those ice flows on the streets. Obviously, it's not priority one, but is there more mitigation that we're doing or just haven't gotten a chance to get to yet on some of those just to help break and clear some of those large skating rinks to use?
Yeah, so it is the south side of Maine is I mean, it's a nightmare.
Yeah.
So that's actually the reason for what that 3 a.m. personnel that comes in. So it's being treated every day. And it's just the recurring of the melting. So you have it cleared and then it'll melt and then you have this flash freeze and it fills right back up. And so the challenge of it is when the proper maintenance for snow and ice control is as a property owner is obviously removing the snow off your sidewalk, not putting it in the flow line, but then it's that constant of clearing any of that slush out of there so that flow can continue. Because as soon as you don't, a car tire pushes the slush into the flow line, backs up, then it just creates that all over again. So we'll run the maintainer, which is the motor grader, down that stretch in the morning. And then we're actually starting today. We're training the crew. They were at the post office today and at the park training with this piece of equipment. It's called the Arctic Shark, which I've talked about in the past. Star pattern where it just rolls and it actually introduces air pockets into the ice to help that process of melting. And so we have those tools that we're using, but this is, I swear I said this 2 years ago, this is the worst snow you could get. And I think this is even worse than the 2 years ago of just that huge thaw. It was a lot of snow up front thaw, and it just keeps reintroducing itself back on the south side. But they'll continue to just poke and try to get rid of the ice, applying more chemical than usual, but it's we're hoping just to relieve that for the next event.
Yeah, it's a tough position, and there's probably only so much you can do. It is a thing that people notice. It does impact people. The other thought I'd just share quickly on clearing the roads, especially as we're trying to encourage more e-bike usage and cycling. Even when there's just a little bit of ice there, it does present a challenge. I'm a year-round cyclist myself. I feel confident in my own skills, but I know it does put some people off. I know one of your challenges is as you work to clear literally every last fleck of ice on the street, you now are impacting the asphalt itself, and then then it digs that up, and then we have to repair that this next summer. So it's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah.
A little bit, but I just wanted to hear any thoughts on that balance and how much you even feel like you can completely clear all the ice off the streets.
Yeah, with the equipment, there is no physical way to clear all the ice off of the street. You'll see on the south side of Maine, even with the road grader hitting it, you'll have those, it looks like balls,
Yeah.
right? So it can't even physically, because it's got a trip and it's just going to constantly ride over where it can, versus if you put that down pressure, because you want to float it, put down pressure, you're basically just ripping up the road.
Yeah.
And that's the same thing that happens on the curb and gutter. You get that grader too close, you start ripping the ice, you'll start ripping out the curb and gutter. And so there's definitely there's definitely some hardships of it. And the other side of the south side is early morning snowplow operations, clear the road, and then the businesses clear the sidewalk. And so that gets thrown in the parking area only to get compacted to then get just, layers and layers of ice. So it's coming up with that process of being able to clear the sidewalks to at least get it out into the street without the parked cars to where it can actually be picked up and moved to the center. So that's a challenge that, I have ideas, but I think it'd be worth the conversation of how we can manage that with the businesses to make sure that that's just not getting dumped, because they do it all at random times. Some have different contractors, some do it themselves. So there's never consistency on when that snow is moved. Then you have some that have the heated sidewalks, which is good and bad. It melts the snow, but if the flow lines are blocked, now that water is just either making its own path down the rest of the sidewalk to only refreeze. So there's just some challenges that are definitely worth exploring and trying to see what we can do to provide some solutions. It'll never all go away, but I definitely think there's some options to make things better.
Thanks, Kyle.
Sorry to jump in with the questions. I thought we were gonna wait till the end, but just along the south side lines, if you're going all the way west, when you guys are plowing, it's been brought to my attention that you're plowing street snow onto the little piece of sidewalk that's attached to Lot B, and the Longwell homeowners are responsible for plowing and clearing that sidewalk. So if you guys could make a note to try not to cover that sidewalk, or at least help them to remove that snow. And across the street from that, on another note, where the river trail leaves Mahoney and heads east, it's this deep of water, because the snow that gets plowed off of Pacific Avenue goes right over, used to go into the shrubs that are gone now. And it just takes all that snow, goes right onto the river trail. And that's the only access unless you're walking underneath the awnings of Lulu City. And it's this deep in water. Last night, 2 people I saw
gotcha.
like ankle deep in water. And so there's gotta be, you gotta mark it, you gotta drain it. Maybe there's a giant vacuum to suck it out, but that's a big issue. And also the bike sidewalk is not plowed. So bikes are still pedaling on the road, not on the sidewalk, because it's all snowy. So a
Gotcha.
couple things
Okay.
as far as the west end goes,
Perfect.
please,
So
to
yeah,
take note of.
yeah. So I'll
And I
clear-
can email you directly to remind you.
Nope, and I'm good. So I know the exact date when the grader came by. Again, new operator, not an excuse. But the reason I appreciate him is because he admitted to it. He came, he says, "Hey, I buried that. I'm gonna go get a shovel." So I
Right.
cleared off that walk because I was like, "No, stay out there." So I physically.
It's heavy to shovel when it's been plowed there.
Oh, yeah,
So
super dense. The bike path is actually one of the priorities. So that's been.
I mean, the
plowed.
river trail is,
We
yeah.
don't plow the river trail, but the river trail to the new 10-foot walk. So that was plowed because that's where we used the snow blower. We got the tool cat on there.
but before the sidewalk
Where
on the
it's dirt.
south side, where it's only the river trail is,
Got it.
there's nowhere for people to walk because it's just this deep in water. The snow melts right there. There's nowhere for the snow to go. I mean, unless you're gonna push it all the way into the river, I don't know. There's gotta be a solution because it can't be
Yeah,
like
because
that.
there's a little bowl there and
I mean, it's never been like that before. I lived there for 16 years. So I'm just saying that
Gotcha.
it's for public safety. It needs to be addressed.
For okay,
Please.
I'll take a look at that. Yep,
Thank you.
absolutely. Yep.
And Kyle, just to help with clarification, and maybe this is for me,
Mm.
the river trails also Parks and Rec does a lot of the trail maintenance for that piece where Public Works is Marioish right away in some of those sidewalks.
Correct.
So that's
This one
combined.
is unique because Public Works took over the maintenance on this stretch that you're talking about because the sidewalk ends and we're waiting
Mhm.
for the bridge to be reconstructed 2026, 2027. And so when they tie that in, it'll fix that profile.
Mhm.
But for now, there's like this
Yeah.
little bowl there and all we have to do is if we just grade out that low point, it'll self-drain.
Mhm.
So that's all we have to do.
Okay.
And for council, as you are getting comments from the public, if you direct for any topic to me as the town manager, I'm happy to disseminate to the appropriate department head. But that's the best, most effective way to help address any concerns.
Yeah, maybe we could just use it as a teaching moment real quick. I've
Sure.
sat down with council members before and I'll sit down with Marva and Kristen. Of course, you've been here before. But just a reminder, I think what Zoe is saying there is if you're giving feedback, it's not appropriate for council to directly approach staff and say, hey, go clean this sidewalk over here. Go address this garbage situation
Oh,
over
wait, would you
there.
please ask Kyle about this section of River Trail? where
But
there's
happily
no
do
sidewalk?
that. Yep.
No, and this form's fine, because we're
Right.
all here.
I did it.
Yeah.
But the example I use is if you're walking down Main Street and you see something, it's not appropriate to wave down the operator and say, can you do X, Y, and Z? You would be involved then in supervising or directing a town employee, which is not the role of town council.
So
So that goes through the manager's office, and there's good reason for that. We don't want to get you, the elected officials, involved in day-to-day supervision, nor is it actually protected by our insurance provider, who would be in a situation, let's say if something came out of that, a lawsuit, you would not be afforded a defense if you were directly involved in supervising or directing town employees. So it's important for you, it's important for the public.
Thanks, Kevin.
Thanks. Little teaching moment there that
Sure.
Sorry.
No, go ahead, Kyle. You're good.
So just that notification, it's text no to 38276, and that's where you get those notifications for the list of what streets will be for the snow removal. And then it'll also let you know if we're currently in an event that all streets are green and you're safe to park on that street, even if the sign states that date. One of the things that we'll continue to do, but in not so much detail, is we will also attempt to put out cones. Don't rely on the cones to be out, because there's going to be these events where they're understaffed, but we'll be placing those cones next to the vehicles just to also give that visual of like, oh, the street's going to be for snow pickup. I better move my car.
And everyone, it's bit.ly/TOT streets to get that parking notifications. They work. I get them.
The best. I
Every
like
spreadsheet
it.
Works.
It's great.
And I'm
Sign
gonna
up.
butcher this for Lindsay, but thank you to the community, because over the we've done this now for 2 years, third year. And we have how many people subscribe now? 1,000
Pretty good.
of our constituents. Yeah.
And just so
Step up to the microphone, please.
Should get everyone and anyone should be signed up for these notifications.
So one of the things that we've done over the last year is you can text Telluride to 38276. You will get every single text the town sends. That includes snow removal notifications, which is new this year. If you ever want to unsubscribe, you can just text stop and then resubscribe to the feeds that you're interested in. Snow will get you exclusively the snow removal notifications. So we set this up for Bluegrass. We set this up for Jazz, Blues and Brews, like all of our other
Town
major events.
construction.
And town construction, we have a handful of threads. And you'll see that throughout the year, but Telluride will get you covered for everything, 38276. And that's that. And then I guess additionally, if we want to touch
Yeah.
on that. So additionally, we're working on a GIS map, which would be interactive, run by our Public Works Department to mark what streets are going to be plowed that day. So you're going to see that priority in a visual rather than just in a list notice. So that'll be our parking and our snow removal map that we're going to be launching hopefully in the next month, but maybe much sooner. So you'll see some additional tools and resources and ways to visualize what's going on with our wonderful team at Public Works.
Great. Thank you, Lindsay.
Yeah. Thanks, Kyle.
And last but not least, kind of just going over some best practices and some municipal code. In accordance with municipal code 11-1-90, this is where it requires a sidewalk must be cleared within 12 hours after a storm event. This includes sidewalk, corners, pedestrian ramps, fire hydrants. So there is that question of if you're on a corner and you have that additional ramp, you are required to also remove the snow off that ramp to make it safe for the public. And that includes that includes the truncated domes, which is the metal plate that sits at the bottom. And the purpose of that truncated dome is for to help the blind to know that they're about to go into live traffic. And so clearing past that will help clear the flow line to allow that flow to go around those bump outs. And so I know visually that people are like, these bump outs are creating water dams. But what it is the flow line has not changed even from the existing. That slope and grade is the exact same. What it is you can imagine that for the curb and gutter, there's a 6-inch face. And so that's where the sidewalk drops down into where the water flows. That 6-inch space is holding back that water. So anytime you remove that face, whether it's a driveway, access ramp, accessibility ramp, that water spreads out to equivalent of 6 inches. So that's why it looks like the ramps that's taking on water. But if you clear the flow line, it'll keep flowing. So regardless if it was the old ramp, the new ramps, whenever you take away that face, it just has that visual look of that water spreading out. And so the picture you see here, this is not the ramp, but this is just particularly from the flow line being blocked. And this was right before Noel, where all that water that was thawed out was then just getting on the walk and creating an ice rink on the walk, which was a pretty big deal. So we had to get off of schedule, which is okay. It's better to make it safe here than, picking up snow, but we had to use pretty heavy equipment to remove that ice because it was such a flash freeze when it got out on the sidewalk. And so everyone, of course, just do your part, shovel your sidewalks. It's important to do it in a timely fashion before the foot traffic gets on. It compacts it, turns it into ice. It just makes it easier for those that are removing it. And then just spreading the word that you're not supposed to be putting the snow into the right of way. That's supposed to be put on green space private property. If you can't do that, you're supposed to be hauling it off. We've already seen several people clearing off the roof already, which I get, but they're just dumping it into an alley and then they leave it, which creates a berm, creates ice, and it creates a huge issue for the traffic that's trying to get through those alleys, including a semi that hit Silverjack already this year. So just let's all do our part and make sure we're not dumping that snow into the road because one, it's not efficient because at some point, the team's got to remove it and then it just creates a huge hazard for others.
Great, Kyle. Thanks for giving an update to us as well as the public. Let's pray for lots of snow to make Kyle's job miserable. I think that's what we. Elena.
Yeah, just a quick question. Could you update us and the public on kind of the steps towards electrification of the snow removal fleet? I know that's like something we've dreamed about, but I was wondering where we're at in that.
Yeah, so for our overall fleet, of course, we've got our second bus coming. That'll be all electric. We're the first in the United States to receive a grant for an all EV street sweeper. So that's in production. I was supposed to get it end of December. It's actually coming in March, and there was an issue with the battery, but the benefit of it is that we're not paying any additional, and it's going to be Tesla batteries, which I'm excited about. Everyone else like that, whatever. I ran the EV sweeper. I want to say it was 2 years ago during the 4th of July down the streets. That big green machine, but all electric. So we'll have that. Of course, we got the little gem that goes around with transit that get them to and from bus change out. We've got a EV utility truck that'll be floating around here starting January 1. That's going to be an all EV piece of equipment that will be a good way to get our crews around town just based on all EV. It looks like, you'll see it actually looks like a mini Hummer. We got word of it from Crested Butte. Crested Butte is pushing these out. And then, so we jumped on their bid and we got one of those coming as well. And then slowly just trying to transition equipment into all electric. So that's a pretty good push.
I'm really excited we're making progress in that. And I feel like we're heading in the right direction. So thank you for that update.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Kyle? Kyle, thank you very much for hanging patient in the back of the room and giving us that presentation. Continue good luck with all of the challenges of snow removal and how the locals respond to that. So we're a little sympathetic for you. And with that, we will continue with our manager's report well after lunch later in the meeting, and we will break for lunch now. restart the Town of Telluride Town Council meeting. It is Tuesday, December 16th, 2025, and it is 1:02 PM. First agenda item, post lunch is agenda item number 2, and that is public comment on non-agenda items. And each person will be allotted no more than 5 minutes, and overall public comment will be limited to 45 minutes per council meeting. Is there anybody in the room for general public comment?
Thanks.
Seeing,
If I want to recognize this special occasion, do you want me to wait?
yeah, wait for the agenda item. Yep, and then I'll call you
right.
and we'll be good. Thank you for that, Mark. Yep, and seeing no other public comment in the room, Tiffany, is there anybody online with their hands raised?
Yes, we have Mr. Tooley online. I will unmute him.
Great.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Fantastic. Doug Tooley. I am the one homeless resident of Mountain Village as of November 15th. Now in Yuma, maybe 20 miles from the border, Colorado River, and at the very end of the Colorado River drainage. Just a couple quick comments. From the last meeting, when you were reviewing the transfer warehouse developments, that's the second time it's come up before the council as agendized, with a direct focus on those problems. Some of you in the council and in the public may recall that I had brought up concerns about the project was clearly not going in the right direction. At the last meeting, Mayor Errico, you spoke about not wanting to throw people under the bus and mentioned the name Merrimack Partners. Unfortunately, there is quite a bit of local involvement in that problem. You also, in that same meeting, criticized folks who, have the NIMBY stereotype, who don't have a solution. However, there are times when it's just time to get rid of the people, to throw them under the bus, to use your words, as I have been done under the law and without proper cause. Now, we're all aware of the tragedy and the evil of the victim becoming the abuser, but there are people who politically play that, and it is inherent in the divisiveness of our politics today. I think the Democratic Party establishment has played to that in a way to drive away their working class, their workforce base. And that is just completely tragic. I will not name any names myself here today, but the participants, except for one, but the participants the local participants in that process have done so again and again, and have done so to me in that transfer warehouse process. And the one name to mention is former Mayor Murphy, and his use of the NIMBY attack, finding people to be acting maliciously and have a passive aggressive fashion during the quasi judicial hearing that happened on that. These are difficult issues to deal with, and I look forward to continue to work on that. Thank you.
Mr. Tooley, thank you very much. I just want to correct some information in that. Merrimack is the developer of the Four Seasons in Mountain Village, and I hold no ill will towards that group. Merriweather was the developer of the Telluride Transfer Warehouse, and throwing it under the bus was a comment towards the entire process for which Merriweather sold the transfer warehouse to Telluride Arts and absolved themselves of the responsibility of completing that project. So I just wanted to be clear with the factual information per my comments, since they were suggested what I said. Is there anybody else, Tiffany, online for public comment?
Seeing no additional hands raised.
All right, public comment will be closed on non-agenda items for this meeting. That brings us to agenda item number 3, presentations and proclamations. 3A, presentation of a service medallion to Kieran Lannon for his 8.5 years of service on the Historical and Architectural Review Commission. He is in the room, as well as Mark Shambaugh, who would like to say something as the chair of HARC, and we would love for you to step up to a microphone.
I've never heard anybody tell me they love to hear from me. But thanks. Raising expectations. Yes, it's a special day here in these chambers. And so I didn't want to miss it, but before I start, I'd be remiss if I didn't briefly say congratulations to the council on putting the people's business first in an urgent matter through this appointment process, which you've already said all the pluses that came with wonderful candidates. And I think you made a good choice, and congratulations, Councilperson Stark. I'm the first one to say that. I'm here to recognize Kieran Lannon. We all know Kieran, almost 9 years on HARC. And I've been, fortunately or unfortunately, there 10 years, and we said we were going to leave at the same time. But he's also chairman of the county's 250th year, this section 250th year celebration, as well as Colorado's 150th. So he's a pretty busy person. He has been so steadfast, and so when you talk about collaboration on this council, he's a person that really believes in it and tries to sow those seeds in our council meeting. But the collaboration beyond our meetings, with the involvement of the museum in so many historic events, the tours, well, I'll just leave it at that. Beyond his HARC duties is commendable, and certainly was related to HARC, and I hope we keep that link. He made a whole career out of history and historic preservation. I mean, that's more than any of us on this board have ever dedicated. And even though we all love history, and so that served the board very well. He always supported our 4 values, for which I guess the new council person, I got to hand out my pens, my HARC pens, but to our commitment to preservation, respect, efficiency, and consistency, our hardest value. He was always blind to the applicant with his adjudication and his votes. He never tired, even a few times at 11 o'clock or later, before Elena served as our liaison and cleaned up our act. We haven't been there past 10 since she joined us. Thank you. This is a day of thanks. And I'm just going to say, we're going to miss your calm demeanor, your very occasional jokes, or humor, I should say properly, your unrelenting commitment to the design guidelines and the land use code. Thanks doesn't even really do it here. If you had attended 10 years or 9 years of meetings like I have with him. We appreciate your outstanding service to history, this board, and our community. Thank you.
Mark, thank you very much for that. Typically in this scenario, I would read the letter that we drafted on behalf of town council for you. It would pale into comparison for what Mark has said. So I will leave it a little bit shorter and just really give a sincere thank you and for just about 9 years of service and having that different lens to speak towards HARC with your experience and role with the museum is something that is extremely commendable. We thank you for your time served. We know that positions can be thankless, and we hope that you can be used as a model for other leaders in this community to emulate and step up and contribute. So with that, I would just like to call you up and say thank you. And again, we really appreciate all of that time.
Maybe you gotta come around, Teddy.
Come around.
Don't worry. Just take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. You got this.
Look at that.
Oh, it's blushing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kieran.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to agenda item number 4, appointments to boards and commissions. Current board openings. The Telluride Town Council is accepting applications for current and upcoming vacancies from residents interested in volunteering their service on one of the following town's boards, committees, or commissions. Applications must be received by noon on Monday, December 29th, 2025, for possible consideration at the next town council meeting, January 6th, 2026. While we'd like to see the town of Telluride and some outside folks step up, let's hope some of those 9 other leaders that were in the room this morning are hearing this and would step up to this need. Board of Adjustment and Appeals, 4 regular seats for a 1 or 2 year term, 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term. Commission for Community Assistant Arts and Special Events, 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county resident. Ethics Commission, 3 alternate public at large seats for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident, 1 regular public at large seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Open Space Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county resident. Parks and Recreation Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Planning and Zoning Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident at least 1 year. Please note that town council may choose to appoint a sitting alternate to a regular seat vacancy. And should that occur, council reserves the right to appoint any applicant to an alternate position. That brings us to agenda item number 5, the consent calendar. I attest that everyone in their town council seat has read the minutes, and unless there's any further discussion on the meeting minutes and the consent calendar, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve the consent calendar as presented.
Second.
We have a motion from Dan and a second from Mian. Dan, how do you vote?
And yes.
Ian, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Oh,
Sorry, sorry.
Maria, yes.
The last meeting, sorry.
Elena, yes.
Ashley, yes.
And Teddy, yes. The consent calendar is approved unanimously. That brings us to agenda item number 6, public hearing. 6A, at the request of the appellant and appellee, I move to continue this public hearing to the town council meeting on February 24th, 2026 at 1:20 p.m. And this item was the consideration of an appeal filed on September 3rd, 2025 by Otten Johnson of the August 20th, 2025 Historical and Architectural Review Commission approval with conditions of the Stender residents.
Second.
And so, do we have a motion?
You made the
Me-
motion.
You made the motion.
No, I was just reading the agenda item. Yeah, I wasn't
Sorry.
making them.
Sorry.
I heard it as a motion
Okay,
too.
sorry. I just,
So let's,
I just want to
let's
make
back
sure.
up, 'cause
back up.
We had a,
Get a motion, can't you?
Yes.
certainly.
Yeah,
you
but
could.
I wanted to read the item that was postponed. So that's why I read it. So it wasn't the motion.
And council, I did provide for you a draft of the motion.
So I'll make, at the request of the appellant and appellee, I move to continue this public hearing to the town council meeting on February 24th, 2026 at 1:20.
We have a motion from Mian
Second.
and a second from Kristen. Mian, how do you vote?
Ian, yes.
Kristen.
Yes.
Maria, yes.
Elena, yes.
Ashley, yes.
And yes.
And Teddy, yes. The item will be continued to February 24th, 2026. That brings us to agenda item number 7, public hearing, 7A, second reading and approval of an ordinance of the town of Telluride, Colorado, establishing certain water and wastewater rates and charges for 2026. And Kaylee Ranta is in the hot seat.
Thanks. There have not been any changes since the first reading of the water and wastewater rates for 2026. During the budget process, staff recommended a 5% increase in each of the utilities. We thought it was important to continue to build up those reserves to repair and replace aging infrastructure. And that was approved during the 2026 budget process and would take effect January 1st, 2026, and would be seen in the January bills that come out beginning of February.
Great. Kaylee, thank you very much. This is a second reading. Are there any questions from council for Kaylee? Seeing none, this is also a public hearing. Is there anybody in the room to comment on this agenda item? Seeing none, Tiffany, is there anybody online with their hand raised? Seeing nobody online, unless there's any further discussion, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve on second reading an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, establishing certain water and wastewater rates and charges for.
Second.
We have a motion from Mian and a second from Ashley. Mian, how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Ashley, yes.
Maria, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Elena, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. Kaylee, thank you very much. That brings us to agenda item number 8, work sessions. 8A, review and discussion of special events occurring on town property in 2025. And we have Stephanie Jacquet sitting up to the microphone.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Nice to meet you. I'm Stephanie Jacquet. I'm the Parks and Recreation Director, and you're gonna probably get tired of listening to me. I got 3 items in a row, which I think might be a record for me. So we're gonna start by talking about the 2025 special event season, and we're gonna talk about events of all sizes and types, but not just large events, which will come next. And these are events that happen on town property specifically. So just a little bit of background. I think most of you are very familiar with events, but we define special events as gatherings that are open to the public. We have 3 categories based on size of event. We have minor events, which are less than 1,000 people per day, medium, which is between 1,000 and 3,000, and major, which is greater than 3,000. There's also sections of the municipal code that directly address special events. In addition, we have the special event policies that get approved by CASE every year. Special events cross over pretty much every town department, so a lot of staff has their involvement as well. And then, as we talk about often, there's both benefits and impacts associated with events for the community and the region as a whole. So I first of all want to thank Amanda Baltzley. She's on much needed vacation after a busy event season, as you will see. She helped prepare for this meeting, and she might be on Zoom, but listening in from her vacation. But we did analysis to show you all the different types and organization types, event types, duration, and facility use for what equates to 47 unique events that happen on town property in pretty much all between May and October. So it's very busy. The majority are minor events, so that's under 1,000 people. The majority also are put on by nonprofit organizations. The vast majority, 29 out of 47, are free to attend, which is great for our community. The majority are also single day duration, and almost all of them have exclusive use of town property during their event. And you have a detailed event summary as one of the exhibits in the packet that shows how each event categorizes based on that table. We had some changes in 2025. There were 3 events that did not occur in 2025 that are part of the annual calendar usually. That was Wild West Fest, Telluride Arts Community Event, and the Aha Ha Ha exhibit, which took place at Elks Park. We also had 10 new events in 2025. The Show Bar concert series happened at the North Oak Mall 4 different Thursday evenings throughout the summer. We had a Telluride Education Foundation fundraiser, Telluride, known as the School Supper Club. The Box Canyon Running Series occurred after, I think, a 1 or 2 year break. We had Camp Alderwild, which was a new major event. And then next 3 were street closures, which only received a 1 year approval, Alley Fest, when dishwashers were King's premiere, and the Kodo 50th birthday party. We spend a lot of time talking about fees, and we've done a lot of work over the last several years to increase fees and make sure that we're collecting fees for use of town property where we can and where it's appropriate. So just a quick overview of the different types of fees that we collect, and this is town-wide. There's the event permit fee, which is an administrative fee based on the event size. Admission fee, which is a per person per day fee based on, once again, size. And then that's only for events that charge for the attendees to attend the event on public property. So not all events pay an admission fee. We also have rental fees for a lot of our facilities, we try and avoid crossover with people who pay an admission fee, because then we're collecting money twice. So pavilion, stage and catering, fields, and the campground. We also collect direct expenses associated with expanded town services. So if an event decides to extend the goose hours, or if they need to dispose of septage at the wastewater treatment plant, or they rent campsites for a smaller event, or increase our bandwidth on our internet. These are direct expenses that we get reimbursed for. We also have utility usage above baseline utility use in the park, and we implemented our second of 3 phases in 2025, and Parks and Rec Commission directed the 3rd phase for 2026. So we're always expanding on that program. And then various license fees, business license, special event liquor permit, and drone licenses. And then there's sales tax remittance. So this is directly related to sales during the event on town property. That all gets collected and remitted to the finance department. And then we have a few kind of random other fees, like Zone 1 use for major festival camping. And then the Camp Alderwild event had a fee associated with Marshal Reserve officer pay. So in general, we increased the fee collection for 2025 compared to 2024 by almost 16%. The bulk of that came in the form of the admissions fee, because there was an inflationary adjustment that took effect in 2025. But you can see we collected a total of $567,000 in 2025 and $478,000 in 2024. And this is a breakdown of all events, how they fall within each category. And then in terms of how each fee factors into the percentages, you can see the majority of the fees come from admission fees at almost 48%, followed by tax remittance, and then rental fees, direct expenses, they make up about 10% each. So there's always new initiatives that we work on each year. And when I say we, it's not just Parks and Rec, it's all town departments. And a lot of times it's stuff directed by council. We continue to work on making sure that all major and medium events comply with the local ticket program, which is now formalized in the municipal code. We also adjust and revisit fees on a regular basis. So the admission fee had an inflationary adjustment. And then also we adjusted stage and catering facility fees. And then, as I mentioned, the phase 2 of our utility billing policy got implemented. We also continue to track town expenses. The small event campsites program, I think we just finished our 3rd year maybe. This is specifically for staff and volunteers of smaller events, mostly medium events, but some minor events too, where we allow them to reserve ahead of time up to 8 campsites, and then they can provide that to their staff and volunteers. This is something that got implemented to address the challenges with the lodging, pricing mostly, and it's been a successful program. We also do a post-event survey every year to get feedback from the various events on the permitting process, on staff interaction, facility use, and so forth. And we're hoping to incentivize more participation in that survey, because we hear from some, but not all. And then continuing to analyze community benefits, impacts, and cost recovery. And included in your packet is an economic impact report that Kira Skinner with Telluride Tourism Board put together for 2024 music events. We are working with her and the other events to expand that to include film festival and mountain film for next year. Items that we're going to work on for the upcoming year, 2026, is one of your goals and objectives is to improve the timelines and efficiency of special event contracting. And there's already a process and timeline in place for that. So we're going to be several months ahead of where we've been in the past. Also, thank you in the budget process for approving a part-time seasonal special events coordinator. That's something that we will look forward to filling and having additional support for Amanda with the coverage of 47 events on town property in a 5-month period. And then we'll continue with the local ticket program. We'll roll out the next and likely final phase of the utility billing. And then we'll always look for other fees that we can study and talk to our event partners about and implement for 2027. Also working with the wastewater treatment plant staff on standard operating procedures for fog and for septic disposal. Something that's been on our list and hopefully we'll have time for is high wind protocols for events. We've dialed in lightning, a little too much so it seems like, because we clear the park a lot, but so high wind is the next kind of natural threat that we want to be prepared for. And then, as I mentioned, tourism board, working with them to fully cover the events, major and medium size for economic impact statements. And then also the annual debrief, which is what we're doing today. And with that, I'd answer any questions.
Stephanie, thank you very much for that update on 2025 events on town property. Does anyone from council have any questions for Stephanie? Mia?
With our major festivals, I feel like we consistently have challenges with the connectivity as far as like cell phone usage goes, whether it's in the park or even outside of the park. Is that something that we've had conversations with the major festivals about and how we can mitigate that? Because I do feel it's not a great experience for our visitors if they can't connect with the people that they're attending these festivals with.
It's been a discussion that's come up in previous years, and then either the problem goes away or we don't hear about it directly. I mean, in Town Park, in terms of infrastructure, we have wireless network, Wi-Fi for backup, but during an event that gets locked down for festival operations. So it's definitely something I can talk to the event promoters about. We've brought in trailers for kind of a cellular tower in the past. And that's been something that the event has helped organize. But I'm happy to help facilitate discussions on that.
Yeah, and I had some conversations with some of the festivals about this specifically, and I would really, I think I've mentioned it every year, but I don't think I've been too heavy-handed about it, but I would really like to see a change in 2026, whether it is bringing in those towers for like AT&T or Verizon. I know that they each have their own, but I think it would be to all of our benefit. And I think for us as well, like I can't totally remember, but 4th of July may kind of fall into that same perspective. And so we as a town also have to bear that responsibility.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what the current technology options are and everything too, but
Awesome. Thanks.
yep, I made note of that.
Any other questions? Maria?
When I look at the economic impact, I was curious as to how that's differentiated from like a weekend where there isn't a festival. So does it include that or subtract that? So, because I've heard from merchants, which surprises me, that some of our festivals are actually bad for business because the parking's all taken and people aren't coming into the shops. So I'm just curious if there's sort of like a similar weekend, economic impact.
I would defer that to Kira Skinner. It looks like she's on Zoom whenever the appropriate time is. They do the whole development. We help provide data. So I don't, unless Zoe wants to try and respond to that one.
I would love
Yeah.
if I was-
Kira wants to chime in. That's great. She's there. We can unmute her.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Great question. These current economic impact reports just measure the economic impact of the events and don't compare to a non-event weekend. But that's something we can certainly look into moving forward.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Kira,
Thank you.
thanks for jumping in, Kira.
You bet.
Any other questions from council? Ashley?
I just have a quick question. On the slide when you were talking about like 2026 things, one of them, as you mentioned, was a seasonal position to help Amanda with the special events as a special event coordinator kind of position. Have you guys kind of explored like if that maybe is something that maybe is like kind of an internship? Like I was just thinking about college kids that come to town and, working in this industry or wanting to be either on the Parks and Rec side or on the event planning side. That might be an interesting avenue to get somebody, especially because it is a seasonal and part-time position.
Yep.
I just thought that was interesting. And I think that might be something really cool to reach out to either local kids or even nationally through the colleges.
Yeah, no, that's great. We do we hire a lot of seasonal positions for the summer, and our HR staff has helped expand that to local colleges and stuff too. So yeah, I'll make note of that. That's a great idea.
Any other questions from council for Stephanie? Since this is a work session on the special events that occurred on town property in 2025, is there anybody in the room for public comment on that? Seeing none, I will close public comment in the room on this agenda item. And Tiffany, does anybody have their hands raised? Seeing no hands raised for online questions. Stephanie, thank you very much for the debrief. That brings us to agenda item number 9, action items. Consideration of approval of a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, granting an exemption to SBG Productions Incorporated from the requirements of Telluride Municipal Code Section 11-4-20, advance notice of impacts for Telluride Jazz Festival in Town Park on August 7th, 8th, and 9th, 2026. Stephanie will remain in the hot seat. I would like to bring up, if council would like to discuss it, and a possible recusal for myself. I am a board member of the Telluride Society for Jazz. We own the Telluride Jazz Festival and contract with SBG Productions to produce it. I do not have a financial stake in any money received, and I don't have a financial stake in losses as well. And so it's up to council to make a decision if you're comfortable with me participating or you prefer I recuse myself.
I'm okay with it based off of no financial entanglements. Yeah, those are my initial.
I just felt the need to tell everybody.
I mean, and I actually feel slightly differently. I think even though there is, I mean, and hopefully someday there will be if the decisions are made correctly, but like, I think I would prefer that just in a preponderance of caution that, that you just recuse yourself from this event or this item.
I don't,
For a nonprofit board position,
So on case we have anyone who is on a board of a nonprofit recuse themselves from, not from calendar requests, like event requests, but we do have them recused from other, Stephanie could probably-
Granting.
From granting. So just as a, for consistency, if that, I could go either way on this one. I can see how it could be perceived, but I also don't think that you are receiving much benefit either way.
I'm good either way.
from Cultural.
I just want you guys to discuss
Yeah.
it and say, beat it or you're good.
I have no issue at all with members who serve on nonprofit boards participating in these types of discussions, especially when they're unpaid volunteer jobs.
Does our legal department have any comments they wish to lay on this matter?
Yeah, we've talked about this before, and I looked back at my notes, just for the record. This is Kevin Geiger, town attorney. I know we had some recusals on some of the matters that came before the town council back in February of 2025 in relation to some other events. The nonprofit status of the entity doesn't particularly matter. It's really the trigger is, are you one of the, and we can go through the list, but one of which is a directorship or officership in the entity that's making the application. And then the question is, the second component of that is there a direct financial benefit or are you adversely affected by the outcome? I think that's really the key for this determination. The two triggers there, the first one, do you have that relationship with the entity? It sounds like we do. The second is it quasi-judicial? I should have mentioned that. I didn't even mention it because we know that this is not quasi-judicial. Or then the other question is, are you directly benefited by or adversely impacted from the outcome of the decision? And I think that's probably the more difficult kind of query for the council to look at. My recollection, Teddy, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we did have this come up previously and you did not, or the council did not find a basis for recusal.
And for me, the big delineating factor is, which makes this very unique and why I wanted to bring it up and discuss it, other than it's good to reiterate our policy on this, is that it's one of the rare circumstances where I'm not involved with the applicant and the Society for Jazz is different. And so again, it's, you know, it's not you know, for this agenda item, it's not a big concern for me. We had precedent that I could contribute, but I felt the need with the new council to bring it up and let everyone chime in.
I'm okay with it.
Same.
I'll stick around then. It seems that more, you know, and if someone, and I will say this, even if more council people support me participating, if someone is strongly opposed to me participating, please say that and I'll step away. If you're strongly against it, that's not a big deal.
Can I ask a clarifying question? So the Jazz Festival is a nonprofit and SBG is a for-profit company.
So they're separate entities. So the Telluride Society for Jazz is a nonprofit separate board. In the past, the Telluride Society of Jazz hired an executive producer under their own umbrella to produce the festival, which happened for probably 45 years or so. The festival was, and this is pre me being on the board, this is a little history. And then the board decided to make a change in composition and who ran the event. And ultimately they chose SBG Productions because their track record of success with a variety of events, some local like Telluride Blues and Brews, some regional like the Durango Blues Train. And so the Telluride Society of Jazz entered with a contract with SBG to produce the event and take it out of our hands.
Thanks.
And just to clarify, the applicant here is SBG Productions. And then also the contract for use of town property, since that change that Teddy just described has been SBG Productions as well.
Yeah. And again, I bring it up because this is such a unique thing. It's not cut and dry. So I felt it fair to discuss it and let anyone chime in. But seeing no one has strong opinions, first of all, I'll run this 9A, but anytime this comes up, I will always continue to bring up a potential conflict that if council people change their minds in the future for my ability to participate, willing to hear it, and it's all good. So thank you. That brings us on that note to this action item 9A. And with that, we do have Stephanie here to present.
Okay, so in front of you today is a request from SBG Productions to increase the capacity for the existing jazz festival from 2,999 people per day to 6,000 people per day. This would change the event classification from medium to major, which I just went over. So there's going to be a little repetitiveness between these presentations. I apologize. I'll try and cruise through some of it. So the purpose today is for you all to consider an exemption via resolution from the municipal code requirements associated with advance notice of impacts. So the municipal code requires that new major events, once again, 3,000 people or more per day, that they have to provide notice via the standard case calendar date approval process. That deadline for 2026 major events was May 9th of this year. However, you do have the ability via the municipal code to make an exemption through a resolution. I'm also recommending that you have a more broad discussion about benefits and impacts for this capacity increase for the community, in addition to the resolution in front of you. So an overview of what they're requesting, and then the applicant can speak to it in greater detail. Once again, they want to move from a medium event to a major. They have historically happened on what's now the second weekend in August for the last several years. So their dates that are already approved for next year, 2026, is Friday, August 7th, Saturday, August 8th, and Sunday, August 9th. We did pull some data on attendance over the last 5 years. It's averaged under 2,000 people. The highest average daily attendance was about 2,400 people in 2022, and the lowest was about 1,600 in this year. And then they will use the whole southern portion of Town Park, including the stage, catering facility, backstage area, southern fields. And the remainder of the facilities, except for the campground, will remain open during the event. Their increased capacity is not coming with increased facility needs. There's no change to their regular facility schedule and setup and tear down schedule. They are asking to continue to use the Town Park Campground for a maximum of 600 campers from Thursday afternoon until noon on Monday. And once again, no facility use changes. So this is going to be the same process for your next action item, but if anytime there's a major event come in with a request after that prior year case date deadline, it's a 3-step process. It starts with Parks and Recreation Commission for approval for use of the venue, in this case, Town Park. That was approved 5-0 with no conditions by Parks and Rec on November 19th. Then they needed to update their calendar date to show the proper attendance for the larger event. That happened with a 4-0 case approval and no conditions on December 3rd. And then today's discussion for the exemption from the advance notice of impacts. I do want to emphasize that each step had opportunities for public comment and also had specific review criteria for both this item and the next one. Town staff coordinated extensive public outreach for both requests. We did a press release on November 12th outlining the review process and how the public could engage. And then I sent out regular, maybe too regular for some, meeting notices and update emails to a large distribution group of over 100 email addresses of people who've contacted me in the past, regional partners, board members, council members, and so forth, to keep you all up to date. For this specific item, there has been no public engagement thus far, despite these efforts. And then the review criteria, I'm not going to read it to you, but on the left is the Parks and Rec Commission review criteria, which focuses on Town Park and the surrounding area, and then case criteria, which is a bit more community focused. The analysis that happened both at Parks and Rec Commission and at CASE is summarized here for you. Jazz Festival does overlap with the Coto Duck Race and has for years, but no direct overlap in Town Park. And then once again, no changes to the facility use schedule for what Jazz is looking to do. So no additional impacts on informal or scheduled recreation in the park. I do want to note that weather conditions can always impact our fields in a negative way when it comes to an event, and that the cumulative impact of Jazz Festival in early to mid-August, followed by the potential for a new concert in late August, and then at Blues and Brews, that can create some cumulative impacts that can affect our fall recreation programming if it happens to be wet and muddy. Also on the community impact side, as you all just heard through the previous item, there's a lot of events that happen in the summer months. And specifically, if this event was to move into major event status, and if you were to approve the next request for the August concert, that would increase our number of major sized events from 3 to 5 for 2026. And then it would also result in 5 medium or major events occurring in a 7-week period in August and September. As with all events, the event contract would require impact mitigation, and the application includes what they're looking to do to address camping, ticket structures, parking, transportation, sound, law enforcement, sanitation, and resource recovery. So hopefully you all read that in the memo. It's included on these slides, but I'll summarize them very briefly. That ticket structure would be single day or 3-day for both the public and locals. A local ticket program would need to be submitted for approval by the town manager, and that would be a requirement and a proposed condition in the resolution. And then the admission fee would apply for all the tickets sold. So the maximum revenue, if they sell out at 6,000 people per day, would be about $63,000. They are planning to keep it at 600 campers, which they haven't sold out 600 campers in a long time. So that provides room for growth. And that would be Town Park Campground, which is already approved. About 300 parking spaces for those campers would be required, and they're working on a parking plan to address that. No formal barricade would be necessary for this crowd size, but informational barricade would be implemented Thursday through Sunday to provide event and visitor information. Sound, as with all events in the park, noise trespass into the neighborhoods is something that would need to be addressed, and they would be required to measure decibel levels. There are not historically complaints from neighbors about Jazz Festival, but the requirements are all the same. Chief Comp provided input on the law enforcement and public safety. So basically, being a medium event in the past, they have not needed to bring in additional reserve officers. And he has concerns about whether they would be able to bring in additional reserve officers, given the proximity and number of major events already on the calendar and potentially additions to that, depending on the next item. So he would recommend and require that the event provide professional security for inside the event premise. And then if they needed to bring in reserve officers, he would need to work on that sooner than later. Sanitation and resource recovery are both addressed in the contract and also in the application in the packet. On the financial side, once again, I summarized this during the previous item, but in addition to the admission fee, the other fees that could be collected related to town property use could be up to $80,000 total if the event was to sell out. And then there's a resolution in your packet, one proposed condition, which would be the local ticket program in compliance with the municipal code.
Great, Stephanie, thank you very much. Before we ask any questions of Stephanie, the applicant and his team are in the room, and I want to give them the opportunity to speak if they would like. Sorry, Steve.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for your time. I'm Steve Gumble, president of SBP Productions. I really don't have a lot to say. Stephanie presented all of the facts. I think two things have been discussed already that are very important for you to understand. And this is an event that we produce on behalf of the Telluride Society for Jazz to try to raise money for their mission statement, which is youth education in the jazz genre. So that's our role with this event. We're paid a fee to produce this event. The impacts, I think, are very important here for you to understand is they're very little. We're not asking for more field time to take away from sports. We're not asking for a bigger footprint. We're just asking for more warm bodies to try to make the event more financially viable.
Can you speak into the mic, please, Steve? They can't hear you.
Sorry. We're just asking for more people to warm bodies to try to pay for the ever increasing expenses of producing an event here in Telluride. If anyone is opposed, I'll answer your questions. Otherwise, the impacts could be what Stephanie mentioned, and that's impacts to the field in inclement weather. But even at 6,000 people, that's a lot less than 12,000 at Bluegrass. Not to say that there wouldn't be impacts from that. And I think, increased facility impact, like the sewers, the sewers plant. We obviously know that Telluride can handle up to 12,000 people. So the overall impacts, hopefully would be economically positive, bringing more people to the community, bringing more people to our lodging, bringing more people to our restaurants and our merchants, and very little change to the existing impacts to the park. So, one question might be really, why are you requesting this when we're not even, selling 6,000 tickets as it is, or having an impact at 3,000? And this is really preparation for the future. It gives us the ability to go out. The cost of entertainment of bands is astronomical, and it continues to be. And we cannot remain competitive because of our restrictions in amount of money we can generate at the current level we're at. So this gives us the ability to actually enhance and possibly attract artists that will attract more people to Telluride. So it's really a step towards ensuring future sustainability of the event. You're about to consider another event that's 2 weeks after jazz and 2 weeks before Blues and Brews. And jazz is a very delicate financial flower of Telluride. And we, for the first time, since we've taken over the event, jazz actually lost money this year. And that doesn't feel good, especially as we're a hired promoter to make money for the board so that they can do educational things. So this is really a request for the big picture of Telluride and the big picture of jazz, because we want to remain here. There's increased competition in the music world, very close to the dates of jazz, and we need to remain competitive and remain part of Telluride's fabric, which we've been a part of, or jazz has been a part of for 40 plus years. So that's our main reason to ask for this request, with trying to keep the impacts to a minimum. So I'll stop there. Very happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Steve, thank you very much for adding that and your honesty in the situation. I think that's a big, important thing for us to consider in the decision, as well as Stephanie in your presentation. Are there any questions for Steve? Courtney gets lumped in because she's sitting at the table, or Stephanie?
Just a quick comment. All right. Yeah, the only comment I have to you, first of all, I'll say this seems like a pretty easy yes to me. I'm very much in favor of it. It's low impact and a benefit for our community. The only feedback I had was I've heard numerous times over the years of attending Jazz Fest that there's an appreciation of the smaller size and feel, some that quaintness, not as quite as hecticness, but as was already self-evident and as you pretty clearly laid out just now, being a quaint, small festival doesn't pay the bills, and there are realities beyond there. So yeah, that would be the only consideration, but you've obviously already considered that, and everything's trade-off, so got to make the decision you got to make. Thank you.
And thank you, Elena.
I just want to kind of add on to the comments that Steve already made, that this festival is one of the most diverse events that we have in Telluride. I think they do such a good job of bringing culture and different types of people from different backgrounds to our town. And I can't say enough how much I love this festival. As you know, I've told you. But I really, I can't imagine not wanting to see this festival grow and thrive. I also think it's awesome the work that they do with the youth. I love that they give high school musicians an opportunity to play on Town Park stage. I think they are exemplary in the way that they add cultural value to our town, and they are really leaders in DEI. And I don't even know if I should use that term anymore, but I just want to applaud what you guys do and just make it really clear that we see what the work you're doing and we appreciate it, and we hope that you can continue to do it in a profitable way.
Elena, thank you. Any other questions for Steve, Courtney, or Stephanie? Mario.
So I agreed with Dan that this is an easy decision even before Elena spoke and made it even easier. So I have a question that's not really specific to Jazz Festival, but just our big events, and that is about wildfire evacuation and what plans we have for that. I know the Telluride Foundation's been looking at that, but I'm not really dialed into where we are. And obviously when we have lots of people, we want to take extra care.
I can speak kind of generally that the major events, we do a pre-event emergency planning meeting, and that does, especially for Bluegrass, which is in the county and not just in town, involves the county sheriffs and multiple representatives there. And we talk about fire, further various footprint. For the events that are more self-contained in the town, we don't have that county piece as much. And I'm not super in the loop on all the emergency planning going on outside of festivals, but we always look at our immediate risks depending on how dry it is out there, or if it's going to be too wet and lightning, and we just kind of confirm our plans. The festivals always submit their own evacuation emergency plan, and then we just make sure that works with what's being planned in the town and regionally, and then the communications is collaborative. And so yeah, I can't tell you exactly what the plan is for wildfires during
I
the
would,
event,
yeah,
but
I'll just jump in. I think we separate that out. So the town is working on more wildfire preparedness, but I think you're very strategically asking about emergency preparedness, which could include wildfires, but many other concepts. And we do have very extensive planning and communication strategy along that.
and collaboration with each event.
Yeah.
Because we can't handle it alone on town resources. It's got to be a collaboration.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions for the applicant or Stephanie? Kristen?
I was really happy when SBG Productions swept in and saved jazz, because years ago I worked for Paul Machado and in the patrons area, and I was like, it's such a great festival and it's so unique, and I was really happy when you guys came in. And so to take it from almost not having it to now wanting to grow it, I'm fully in support of that. And I just had one question is, I think it was in this part, what's Old Greg?
Oh,
Greg is
they were
the truck.
keeping your schedule.
Ashley knows.
Old Greg's the truck, you guys.
You've been looking at the setup schedule.
Yep.
Yeah,
Greg, do you
because
want-
I'm,
you
yeah,
wanna drink Bailey's out of a shoe?
yeah. I mean, I would though.
When you walk in, it's the photo backdrop.
Yeah.
There was a stage at Blues and Brews.
Okay.
And it was
See
a
the trucks.
Yeah, yeah.
stage of Blues and Brews. Yeah, we call the truck Old Greg.
Okay, okay.
Our internal name.
Thank you.
Someone read the pack.
And somebody read it.
So you read the packet. Look at that. Any other questions? Since this is an action item, is there anybody in the room for public comment on this agenda item for the increased capacity for jazz and SBG Productions? Seeing none, Tiffany, are there any hands raised online? Seeing no hands online, we'll close public comment for this action item, and I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, granting an exemption to SBG Productions, Inc. for the requirements of Telluride Municipal Code Section 11-4-20, advanced notice of impacts for Telluride Jazz Festival in Town Park on August 7th, 8th, and 9th, 2026.
Second.
Friendly amendment to like have a ticket policy. as well.
That's included in the resolution.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, perfect.
So no amendment is
Reject your
needed.
amendment.
So, yeah, Meehan's amendment is rejected. We have a motion on the table from Ashley. We have a second from Kristen. Ashley, how do you vote?
Ashley, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Maria, yes.
Elena, yes.
And yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. Best of luck with securing talent at maybe a few more people and more fun for all of us.
Thank you very much.
Check out Old Greg, Kristen.
Okay, I will.
That brings us to action item 9B. Consideration of approval of a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, granting an exemption to Planet Bluegrass from the requirements of a Telluride Municipal Code Section 11-4-20, advance notice of impacts for a two-night concert in Town Park on August 28 and 29, 2026. And as Stephanie mentioned, she remains in the hot seat.
Before we begin, I will be recusing myself from this item as I was a paid staff at this event and will hopefully be in the future.
Thank you for that, Ashley. We'll give Ashley a few moments to exit the room before we get started. All right, with that, Stephanie, you're on.
Hello again. This presentation's going to sound a little repetitive because it is the same process that you just went through and the same timeline that Jazz went through as well. So the request in front of you is to exempt Planet Bluegrass from the advance notice of impacts for this major event that Planet Bluegrass in partnership with AEG Presents Rocky Mountains is seeking to hold. It would be a new and 1 year only approval for this event. The special event ordinances, once again, for major events over 3,000 people require that they apply by the spring deadline for case dates, and this request came in after that date. So a resolution is what is necessary to exempt them if you want to approve this event. And then staff recommends that you have a discussion about the community benefits and impacts in addition to that. So Zach will speak in more depth about their request, but they are requesting up to 9,000 people per day. It would be a concert format with gates at 4 p.m. and music from 4:30 to 10 p.m., which is within the town park curfew of 10 p.m. I do want to note and give Parks and Rec Commission kudos for adding an additional approval condition to address neighborhood concerns about the curfew. So they did limit the duration of the music to 5.5 hours and require that they end at 10 p.m. So 4:30 p.m. to 10 p.m. is the adjusted request, which is different than their original application to comply with Parks and Recreation condition. There would also be daily sound checks for 2 hours on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, similar to this year's event, which was approved for 1 year. They are wanting to confirm the band or artist at a later date and are proposing that that be done by May 1st and require approval from the town manager to make sure that it complies with all their event planning and discussions today. The timeframe for use of town park would be 8 days, inclusive of setup, tear down, and the 2-day event, and impacts would differ depending on the day. Their setup does strategically place most of their infrastructure on the perimeter of the fields, which allows recreation, both informal and scheduled programming, to occur all days during setup and tear down, with the exception of Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The majority of the park would be utilized. However, the pavilion would be in use by film festival, the pool, playgrounds, courts, skate park, and volleyball would all remain open to the public during the event. And there would be limited use of Warner Field. That does not prohibit use of the actual playing field on any of the days, including the event. Also, they're looking to use Elks Park for free and open to the public programming, which could include yoga, amplified music, or workshops. Let's talk about the dates. It's a weird 2026. This is an extra weekend in August, which is happening because of how late Labor Day is. That allows there to be 5 full weekends in August prior to Labor Day weekend. So the last time that occurred was in 2020. And the next time it'll happen is in 2037. So once again, this is a 1-year only request because this weekend does not exist after 2026 for another 11 years. So because it's the 5th full weekend and not the 4th, there is no overlap with Telluride Mountain Run in 2026. That is not going to be the case moving forward, though, when we go back to the traditional 4 full weekends. As we talked about with the previous item, a 3-step approval process was necessary. This is step 3, and I will go through each of the Parks and Rec and case separately here because there were some conditions, unlike the previous item. We had the same public outreach that I outlined for Jazz, consisting of a press release and then frequent emails from me to a large distribution group. We did have public engagement during this process. There was a total of 18 letters that were received as of the packet deadline and were attached to my memo. I think there was one that came in afterwards. So that's 19 letters total. And then at the previous 2 meetings, Parks and Rec and case, there was a total of 7 members of the public who provided comment. And once again, review criteria for Parks and Rec Commission and for case. So the Parks and Recreation Commission discussion was lengthy and also very comprehensive, and they did ultimately approve the request in a vote of 5-0 with 7 conditions of approval. So the first 4 conditions are similar to the 2025 event approval that address coexisting in town park with existing user groups, which I'll talk about a little more. And then number 5, 6, and 7 were specifically addressing concerns of the neighborhood surrounding town park related to the amplified sound and music. So case did a 4-0 vote with no conditions. This was a pretty straightforward discussion for CASE because once again, it's an extra weekend and there are no event overlaps on the CASE calendar. I've referenced the 2025 event quite a bit. That was a 1-year only approval that you all approved through a very similar process. There were some differences. The dates were August 22nd and August 23rd. The gates were at 5 p.m. and the music was from 5:30 to 11 p.m., which was an hour curfew extension. And we definitely heard from the neighbors and community that that was not well received based on the type of music and the impacts. Also, their maximum capacity was reduced from their 9,000 request to 7,250 for the 2025 event. But it did fully adhere to the 3-step process for review and approval. It got approved by Parks and Rec in January, CASE approval in February, and final council approval late in February. And all these approvals did include conditions about coexisting in Town Park with various user groups. Town Council also had a review of the 2025 event at your October 21st meeting. So we talked about the event in greater detail at that point. So in terms of impacts and analysis, there is overlap with Film Festival, which is the same overlap that occurred in 2025. They are using the pavilion for the majority of the time, or the full time that Planet Bluegrass would be in Town Park. So there would be proximity, not overlapping facility use, and then the catering facility at the end of the event as well. So a management plan is a requirement of the Parks and Rec condition, and it's already in draft form and would need to be fully executed and signed off by me before they can proceed as well. In terms of recreation impacts, the recreational impacts are the same as 2025 as well. Once again, the southern fields would be out of use only on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. There would be coexisting soccer practices and adult games up until that point and immediately after their cleanup. Similar to what I stated for jazz, the cumulative impacts of crowds on the fields and the uncertainty of the weather can have cumulative effects that could affect recreation use of our facilities longer than what I'm outlining for you today. And then also, as addressed on the previous item, it's already a busy event schedule. You just approved jazz going to a major event, so this would increase the number of major events in 2026 to 5 total, and there would be 5 medium or major events occurring in a 7-week period. And you can specifically see here that there's actually 3-week spacing between jazz and the concert, and then the concert and Blues and Brews because of this being an extra weekend. This year it was a 2-week separation, so I just wanted to clarify that too. And then in terms of impact mitigation, I'll try and be brief on this as well because the application included a lot of details, but a ticket program would offer a mix of single and multi-day tickets, although to minimize impacts, the applicant is committed to offering at least 50% of all the tickets to be 2-day so that we don't have a single day turnover and impacts. A local ticket program would need to be approved by the town manager. And then if it was a sellout, the total admission fee collection would be $63,500 roughly. Impact mitigation, once again, camping. They're wanting to have up to 2,100 campers, and only 600 of those have been approved so far by the Parks and Rec Commission for use of the campground. They would, depending on the outcome of today's meeting, apply for use of Zone 1 from the Open Space Commission and also request use of Lawson Hill. I believe they're also looking at other regional options, assuming that this is a camping crowd like it was for 2025. And on the parking side, they would need a significant number of parking spaces for the projected number of campers, and they're working on securing different options there. A formal barricade would once again not be necessary. 9,000 people is kind of our threshold that has worked, which is why we have a formal barricade for Bluegrass, but we don't have one for Blues and Brews, just as background. But they would have an informational barricade to provide information to the public and to visitors. Also likely increase the gondola and Galloping Goose hours, in addition to providing their own transportation to satellite camping. So the impact and mitigation plan that's gotten the most discussion thus far and was a very healthy discussion at the Parks and Rec Commission meeting is sound. So they have not announced who their artist is, but they have said that they want it to be a similar genre to 2025, which was electronic dance music, EDM. And EDM music will have a greater impact on the neighborhoods than what our existing festivals bring music-wise. And that is because of the space and the type of music that it is. I am not an expert, which is why I brought one in. Jared Carter is consulting with me during this process as a local music producer and specifically to sound. So I'm going to keep it pretty high level, and then hopefully if you guys have questions, Jared can address it. But in 2016, the town did hire K2 Audio to come in and do a baseline study. This was the first year of the new stage, and there was concerns that the new stage and the high towers was going to create more issues for the neighbors. So we brought them in, and they did a baseline study of decibel levels in the park, outside the park, even up in the northeast corner of town. And that also did include a Pretty Lights concert that year, which was EDM music as well. So that data and report was included in the packet. Additionally, the municipal code addresses noise. However, it does state that noise associated with events, approved events in Town Park do not have to follow the noise ordinance. Rather, they should be dealt with in the major festival agreement. So in February of 2020, the council at the time talked about whether the municipal code should include more regulations about noise, or if we should handle it at the contract level. It was decided to handle it at the contract level, and all these bullet points here were then incorporated into every event contract moving forward. So this is just more for information. For 2025's event, the Camp Alderwild event, there was feedback received by town staff in various forms. We tracked a total of 28 people commenting, mostly via the online form on the website, but there were also calls to the Marshal's Department for noise complaints. So we knew that that was an impact for sure. And so as I mentioned before, I brought in a local music producer, Jared Carter, to consult, and I specifically asked Jared to look at the 2025 event and what their management plan was for sound and what their decibel readings were and what was the issue there. So Jared, with his knowledge and experience, confirmed that he thought the decibel readings within the event premise were reasonable and in line with other events. However, the sound system configuration was not as directional as it should have been. So I'll show you a photo of what that means here. So first, here's the decibel readings. So you can see these are what events have to collect on their own and what they then submit as their contract requirement. So this is 2025. Front of house is where the sound booth is, roughly 100 feet, 150 feet from the stage. And then the customs gate is near the basketball court where you enter and exit the event. So you can see the decibel readings for Bluegrass, Camp Alderwild, and Blues and Brews there. I also included 2016 when we had the professional study done to show you that, that they were a bit higher in 2016. So this was the stage configuration here for 2025. I have a pointer. So if you look at the right-hand side of the photo, there's subwoofers that are in a wall formation. That is not directing the sound and keeping it inside the premise. That had the opposite effect. So this is what Jared quickly identified as an issue with their configuration. So with that great input and working with the Parks and Rec Commission and the applicant, there are some very detailed approval conditions that came out of that discussion and meeting and Jared's recommendations. The first being submittal and full compliance with the sound configuration and management plan that minimizes sound transmission outside the event. Specifically, source relevant directional technology, a lot of technical terms, I know, to reduce low-end emissions to the community. Specifically, subwoofers, the things that were in that wall there, must be set up in a cardioid pattern on the ground, and no stage walls like we saw in 2025. Also a heat map that shows the emitted decibel levels, and that's an important part to show today, which Zach will speak to. And then the second one is something new that we've never done, and this is only being proposed for this event in the event contract, not something that we're looking at for every event, but that there must be a physical cap on the decibel levels coming out of the front of house location. And management, enforcement, all those factors are a concern of mine. So Jared was able to recommend that there be a physical limiter that will not allow decibel levels to go above that. It will be a hard cap, and it would not take staff time to administer. So the applicant was agreeable to that condition as well, and that would keep the sound at a reasonable level. And then the configuration would help keep the configuration of the sound system would help keep the sound mostly in the venue where the people are paying to hear it. So really appreciate Jared's assistance with that, and Zach can speak more to their plan and how they're hoping to accomplish it. And then once again, also related to sound was Parks and Rec Commission limiting the duration of the music and not allowing a curfew extension as well. Public safety, once again, Chief Compt weighed in on this. It is a increasing challenge to bring in reserve officers, once again, because of the proximity and amount of large events that we have. They did bring in reserve officers for the 2025 event, and the Planet Bluegrass did help provide additional funding so that a higher pay could be offered to those reserves, which helped with recruitment. But reserve officers would be necessary for this request, and staff is recommending a similar condition for up to $10,000 to provide additional security and law enforcement if necessary. And then sanitation and resource recovery, once again, they would need to take care of that in a sufficient manner. And all the town fees directly collected, majority being admission fees, but in total up to $90,000 if it was to sell out at that 9,000 person limit. And then your resolution in front of you has 3 proposed conditions. The first one being about the artist selection being confirmed no later than May 1st. We would obviously love it to be sooner. And this is an important item for the Marshals Department and others to make sure that they staff up appropriately. The local ticket program, and once again, that payment for additional security and law enforcement as necessary. I do want to emphasize these 3 conditions would be on top of the 7 conditions that Parks and Rec Commission set as part of their approval. So that would be a total of 10 conditions of approval. A thoughtful process. It's a lot of conditions. That's all I got.
Great. Stephanie, thank you very much. We do have the applicant. Zach is here and sitting in the table. Is there anything that you would like to add to Stephanie's detailed presentation?
Unfortunately for everyone, I have another detailed presentation with a little bit more info, if that's all right.
Who's got more pictures?
Yep.
It does have more pictures.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, so I am Zach with Planet Bluegrass. It's a pleasure to meet the new folks on the board here. I have been down here quite a bit for this, but I wanted to make sure that I kind of go over, again, kind of our reasoning and our context for this event and kind of what we're thinking here. So I'll jump right into it. Quick summary. Stephanie kind of went through a lot of this already, but I really want to talk briefly about why we're calling this a concert. So for us, that definition is purely because the music is slated to start in the late afternoon, early evening and run into the night. And it's not going to be starting at 9, 10 a.m. like we see with most festivals. And so similar to what we saw with Camp Alderweireld in 2025, we're anticipating multiple bands, camping, vendors, things like that feel festively. But we're using that concert nomenclature mostly to create that distinction that this is music starting late in the day. And then I think there's a lot of value that comes from this style of event that allows people to spend the day in town, hopefully spending money, seeing everything else about Telluride and having those positive experiences here. As Stephanie noted too, this weekend doesn't overlap with the mountain run, which is awesome. So we're super excited to get to take advantage of that. And then we're requesting the capacity back up to 9,000 this year. In this meeting for the 2025 approval, we did end up backing our capacity request down to 7,250. And the basis for that was largely because we were sharing that weekend with the Mountain Run. It was the first time doing this. We wanted to kind of see how that interaction was going to work. And it was also our first time with the event. And so it seemed reasonable for us to put a lower cap on that. Now we're not sharing with the Mountain Run, and we have a better feel for how this event works. And we feel comfortable that 9,000 is reasonable. And similar to the prior request, having the ability to go to that higher capacity makes it much more feasible to bring the talent that we're hoping to bring to Telluride and to put on an event in Telluride as it does continue to get more and more expensive. Hoping to use the same areas that we used last year. We do recognize that a Zone 1 and Lawson Hill approval would be required separately after this. We did not want to get ahead of ourselves on any of those, but we would be submitting for those immediately if we're granted this today. With Elks Park, we did some really cool stuff last year with Camp Alderwild, where we were able to utilize a bunch of local businesses and folks to do extra programming in the mornings. So we had yoga, we had sustainability seminars, we had a rose ceremony, we had a fly fishing seminar, tons of cool stuff utilizing local people and local businesses. And we really want to be able to lean into that again. And so the reasoning for adding Elks Park was just to have a venue to be able to do some of that. And so if we want to do outdoor yoga, okay, we can do it at Elks Park in the morning. If we want a cool place for a seminar, now we've got a cool place to do that. So the vision there is kind of like similar to what Bluegrass feels like with, we do yoga in the morning. There's some live music, some workshops, stuff like that. The details of that would be formalized a lot later, but that is kind of the general look at what we're hoping to bring. And that would be done by 4 o'clock each day so that we can have people move into the park to see the music. So I'm not anticipating late amplified music impacts or anything like that in Elks Park. And we're also speccing a very small sound system for that, mostly to just kind of support the activities in there and support kind of what we're popping up with. The updates that have kind of happened throughout this process, the big one, of course, is that change to amplified music timing. When I was here in October, we spoke a lot about curfew, and I did speak about the importance of being able to keep the show going late into the evening, especially with EDM and the light show, and how important that is. So while it's unfortunate from a show perspective that we do have to end at 10 o'clock, we want it to be reasonable. We want to find a sustainable way forward within the community here. And so we think we can make it work within this window. And I'm thinking that's going to go a long way for a lot of these noise complaints, as we did see a large, I think maybe even the majority coming through between that 10 and 11 p.m. window. So I'm really hoping that goes a long way with kind of making this work for everybody, especially the neighbors. As Stephanie mentioned, May 1st for the artist selection, it's also our goal to have that confirmed way before May 1st, just because we want to make sure we have as much runway as possible to market and sell tickets. Of course, we wouldn't be here if we hadn't gotten the approvals from Parks and Rec and Case, but the two criteria from them related to the management plans are almost wrapped up. We've got a fully executed plan with the soccer club already that I believe was in the packet, and lots of detailed collaboration with Film Fest. That's been a great experience all around, and working with them continues to be great. And so everything's finalized on that. We're just pending signatures. So I feel very good about our ability to keep moving forward on those aspects. Of course, the big item of discussion would be the impacts to neighborhood and community and sound. This is a snip from the sound plan that was submitted within the packet. First off, of course, timing, shortening that and music end time till 10 p.m. I think is going to make a big difference. But with the recommendations from Jared and Stephanie, we've worked hard to update our audio system configuration to be a lot improved this year. And I went through the packet and I read all the letters, and I'm well aware that last year wasn't good, and we have some ground to make up on that. And so we've got a new audio company engaged on this already, and they have a new sound system from D&B that has this great software that really lets you digitally map everything and create these heat maps, which is really cool because it lets you look at the speakers have the ability to control not only how they're hung, but how they digitally process themselves. They give you a lot of flexibility for making sure the sound stays where you want it. And so I selected this image in particular because this shows the levels in dBc. So this is the C-weighted decibel level, which means it includes the low end that sometimes isn't included in the A-weighted. And so this is showing the concentration of low end with this system design that meets the specifications that Jared suggested, keeping the bulk of that low frequency within the park. This map is generated at a 95 decibel peak level at front of house, which is what that decibel limiter would be holding the system at. But I also think it's important context to note that with a decibel limiter on at front of house, we're not going to run the system at 95 decibels the whole time, because that limiter is just cutting the top off of any sound that runs into it. And so it would sound pretty bad if you're constantly running it right up against that, because it naturally has the changes in volume. So this, what you're seeing here is kind of the worst case when a peak hits the decibel limiter and gets cut. That's what would be displayed here as kind of the worst case. Realistically, we would have to run everything a bit below that to make sure that we're not constantly running up against that limiter and creating a bad sound. So this plan does include the cardioid sub pattern, and this shows them as was suggested that we set them on the ground. The cardioid sub pattern is simply inverting every other subwoofer and facing it backwards. And it's actually a physical change that, and Jared can correct me if I speak to this wrong, but it changes how the sound waves move from each speaker because one is backwards. And when they hit each other, they offset because they're not moving in unison. And so what that does is it cancels a lot of the movement in anywhere that you aren't wanting it. So the movement backwards, movement to the sides, that cardioid pattern, just that physical change in one of those subwoofers allows those sound waves to cancel each other out. So I think all of these items together are going to go a really long way to making sure that we can be successful in keeping the sound within the park and making sure that we're not overly impacting the neighbors. I've been very excited to kind of look through all the details in the software that Brown Note Productions put together for us. And they're actually the ones that do a lot of the audio at Red Rock. So they've got a lot of experience here. I will throw out one more note to make this a little bit more complicated. They're continuing to explore options that would allow us to even be better than this. And of course, that's my goal if we can. And so we're still exploring, are there other physical ways that we could change how the subs are placed? It could be hanging them, it could be separating them side to side, things like that, that could even be better. And so I'm wondering if we can put in a resolution that removes the Parks and Rec condition was very strict about how the subwoofers need to be placed. And I'm wondering if we can put in a small change to that, if this were to be approved, that would allow us a little bit of flexibility in actually the physical location the subwoofers could be placed if we can do a better job. And I just don't want to be limited. If we have science that shows us we can do better, I don't want to be limited by an approval. And so I think there's potentially some drafted wording already that Stephanie could put forward that would explain that. And I can offer some more detail if that doesn't make sense. But pretty much I want to have the flexibility that if we can do a better job than even this, based on more study and more time, that I'd like to be able to do that. So, okay, I think that's all of the detail on the audio slide. I now kind of want to jump to, of course, why we're here and the value that we see. A lot of this is very similar to what we brought up last year, because the value that I think this brings to the community has not changed. And so the musical identity that Telluride has is something that I think we should lean into. We've got this beautiful stage, we've got a beautiful venue, and I think that we should try to have as much music there as possible. And so, you know, Telluride has such a cool history with bluegrass and jazz and blues and brews. And I think being able to adapt and bring in newer music, different types of genres, and continue that for us is a real benefit to all of us. And then, of course, that concert experience, slightly different style of event than a lot of them, that allows people to have more time to spend money in town. I think that's a real value. And then, of course, these new people, new event styles, new genres of music usually mean new people. And culturally, I think that's a great thing for the town of Telluride to be appealing to a lot of these new people. And additionally, I think economically, it's a really good thing, because these are folks that may not normally have the ability to get up here and spend money at a store or a restaurant, or folks that may not have even known that they could come up here and have now found somewhere that they want to come see another festival or visit in the off season or come ski. So I think it's a cool chance to really bring a lot of new people here. And then that's a good segue into the actual economic data, which I actually have more detail on this slide. I didn't have these actuals prepped at the wrap-up meeting, but I was able to work with Kira Skinner from the tourism board and put some of these numbers together for us. So the economic impact numbers, those are the lodging and incidental spend numbers that the tourism board puts together based on these events. So based on our actual capacity at Camp Alderwild, we're estimating about a $3.4 million economic impact from that. And we sold that to about 5,000 people. For 2026, if we're able to reach that 9,000 person capacity, we estimate that could get up to 8 million. There are a few things that I think are working in our favor in terms of hitting that higher capacity threshold this year and realizing this economic value. First off, we're getting a much earlier start this year, which just means more time to market, have tickets on sale, and more runway to sell the event. And then additionally, having a year under our belt, people are aware that something really cool happened in Telluride last year in August. They're looking for it. So I think there's going to be a larger built-in audience that gives us a better chance at getting to these sales numbers. And then I just look at the fee payments a little differently than Stephanie does, but I like to separate kind of what's a direct cost reimbursement, versus what is us paying these fees. And so we estimate about a $55,000 fee payment to the town last year. That was the admission fee, town park campground buyout, sales tax. And then if we can reach the capacity that we are shooting for, that could be closer to 83,000 next year. And that's with a very conservative sales tax estimate in there. And then that does not include the fact that we reimburse for all the town's expenses related to a lot of these other things, such as utilities, wastewater treatment plant, the Galloping Goose and stuff like that. So the fee payments can go further and aren't being used on things that are expenses that are incurred by the festival on behalf of the town. So that's all I have here. I just want to take one more second and speak to a couple other letters that were in the packet, specifically about our partnership on this event with AEG. And, Planet Bluegrass, as an independent promoter, we certainly have our own challenges with AEG, Live Nation, all the big guys. And up on the Front Range, they are one of our biggest competitors up there. But the reality of the landscape for us to be able to do something like this and the risk involved means that we need a partner in it. And that was even more at the forefront this year. We just had one of the softer bluegrass on sales last week that we've seen in a while. And so I don't think the economic trends related to events are changing. And so one of the biggest reasons that we need AEG on board with this is so that we can have that 50% of the risk going to them. And that's the reason that it's a viable undertaking for us to be here. And then in addition to that, we're pretty good at booking Sam Bush, but we're not that good at booking electronic dance stuff. And so being able to utilize their network and their booking team to know, what is hip in that world, and making sure that we're putting on a high caliber show that people would want to come down to Telluride and see is important. And then finally, we've been really lucky to not have to market events in Telluride very much. And unfortunately that's changing, and we're adapting and needing to implement a lot of new marketing measures and learning that, but we don't have a big marketing engine set up that allows us to turn on and draw, especially from an EDM focused audience, to get people down here into Telluride. So needing those resources and that reach from AEG is kind of the third piece of why we need them in this partnership to be successful down here. That all being said, it's really important to me that we're not creating some foothold for AEG to have an event here in Telluride. And that's why we're maintaining its Planet Bluegrass's event on site. And that's why I'm here. That's why AEG is not on our contract with the town. It's why AEG is not on our contract with any of the local vendors we use, and why it's important to me that we keep, utilizing all of our local team. I couldn't imagine, would never want to do it without our local team. And so it's important to me that we kind of maintain that separation, and we're able to utilize AEG for the help where we need it to be able to make this viable for us, but also remaining committed to what independently produced events in Telluride mean to us. So I'm happy to answer any other questions about that. Thank you.
Great. Zach, thank you very much. Stephanie, I've got one thing probably that doesn't really involve this application, but maybe you can bounce it off Parks and Rec and/or Case. Do we need to define concert versus festival? I just think that that's a definition that our constituents hear that anticipate two different things, and everyone has an opinion. And, like to me, Planet Bluegrass worked with SBG Productions about 10 years ago on Neil Young. That was a concert. And We have our festival scene and we're pretty good about that. It's just a little confusing. It's confusing to me. I'm concerned it might be confusing to other people when they hear, oh, there's a concert and what that implies versus what a festival implies. So I don't think, that's just my opinion. So I would like you to just bounce it off them and say, do you care? You
They're
know,
all
because
special events in our world.
they're all special. That's
It's just,
we're-
yeah, and their
we're
application,
special in Telluride, Stephanie.
yeah, and their application defines their hours and stuff. But yeah, we
Right.
can, I mean, yeah.
Yep. And then secondarily, as someone who attended the event last year and had fun, I'll be honest, I had a great time, and liked it. I'm super conflicted that A&G is involved in the long haul in the town of Telluride. They have a track record of ruining independent venues, small businesses, and I just don't think they're the appropriate company to get multiple activities in our town. Somebody from the public pointed out lots of different examples of how A&G really was involved in pushing this event. And, that's not my preference. I want to say that as well. But with that, are there any questions for Zach as the applicant and Stephanie?
Yes, so
Yep.
first, that placement of the sound limiter at 150 feet, I'm assuming that was chosen because that's where the mixing booth will be. Is that correct? Great. Zach, thank you. Great. Why at that location was the 95 decibel as the number chosen? Why was the
I'm
that
so
number?
glad we have Jared here. Come on up, Jared. Have a seat. I was really hoping you guys would ask him questions.
I did.
Hi, Chair.
Hi, everybody.
Thanks for being here.
Welcome aboard.
Don't forget the microphone.
Should I do it like Steve? So we looked at the average in the park for the readings that we had on record, and we found that was a good average. 95 dB it's loud, but it's not painfully loud. For example, with like Blues and Brews, I could use as an example. When we have headliners come in, we tell them, to peak out around 105. So setting a limit on electronic music at 10 dB less is going to cause less impact on the community. And I think that was the impetus of the conversation, was try to limit it while keeping a good quality volume in the park.
The front of house location specifically that's the source of the music, is my understanding. So if we're limiting the dB level at where the music is being measured, can you speak to the location a little more?
Yeah. That's where the measuring device would be, is at front of house. That's where the sound control is, and a person can make changes. When you put a limiter in play, you're doing something like this. That's what the Hollywood Bowl does with concerts there. They are surrounded by a neighborhood, and they have a limiter there, and it can't go over 90 dB. It's a very sensitive, it's been that way since it went from a orchestra pit to a live music venue.
Thank you. Yeah, it's obviously complex, and as council knows, we've talked around noise impacts in many contexts for several years here, and we have shied away from putting our own limit in our municipal code on an actual decibel level limit. So I'm just pretty curious as to why we're picking one, and we avoided it for a good reason, because it is so complex, and there are factors both in the music type itself, and then even things such as weather, humidity, wind, that can also play into that. So I just, that is just one element that it feels maybe perhaps overly prescriptive to start walking down that path. But I also understand where it comes from, and we are trying to, I heard the impacts, or I heard from many neighbors that felt impacted, and trying to consider them. I'll say anecdotally from my own experience living now in this neighborhood at the new Voodoo building, that it did feel louder. This was the event, the Of the Trees event this last year was the one that did feel louder, but that is an anecdotal experience, and it doesn't, as Mian said herself earlier, we're all trying to be data based, and myself included. So I don't know that I feel like I have the data to support that number, is what I'm trying to say, and in either a positive or negative way.
Correct. And we did look at the levels from last year, and they were only at 89 dB.
without a cardioid sub pattern, they had a large subarray, which was sending a large subwave through the town.
Yeah.
So by putting in a cardioid, you can open up the volume a little bit in Town Park. And by putting a limiter in, it's not setting a decibel limit for the town. It's in their agreement for approval on the event that they'll set a limiter and not go over that for less impact in the community for the type of music it is, which you just say EDM and it upsets people.
And Jared and I were cautious about how to address the immediate concern related to this request and what was noticed by the community and commented on by the community, and the fact that the combination of decibel levels, which were reasonable in the park, but more so how the sound was traveling based on their sound configuration. We thought it was prudent to address both of those, just to be sure that you don't address the directional piece and then all of a sudden the dB levels are the issue. So it is very specific to this event, and we're both incredibly cautious, as is the applicant, about not setting a precedent for all events to have dB levels, because for all the reasons you stated, the town has not gone that direction, and I'm not recommending we go that direction for all events. This would be very specific to this event and at the contract level where our current sound requirements are already placed.
Elena?
So I like somewhat agree, but also kind of have a little bit of a different point of view. And this is coming from a place of, I really like this event and I want it to be able to continue to happen in some capacity. So I want to set the event producers up for success and acknowledge that there's a big impact on the neighbors. So that's where I'm coming from. I do think that there is a significant difference in the impact of, these low frequency sounds. Like, I feel it, and it's part of the cool experience of EDM, but it is, I think the comments of the neighbors are really reasonable. And so what I was going to suggest is that if we find a system that works, and Jared, I'm really glad that you're brought onto this. I do think it's worth considering memorializing this so that we have, some approach that is neutral and we can apply to all event producers, so that this type of music can kind of fall into, or maybe it's not even this type of music. Like, I feel like, genres borrow from other genres, and I think we should have a way to address music that is heavy and low frequency, because I don't see it going anywhere. Just culturally, this isn't falling off the map. And I think it would be helpful for us to have kind of some guidelines that help us approach this. So it's not, each event at a time, little one-offs where we're like, okay, what are we doing? And I don't think this year's the right year to do that. But I think as we go in collecting data and figuring out what works and what doesn't work, I do think that it maybe starts to create some kind of formula that we can use to help alleviate the concerns of the neighbors, just for, the future of events and this type of music. I also just really quickly, I know me and you want to talk too, but just wanted to comment on the AEG presence. I've been thinking a lot about how I wanted to address that. And I sort of feel like we invited Telluride Bluegrass, and AEG is their +1, who none of us like. And we know that you guys are dating, and I hope you guys break up. And but we know that right now you guys come together. But I do think, I want to make it clear that at least me, and I know a few other people on council, are not super excited to be working with them. It doesn't really feel like it's in our value set and kind of the vibe that we want. So, we like you. We're going to keep inviting you to the party, but just know that none of us are crazy about your partner in this. But I understand the necessity for that partnership. I just hope that at some point you guys can do this without them. I'm not in events or in music production, so I hope that was a way to simplify it. But
yeah, and it's
yeah.
without opening up anyone's books. It's tough to say how much something's needed or not.
Yeah.
It's just appearance or and so it's tough to say. But Mian?
I feel like the travel of the comments are kind of interesting, but I wanted to get like more specific to really what that impact is going to be in our neighborhoods, because you did just provide heat mapping. And the map that you were showing itself specifically falls off at 85 decibels. And then, you know, it's clear and free, but like, we're all very aware that 85 decibels is very, very loud. And so is the technology that you're using, are you capable of going down to 75, 65, 55, 40?
Yes, and that's one of the things. So it came in at the midnight hour, and so I didn't want to introduce a bunch of new madness to an already very complicated thing. But and that's kind of what I was getting to with them taking a deeper look at a lot of this, specifically actually hanging the subs can go a long way from, it allows us to tilt them down more, which is interesting. And I know it's a little scary because the issue last year was them being physically on the stage, but it's very different when they're hung and isolated by a chain motor versus sitting and making that contact with the stage and therefore the ground. So some of the simulations that they ran with that, I think, showed down closer to 70 dB out at the perimeter there, at the Colorado Avenue perimeter. And so it made almost a 10 dB difference, which is why I wanted to kind of introduce that concept of a friendly amendment that would allow us to do a better job if we can, and not be stuck to the rigidity of exactly how Parks and Rec specified.
So that like, didn't actually answer my question. And maybe if you want to pull up your slide again, we can look at it, but the heat map only goes to 85 decibels.
Right.
So it looks as though there's music, and then we hit Colorado and a little bit, and then there's no sound whatsoever. And so like, I feel, you know, and I feel like sometimes we struggle with this a little bit, Zach, like that felt a little disingenuous to me as far as a presentation tool. So like what I would like to see is the impact, the actual sound impact as it radiates out beyond 85 decibels, because 85 decibels is loud, you know, like you're setting a regulator at 95, like we know you're gonna be flowing between like what, like 80 to 90, right?
Probably, yeah.
Realistically. And that's loud. And so what you're saying in this map is that like everything else could be that loud, you know? And so I want to make sure that like when we're looking at this and like, you know, I know enough to be dangerous, but the general public doesn't. And like, I want you to be providing information that allows them to make a really informed decision and understand the impacts. And I don't know that something like this will. So what I would like to see is a map like this that actually shows what those impacts are going to be as we rise in blocks in the community. Because I think that that's what's most important, is that like the homeowners that, you know, rightfully were very upset, like understand what we're getting them into again. And you know this, everybody here knows this, like I am a huge fan of this type of music, and I am a huge fan of this concert, and I think that it did incredible things to this community. But I want us to be clear and transparent with the public. And I think that like we can refine the data tools, and I think that this is a tool that wasn't refined to the specificity that it kind of needed it to be able to have this conversation. And I think to that point, like in 5B, one of the things that specifically said that was called out was that the heat mapping was going to show the decibel levels in Town Park and beyond. Like I'd like to I'd like us to set us all up for success and to be able to like represent our constituency, like what the decisions were that we made and make them accurately. So I'd like to actually be a little bit more clear as to like what beyond means. And I'd like to set specific neighborhood impact zones. So we are testing for that sound so that there is a possibility of us having this sort of concert again. The last thing I want is for us to go through this again this year and then not be able to have this. And I would be really upset if that is the case. And so the best way for us to be able to do that is to truly address the concerns that have been brought to us by the people that live here, so that we can continue to do this year over year, because we've also certainly heard the incredible positive comments about what came about from this weekend. You know, I'll touch on the AAG thing really quickly. I think everybody's kind of aligned. You're from out of town, they're from out of town. This is a local town. We have incredible local talent, you know, and so it does feel like it doesn't really align with our community priorities. And I own a business, I own festivals, like I understand like the need to like make these numbers all work. I'd be more inclined to say yes to a 9,000 person ticket limit because, if AEG wasn't involved or if there was a weed off process like that, you weren't necessarily needing them. And I don't know your numbers and I don't know your books, nor do I care to, but I think we've heard a lot from the community that to Elena's point, like it's not the vibe. It's not our value structure, right or wrong, so I think there is that trade-off that if you want the financial security of AEG, then maybe you don't need as many tickets. Or if you need to sell more tickets, then maybe you don't need the financial security of that particular partner. So, and that's just food for thought. I'm not telling you how to run your business, but I just think that's something to consider.
And since you brought up that point, I'll piggyback it, more economically. When we have locally owned event companies at any size that hire locals, there's a ricochet effect to their money that stays in the Box Canyon. When AEG takes 50% of it and goes, it's gone. So it's not only just that we don't like AEG, but there's also an economic impact of where they take their money versus it staying here. And then AEG also gives an out-of-town promoter, just it is what it is, the financial flexibility to have a better chance at success with a tough economy that we may be facing versus locally owned events. And you have to consider that aspect of it as well, right? Because then all of a sudden the devil's advocate is, Jared calls Live Nation to come in and do the 4th of July so Pearl Jam can come back, right? And all of a sudden, all of our money goes out the window. And I'm not sure that's what, I'd have fun at Pearl Jam on the 4th of July, but I'm not sure that's in the best interest of town.
We don't have that budget.
Yeah,
Just to be clear,
definitely not.
Public, we're not bringing Pearl Jam in for 4th of July.
Be Toe Jam.
But that's just, I want to make sure the listeners know that, yes, I have my preconceived notions of AEG that I've already stated, but there are some economic impacts that do affect our community directly when the money leaves and insulates companies that may not be local. That's it. Any other questions? We did not hear from Maria or Kristen on this. You do not have to speak if you don't want to, but I always want to make sure you guys have the opportunity to chime in.
Yeah, I'll chime in. I was not here. I was out of town for the event. At the council meeting where I was sworn in 3 weeks ago, there's a lot of positive feedback from a lot of people about how people enjoyed the event. The placement of it, having that extra weekend in August kind of squeezes in and gives a little more space between other festivals that are trying to bring people in, local festivals. Everyone's kind of competing for ticket sales and people. I understand it's a totally different genre of music. My experience with Pretty Lights was that the first year it came in, it was kind of great all around, even though the noise was a thing and we tried to mitigate that. But then it came back the second time around and it was not as good the second time around. So I'm cautious about it, partly because of the AEG piece too. But I know economically, we need to diversify our economy. We can't rely only on the ski area for a chunk of our economy, depending on what's going to happen. So having another concert that could bring more money into the town, I get it. I'm wondering if there is a way, if it moves forward for AEG as a bigger company to maybe pitch in toward fixing the loading dock of the stage or paying more toward the gondola, or would they be willing to step forward and pitch in more to the community so all of that money doesn't escape and it actually stays here to help our community here? Some thoughts.
Kristen, thank you. Maria, do you have anything to add before we open it up for public comment?
Yes, not a whole lot, but not specific to this concert. I do look forward to hearing from Kara from the tourism board about, what do our weekends look like without tourists? Because I have heard from merchants that some of these concerts are actually bad for business. So, this is a 1-year thing, so I'm completely fine with it. And I'm really thrilled to hear all your mitigation efforts in terms of the sound.
Eleanor?
I want you to talk to Kira because she is a wealth of information and data. But one of the things that I actually think is a good thing about this concert event is that it's not all day music. So during the day, the attendees spend time in town and eat at local restaurants and shop because there aren't like food booths and a lot of vendors set up with the event. So with this event in particular, I actually feel like this was one that made town busier because they didn't bring in their own vendors, or like many. I think there were like a couple maybe.
There was a couple, but we
Yeah,
didn't
but
open the gates till so late.
Right. And so, and just like anecdotally, I work at a store on Main Street, and this weekend was as busy as Film Fest weekend for us, which is insane. So I think, that point that you just like asked about, I think is actually one of the benefits of this specific event.
This format, yeah.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why I like this format of event, I think it, it does help boost our local economy in ways. I also, we talked about AEG, and I think that all is true. I think both things can be true at once. But I think the economic impact of an event like this is sometimes better for local business owners because of that. So I just wanted to say that to clarify a little.
And I can speak to that. I mean, I don't know if Kira's on, and if she is, she can speak to it more eloquently than I can because she can pull up the data. But we did see a significant boost in August as a result, we believe, of this concert. We don't collect sales tax data and like track it day by day. We collect it by the month.
Yeah.
But everything lifted in August when the prediction was that it was going to decline. So this, I mean, I think this is, not to compare both of your events, but this is the model I like better for us and as a town, is when we've got people that are coming in and they're spending their dollars here and they're spending them with our businesses and not necessarily the businesses that come in for a weekend and leave. So, I mean, I am a huge fan of this event. Ultimately, I just think that there's some tweaks to the sound. And I know you sort of asked for that like grace in the contracting, and I don't know that I feel comfortable doing that, even though like as an event organizer, I very much would be asking for the exact same thing. I don't know if it is something that we need to say, like it has to have approval by Jared Carter, or which I don't necessarily, or by town staff or whatever it could potentially be. But I think, limits are put in place. You're putting a decibel limit on things. And I think putting a limit on how the speakers need to be arranged makes sense. I'd rather you have to take that extra step to come back and ask us and prove to us why something else is better, or prove to somebody else that something else is better.
Can I address that? So I think the root of your comment is exactly what I picked up on as well ahead of the packet, is that the heat map did not go below 85 dBs. And I requested that it do. And at that point, when they developed it and it was received yesterday, and that was the first time I saw it too, was when they also looked at how they could configure things. So it's more transparent about lower decibel levels as they hit the neighborhood, because the legend goes lower in terms of decibel levels. And I had the same observation and the same request, but that did lead to additional ways that they could configure the system, how it could then even lessen that even more. So I think it's two-pronged, is they need to show the impacts further beyond the park by measuring it at a lower level, a different color on the map, which has been done. And also if there are ways to even lower those levels more by not putting those subwoofers on the ground, then that is something that I think is worth exploring.
And how would we like tweak that language to allow for that without?
So it would be an additional condition proposed. So Parks and Rec Commission was very specific about the subwoofers in a cardioid pattern, which they would still be. That's the flipping them back and forth. correct me. But rather than putting them on the ground, if they were hung and still directional and programmed in a way, the fourth condition that's proposed would be option for the subwoofer set up in a cardioid pattern to be hung instead of placed on the ground if, one, requested by the event organizer, and two, it further minimizes sound transmission outside of the event premise. So they would need to provide a heat map and details on the configuration and show that the impacts have gone down. They would also need to decide that that's how they want to do it, because it could affect the experience inside the concert venue that they need to study as well. So that would mean they have to provide all the same data. I can consult with Jared to sign off on it, but I think that that would clarify the Parks and Rec Commission condition that's already in place to provide a little more flexibility. So
1 and 2, so that
Correct.
way, like both qualifications
Correct.
need to be met. Okay, that's great. Thank
that's
you for doing that
proposed.
in
I don't,
advance.
hopefully Kevin's okay with it, but.
All right, since this is an action item, I'd love to hear from the public. Is there anybody in the room that has some public comment on this agenda item? Patrick, I saw your hand go up first.
How much time would you like to allow me?
I will do 3 minutes per person. Yeah, podium, any of the mics.
This is tough for me, you know, to come in here and hear you guys say we need AEG to produce a festival. As someone who's started as an intern 15 years ago with Steve and Courtney, and you guys say we need AEG, the Walmart of concert producers that is predatory towards independent promoters, to come to our town and produce an event is insane to me. It's very disrespectful. Well, we have so much talent here. I mean, look at all the talent in this room. Why are we bringing AEG in? Like, come on. Do you guys want a Walmart on the Valley floor? Do you want a Starbucks next to the Coffee Cowboy? Do you want a City Market next to Clark's? Why are we allowing AEG to come in here and, you know, unlevel the playing field? It's just crazy to me. Like, you know, read the articles. They're building venues next to independent venues, putting them out of business. And for me, this is my job. This is my future. I put my roots down here. I'm a concert promoter. And you guys are inviting in a huge corporation to maybe derail this for the future. To me, it's not something, oh, it might be okay. It shouldn't be okay. And we got to decide what Telluride we want. You know, do we want all these big companies coming in and stealing our future? Or do you want opportunity for people like me? I'd love an electronic music festival. We could do it. SBG, Planet Bluegrass, independent, you know, Jared Carter. We have the talent here. We don't need AEG here. And it's very scary as an independent festival producer and someone who makes their living doing that full-time, year-round, that you guys are going to approve another AEG event when this was supposed to be a one-year event. You're quoted in the Denver Post in April 8th saying that we're going to talk about this after this year. If it's a success, we'll come back. That's not a one-year application. They planned this all along. I just don't understand how this is okay. It's insane to me. You guys are selling, it feels like we're selling out Town Park in the future of independent promoters like myself. It's very scary to me.
Thank you, Patrick. Any other public comment? Steve?
I think I just sort of like to reiterate what Patrick said. This is a bit of a wolf in a sheep's outfit. To bring our new town council member up to speed, last year was a 1-year request, and now we're in year 2 with a 1-year request. So there's a pattern here. And the pattern is coming with AEG, which, as Patrick said, is the Walmart of the music industry. And their MO is to eat up independent promoters like myself and put them out of business. Zach brought up a very good point. They're going to write a check. Telluride Jazz Festival, Telluride Blues and Brews Festival does not have that luxury of anyone to write a check. Jazz was very close to not coming back this year because of the financial impact, or just because of the end financial result of this year. But I can guarantee you, even though EDM is not a direct competition with Jazz or Blues and Brews, approval of this event does not help either of those long-standing events. Jazz is very fragile, as I mentioned before. The future of jazz is extremely in jeopardy. And our attempt to try to not lose jazz completely is to program in a different manner, and bring more people, in which you thankfully approved. But I can guarantee you another event in between between Blues and Brews and Jazz is not helping those events. Let's throw in AEG, who consumes and eats up independent promoters like myself. Courtney, who works in my office, is on the board of directors of NIVA, which is the National Independent Venue Association. Their sole purpose is to try to prevent AEG, Live Nation, you name it, coming in and taking away the small independent operators' viability. And this is a national organization with thousands of members who are very concerned about how AEG operates. So we are sleeping with the enemy, and we are getting in bed with someone like Walmart when AEG comes into our community. And Bluegrass does not need AEG. They're a very capable company to do this on their own. So
Steve,
thank you.
Steve, thank you very much. Anybody else in the room for public comment? Come on up. Either one.
Hi, my name is Tess Siemens. I manage a local restaurant in town, Petite Maison. While I can't speak to the AEG nature of things, I can speak to the impact that I felt as someone who not only commutes via gondola but works in town. I thought the caliber of people that came for this festival were really incredible, and I think they spent time in the community. They actually made an effort to talk and get to know the locals that they ran into, and it was really encouraging to see how many new visitors we got. Like every other person I talked to, whether it was at Petite or on the gondola, said that this was the first time they'd been able to come to Telluride. They were excited, and a lot of them were making plans to make it back, whether or not it was for this festival, because at that point they didn't know if it was coming again. So I think that's important to consider. I will say, after being present for this meeting, maybe some stern stipulations to make sure that something that was culturally really impressive and economically benefited us as a restaurant, making sure that it maintains kind of the integrity of, commitment to our local community and all of that good stuff. So thank you.
Great. Thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment? Come on up.
Hi, my name is Sarah Friedberg, and I'm kind of similar to Tess, really do support Planet Bluegrass. Going out on a limb, I know it's like a scary thing, and I don't know a ton about AEG other than it's not great, but I think to kind of take this risk and bring this new energy to town, and the community it brought here was so impressive. And I thought it was really important to see that new energy in town kind of become alive again. It was the cleanest I've ever seen Town Park after any festival. It was the most respectful. The bus drivers were always beaming, saying, "Oh, I got sprouted." Like everyone was so friendly. So I think to that point, I appreciate that Plant Bluegrass is trying to do something a little different. So thank you guys.
Great. Thank you. Is there anybody else left in the room for public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment in the room and entertain any public comment that's online.
Tobin?
Hello, yes. First of all, Teddy, I'd like to thank you for being so responsive last year. I'm a resident of the East End. The majority of neighbors I've spoken with during the experience last year were very disappointed. And I know you've heard a lot about that. There've been a lot of letters, so I won't reiterate that, but thank you for being so responsive last year. Jared, I'm really happy that you're involved with this. Overall, I'd say the majority of people in the East End that I've spoken with don't really want this concert to happen again. If it does, there's a reason that they've never had an EDM show in Lyons, Colorado, because I think it would piss off their neighbors too. So that's something to think about. It also is one of the first weeks of school. And the impact on wildlife, children, the dogs, the rattling windows is the biggest thing. It was really just, the disturbance was really bad in the East End. Now, it's encouraging. I talked with Zach a bit, and the fact that Jared is involved, that's hopeful for going forward. I'm a musician. I don't have a problem with loud music, but when it rattles my windows, I have a real problem. I also think that this concert was a 1-year request. And as I've mentioned by others, now it just slides right into the second one. And there was also, I believe, a waiver done because they applied so late. So I don't want this to be forgotten. I think my biggest question that I have, I said I wish this concert wouldn't happen again, but if it does happen to go through, I would hope that it would only be for 1 year and then really be reconsidered. But if it does go through this year, the recourse issue. Last year, I was told that the council made it so that when I went to the marshal's office to say they were rattling my windows, they were told to take complaints, but they were told to do nothing. And I missed the first part of the conditions, so maybe I'm missing something here. But what is the recourse for neighbors who have rattled windows and dishes and things? What are we going to be allowed to do? That's my concern.
Great, Michael. Thanks for those comments. Zoe, one is an active question. Do you want to touch upon that? I mean,
Yeah.
usually don't respond, but I thought that was a pretty legitimate question.
Maybe Stephanie can help me with this. So the question is, what are the neighbors? We definitely did take their complaints and added that to the record and understanding of the event as it complies with their approvals. I know Stephanie and her team, when getting those, will then directly work with the event promoter to make sure that they are within their approval amount. And that is a pretty immediate relationship. So while the marshals won't shut the concert down or anything along those lines, there is a communication tool and line of those complaints and how we react with the promoters in real time. Anything to
So
add to
does that
Stephanie?
mean that there'll actually, be an adjustment of possible sound if people have got rattling windows in the East End? Is there a hope of that? If
So
we get
I'm not sure if you heard the beginning of this meeting, but there are a lot of additional things that are becoming requirements for this approval
Okay.
in protection of that sound issue and to make sure that they maintain those levels, including additional technology that will not allow them to go past those levels in some senses.
Okay, that's very hopeful. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Great. Thanks again, Michael. Zoe, thank you for that clarification. Any other hands raised online? Okay, you can unmute Kira, please.
Hi, everyone. Kira Skinner, Telluride Tourism Board. I just wanted to address the economic impact questions and share some lodging metrics, as I think that's the best way to compare the event weekend versus the same weekend last year in terms of economic impact. So real quick, total destination occupancy over that weekend increased by 16%. We were at 55% last year during the weekend and at 64% over the event weekend. And then total revenue increased by 26% for the destination. So our lodgers brought in $920,000 in revenue in 2024 and 1.1 million in 2025. So just thought that would be some helpful information for you all.
Great,
Thank
Kira.
you.
Thank you very much for stepping in and clarifying some earlier questions. Anybody else? Anybody else, Tiffany?
Yes.
Okay.
Eric, you're unmuted. You just need to accept the unmute.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Thank you. Eric Bierman, Ophir. Just wanted to offer a quick comment that kind of dovetails upon one that was raised 2 comments ago about this being perhaps evolving into a perpetual event when I'm pretty sure it was marketed as a single one-off last year. And a more nuanced sort of look at this is, you know, if this continues, you know, there's going to be some sort of like socio acceptance that this is kind of like, all right, the new event that's in this slot. And if that's the case, you know, is it really fair from the perspective of the competition that's out there to effectively endorse or sanction what amounts to a no bid contract that runs in perpetuity on a first come, first served basis? So does it leave open the door for anyone who could carve out a beachhead for a single day event or 2 for an initial year and then gain subsequent support over the years to lock in that for their own exclusive use? There's a limited calendar during the summer. Shouldn't be open to the wider field of competition. I'm also not a fan of AAG, so I think that's really opening the door, even though they would potentially be, you know, someone that could offer a bid. So, but in any case, thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Great. Thank you, Eric. Anybody else with their hand raised? All right. Seeing no further comment online, we will close public comment online. Is there any further discussion from council? If there's not, I would entertain a motion.
I just wanted to comment that I'm in favor of this, but I would be reluctant to approve it next year if AAG is involved.
That's helpful. That this is, just to be clear to everyone, this is a 1-year request. So anything that happens after this not only would have to go back through the process with Parks and Rec as well as Case. You know, they don't have, they meaning Planet Bluegrass doesn't have the luxury of having the extra week in August, so it'll complicate things further for a 3rd year. So there, you know, per the assumption that some people have that this is an automatic renew, that's just not accurate and not the case. Man?
Yeah, and I think the counterpoint, and when Steve was talking, it kind of struck me. I actually felt like I was listening to myself a few years ago. And it was, Zach, it was you again, and it was the increase in tickets, and it was ticket count, and it was an emergency, and we needed to do it. And then it was another emergency the next year because we hadn't, you know, it hadn't been planned for again. And then the 3rd year it was, well, it works, so we're just going to do this. And at the time, I sort of said, like, this seems like a move. And I think this, like, listening to Steve, it does maybe feel like we're kind of there again. And I think we didn't know if the concert was going to be successful last year, and it was, and I thought it was great. But I would be remiss if I didn't at least say it right now that this, I need to be very clear, this is only for this year, and we all know that, but like, we also need to like very much recognize that next year we need to have a much broader conversation, and it can't be another last minute conversation about doing something like this. So
Can I speak to that a little bit too?
I'm sure.
I recognize that because it's part of my challenge this year was having to miss the correct deadline to apply for way early. And that was an active decision on our part because we wanted to make sure we got through the event, did the debrief, met with, you know, confirmed with the partners that it was successful. So I completely understand kind of it feeling like it was a 1 year and then here's another 1 year. And that was unfortunately something that we had to actively decide to do because I wanted to make sure that that our partners, especially last year, it was more involved with the mountain run, didn't feel like we were jumping them and requesting it beforehand. So we're all very well aware that this is just a 1-year thing, and that's all that's being requested here. I haven't necessarily tried to be shy that if things are successful, I think it's important that we can continue to have the option to bring successful things forward and request them again. But I also understand where everyone's coming from and that might need to be a bigger discussion in the future.
Perfect. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Zach. Any other questions or comments from council?
I mean, at this point, late in the game, is AEG your only partner? Like, is that the only group you could bring in to back you up?
We haven't, explored other alternatives. It is too late in the game for us to jump into something like this alone, I think, on a year like this, especially with kind of where the economic and event world is sitting right now. That's kind of a scary thought.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for festivals and concerts and all that, but I do, the Pulse of Telluride with, more and more and more and encroaching on the local festivals, for me to be like, well, maybe, is unlike me to say, but I'm feeling it for, especially like jazz is trying to grow and expand, and they just requested more people at their event. And so that's, we're going to feel that. It's not going to be the small little event that, festival that it's been. So I'm feeling, that I think you guys are going to give it the thumbs up for the 1 year, but I'm having a hard time with it. Even though I love the idea of bringing a new group of people into town and the vibe, and I get all that, I respect all that, and I love all that. I loved having Pretty Lights the first time come. I was all for that, and then that turned into a 2-year thing. It was a couple years spread apart, but
It was back to back.
oh, it was back to back.
Uh-huh.
That was
16 and 17.
Oh, it was okay. 16 and
Or
17.
15
okay.
and 16.
think it was
16, yeah. 15, 16, thank you.
Okay, I guess because I was off council that year, so I wasn't part of it approving the second year, and I think that's it. Anyway, those are my comments.
Great. Kristen, thank you for that. Alana?
There was one other comment that I didn't make earlier. I think I've made it clear, my stance on the AEG partnership. Breakup. I think if you can come back to us as just Planet Bluegrass, I'm really intrigued to see where this can grow. I think I'm kind of with Maria, where I think I would have a hard time improving something else like this if we continue to kind of have that hit them as a partner. That doesn't feel like the direction that we want to go in. But I did want to kind of mention just, as a bigger, thinking about numbers and data, it wasn't that long ago that we had this huge capital project of rebuilding the town park stage. And I kind of see this as a return on that investment. I think when we have opportunities like this to really have a boon to the local economy, using that resource that we paid for as taxpayers, I think it's prudent to find those opportunities, whether or not they're single year events or evolve into something else. I think that's to be determined, but I do see that town park stage as an asset that we invested in as a town, and we built it so that it could support events like this. And I think, it's an exciting, it's an exciting asset for us to be able to choose to partner with different companies, different concert promoters. I think I wanted to say that because that was in my notes and I didn't mention it. But I think I want it to be really crystal clear where all of us sit on the involvement of AEG, because I think I agree with everyone who spoke in favor of the concert, and I agree with everything that you guys said. I think both are true. And so that's where where do we find, and I also agree with the neighbors who said that their windows were rattling. So it's where do we find the in-between here where we can sort of satisfy everyone's point of view? And I think there is a place where everyone is, compromising a little bit, but ultimately getting what they want. And we just have to figure out what that looks like.
Great, Helena, thank you. Unless there are any other comments, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, granting an exemption to Planet Bluegrass from the requirements of the Telluride Municipal Code, Section 11-420, advance notice of impacts for a two-night concert in Town Park on August 28th and 29th, 2026.
We have a motion from Mian. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Elena. Mian, how do you vote?
Me and yeah.
Before we discuss, before we vote, Mayor, there was the proposed amendment on the subwoofer placement that was not part of your motion.
Oh.
I'm gonna withdraw my motion. God, guys, I'm doing great today. I move to approve a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, granting an exemption to Planet Bluegrass from the requirements of the Telluride Municipal Code, Section 11-420, advance notice of impacts for a two-night concert in Town Park on August 28th and 29th, 2026, with the following amendment to adding 2D, the option for subwoofer setup in cardioid pattern to be hung instead of placed on the ground if, 1, requested by the event organizer, and 2, it further minimizes sound transmission outside of the event premise.
Great, Mian, thank you. We have a motion from Mian. Do we have a second?
Second.
And we have a second from Elena. Mian, how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Elena.
Yes.
Maria, yes.
Kristen, yes.
I didn't even, I held my comments close to the chart. I have a lot of conflict around AEG. It's hard.
Yep.
But it's already passed, so it doesn't even matter. So,
Yeah.
You can take a stand.
Yeah.
and yeah, take the show, no vote, no.
And Teddy, no, it passes 4-2. Zach, congratulations, and best of luck with the event.
3-2. Mayor, sorry.
3-2, sorry.
No, wait, sorry.
4.
No, sorry, God. Oh,
Yes,
God.
we have 7 now. Yes.
Get me out of this space.
And
So you want a thing there?
we will let everyone exit the room and keep rolling. This must be the lights. It's
Like, they're not bright enough.
totally.
But the lights aren't bright enough?
Like it's pleasant. But no,
I'd rather have them tune in. I'm with you.
yeah.
Have them like this.
I want it to be like hospital rooms.
Stay awake.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to keep rolling since we are now behind after that fruitful discussion. 9C, consideration of approval of the 2026 Ecology Commission Work Plan, and Darren Graver is up to present.
All right, thank you, Mayor, Town Council. I think this one will be pretty straightforward. Just as a quick reminder or update to Town Council, if this is kind of a newer thing, that Ecology Commission every year works on developing and then approving internally a proposed work plan for the coming year, what the main goals and objectives will be for Ecology Commission. The commission's scope is actually outlined in the municipal code, and it's quite expansive. So trying to target some deliverable outcomes is what the work plan is about. So that is why I'm here, is just to give some context on that. And the 2026 work plan and agenda schedule is really very similar to the current years, which Town Council approved in 2024 for this year. There's just 2 key updates that I want to draw attention to, which are that in 2026, the commission, and I also was in favor of this, agreed to start meeting monthly again, because it seems that bi-monthly almost makes it harder for the commission to achieve its project goals. So I think meeting more regularly, we feel like could help maintain momentum with the commission. So we're going to give that a shot for this coming year. At least we have proposed to. And then in both the climate action plan and the municipal code that talks about Ecology Commission's work, there are call outs to have the commission advise on the climate action plan. So this new version of the commission with a couple new members expressed a lot of interest in helping town staff sort of communicate about the climate action plan and be involved in the 5-year update to that plan, which will be called to be approved for in 2027. So that's, thinking further ahead. But those are really the only 2 changes. So monthly meetings and some time spent on I'll be sort of providing updates on sections of the climate action plan of the commission, getting some ideas on what that upcoming update might be like. So sort of initiating community engagement on that. Otherwise, very similar to this year's work plan.
Great. Darren, thank you very much. Any questions from council for Darren?
I just wanted to like mention something, and I think we all got this email, but there's some people from, I think it was from the merchant meeting, that are talking about dark sky tourism. And I had just like written a note that maybe that's something with like light pollution that the Ecology Commission like might weigh in on. I thought it was really interesting, kind of a low impact tourism. I didn't know that much about this, but there's like a certification to be a dark sky area. And so I didn't know if the Ecology Commission would play a role in that.
Yeah, it's a lot of history there.
Yeah.
So we have been involved with many different people that have led that discussion. So there's dark sky certification, and then you can be a dark side affiliated city. Am I getting that right, Darren? Which we are, but there's a lot of qualifications to be dark sky that maybe don't fit into some of our other priorities. So while we
PM concert.
so while we definitely see
Laser show.
while we definitely see value in it as part of like our climate action plan priorities and other things that we look to prioritize a little bit further, we will maintain the values of dark sky and still participate in those conversations. But at this point, it's not on the list of priorities to become dark sky certified. And this is similar for Mountain Village and others in the region that have been part of these discussions for years.
And we do have regional partners that are dark sky communities like Norwood and I think even Ophir perhaps. And yeah, so I think we love the values of it, but maybe don't necessarily need to try and achieve the certification.
I think it would be tough for us, just
I don't think we can.
the concentration of
But yes.
buildings with illuminated lights in this area, I think would be difficult.
But there's still ways to participate other than a full certification.
Yeah.
Yep.
Anything more to add, Darren, if you have?
All right.
No.
Any other further questions for Darren from council? Since this is an action item, is there anybody in the room for public comment? Seeing none, we will close public comment for the room. Is there anybody online, Tiffany? Seeing nobody online, unless there's any further discussion from council, I would entertain a motion.
Move to approve the 2026 Ecology Commission work plan.
I second.
We have a motion from Mian and a second from Ashley. Mian, how do you vote?
Ian, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Maria, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Elena, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved. I guess that technically would be 6-0
Missed it, my bad.
with an abstain.
Left and left.
Yeah, all good,
I
Dan.
seen it, I approve them.
Yeah,
Great.
yeah, no problem.
And if I could just add one quick plug, now that Maria's a member of town council, we will have a spot open in the Ecology Commission. So anyone who's listening, that will be an opening coming. Oh, thank you.
Darren, thank you very much. That brings us to action item 9D, consideration of a request from the town of Telluride to amend the deed restriction for the designated affordable housing unit known as 911 East Colorado Avenue, former Telluride Family Housing in Telluride, Colorado, 81435. And that is located within the town of Telluride, San Miguel County, state of Colorado, to establish the unit as a tier 2 unit without change to the maximum sale price. And Allie Slayton is here to present. Welcome, Allie.
Thank you, Mayor Errico, and thank you for that introduction. Just by way of providing a little bit of background and putting this all into context, this is the first item of 3 related to this property that we will talk about at today's meeting. So the first is talking about changing the deed restriction potentially. The second is authorizing potential sale of the unit. And then because there are 2 beneficiaries on the deed restriction, this also has to come before THA. So it will be the same topic before THA with respect to potentially amending the deed restriction. So for the most part, 2 topics today. First, we're going to talk about the deed restriction. You might remember at the last meeting, town did adopt a resolution to purchase this unit. We are not the current owners. We will be the owners by the end of the year. What you would be considering today is a change to the deed restriction upon subsequent sale. So this does not change anything for the current owner. It would change who might qualify for this unit when the town does sell the unit. So just letting you know the timeline of this and who would be affected. So jumping into the actual request, what happened is we did adopt a resolution to purchase. The current owner has been the current owner for a couple of decades. They did want to sell the unit. They do not have to sell by lottery. They did identify a household they would like to sell to. However, this is a tier 3 unit, and those who know a lot about the program will know that tier 3 units are no longer being created. Tier 3 actually lies between tier 2 and between tier 1 and tier 2. So it's very confusing, these tier 3 units, where they are in the program, and then also how it fits into affordability. So just a little bit more information that didn't make it into the packet, but this is all in the guidelines. Tier 1, the limit is 120% AMI. Tier 2 is 180% AMI. Tier 3, you go down to 130% AMI. And then Tier 4 is at 220% AMI. So what we're...
Could you repeat that, please?
So Tier 1 is 120%. Tier 2 is 180%. Tier 3 is 130%. And Tier 4 is 220%.
Thank you.
So what we're trying to do, and this is our first opportunity to do this, is when these tier 3 units start coming available, what we would like to start doing is purchasing these units and re-tiering them appropriately. And when I say appropriately, I mean looking at what is the unit selling for now? What are we missing in our program? Which bucket should we place these units into? So I gave you a little bit more data in the staff memo for all unit sizes, and that is going to be the second chart. So it starts with tier distribution between all units and between units of 3-bedroom sizes as follows. So there's 186 units, excluding EDUs and town reserved employee units that I looked at. And there's it breaks it down by number of units we have in tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and tier 4. You will notice there are quite a few units in that tier 3 bucket. So this is 70 units that we're potentially looking at re-tiering over the next few decades. But the second chart, or the third chart there on that page, is 3-bedroom units specifically. This is a 3-bedroom unit. So if you look at that data, you see that we actually have quite a few tier 2 3-bedroom units. So we might be lacking some tier 1, 3, and 4, well, tier 1 and tier 4 units that are 3-bedroom. And after this unit, there will only be 7 other opportunities to then re-tier the existing units. However, that is only one consideration. We also look at the current sales price of this unit, and that is on the next page of the staff memorandum. The current MSP of this unit is about $513,000. If this unit were to be constructed and sold today under the affordability parameters of the guidelines, if it was assigned a tier 1 designation, it would be selling for $447,000. If it was assigned a tier 2 designation, about $547,000. And if it was tier 4, it would be at $745,000. So we're looking at the current MSP affordability being somewhere between tier 1 and tier 2 for this unit. However, again, we also know that these Telluride family housing units, this was one of the very first, if not the first development that we created. So these units are aging, they're older. This unit, I did get the inspection report back on Friday, so after our packet deadline. There are no substantial defects with this unit that I could tell from that inspection report. However, the unit's pretty dated. It probably is in need of some not major health, safety, welfare upgrades, but livability upgrades. And we do want people to be able to improve these units for their own pleasure and also for longevity of the units. So I think by the time we add in probably a budget of $20,000 or $30,000 for some needed upgrades to this unit, we're approaching that tier 2 affordability. So with the current MSP of $513,000, if we add a little bit more just for the ability for someone to do upgrades and then recover that at the next sale, we're approaching the tier 2 affordability, which is where the staff recommendation comes from to tier this as tier 2 upon the next sale.
Can I just clarify something that you just said? To make sure that I'm getting it, is that what you're proposing is that sell it at the level that it's at, but at that tier 2, because that would allow the
Yes.
new owner to make those improvements. You're not suggesting
Absolutely.
that we make those improvements first before we sell it to them.
No, so the sales price, and I think that's an important piece to keep in mind, the sales price is staying the same between the town and this current seller, and then between the town and the next purchaser. What we're doing is widening the pool of who would be able to purchase this unit by, instead of tiering it as either a tier 3, what it currently is, a tier 1, which is the most limited, instead opening it up to a tier 2. And then that person would purchase at the current sales price, which is between affordability of tier 1 and tier 2, but then make improvements to the unit, which again, permitted capital improvements. So they would need to be pre-approved. They couldn't put in a steam shower, but they could potentially put in some hardwood laminate flooring if they wanted to do away with carpets. So it's not carte blanche. You can do whatever you would like. It is permitted capital improvements. There's a process for that. But they would be able to take the savings off of the sales price, put that into upgrades for the unit, and then ultimately recapture that when they sell the unit down the road.
Got it. Mian?
And just to be clear, the identified buyer does fall within tier 2. So making this determination is not going to affect that individual.
No, and I think you bring up another really good background piece of information, Mian, because again, going back to what can the current owners do with this unit? They could voluntarily lottery it, but it would be subject to tier 3 designation. They could choose their own buyer, or their own seller, but of course that would be tier 3 designation. So what the town is doing, they did, however, identify a household that they would like to purchase the unit, who also happens to be a town employee. They are qualified under the guidelines under tier 2 designation. So by doing this, we are meeting multiple goals. We are going to house a town employee. The unit stays part of the guidelines. It goes under a tier 2 designation, which removes the confusion of tier 3, but then also allows for improvements to the unit under that tier 2 designation and the affordability parameters there.
Great.
I also
Ellen?
just want to add a point of clarification that we're not making this a town of Telluride employee deed restriction. We're keeping it general deed restriction. It just happens that they want to sell to a town. And I know you know that, and I want the public to hear that.
Yeah, and that's kind of spilling into the next question here, which of course, this is direction on changing the deed restriction, but you could give direction on the next agenda item that while we know we want to sell the unit, you could say that you would actually like to sell this unit by lottery and you don't want it to go to a town employee. But regardless, that no proposal right now is to take this out of the guidelines program. Every proposal from staff, from the current owner, everyone would like to see this remain subject to the guidelines, but prioritize that town employee who happens to also be the selected ideal purchaser of the current owner.
And that's the key to understand,
Mhm.
that the seller has the right to identify a buyer and has done so. Dan?
Slight aside here, but is related. It was relayed to me, and I'm not even sure if it was this specific unit or one of the other ones where retiering or you're putting to lottery. A qualified tenant of a current owner was under the false impression that they would have the opportunity, and Zoe seems to already
That's Mirabelle.
It's different unit.
Yeah.
The point I'm just asking and making of, I know we've already relayed this information to our owners and we are doing our best, but even more above and beyond, because I can sympathize how terrible of a feeling it is to think you have something locked in only to find out not only you're not able to buy it, but you're also going to be moved out of this house is not a good feeling. And I'm not accusing town staff of having done anything wrong at all. Of course, just simply saying, please continue to go above and beyond to relay that information and make sure all our current owners understand that this is the process that's changing. Things are going to lottery. Please do not tell your tenants that they will have the opportunity to buy their houses when you sell it. There's some circumstance. This is where it's complex. It's not the same situation for every single owner. We all know this. I'm just saying this.
I mean, I think just to piggyback, just to be very clear, because I feel like we're talking about a very specific thing. The decision that an owner makes as to what to do with their unit is their decision alone. It is not the town's decision. It is their decision if, you know, based on what they want to do and what they communicate to a tenant and what they communicate to the town can be two very different things. And that being said, if that owner would like to respond to any staff, I'm sure that the staff would be more than happy to have a conversation with the owner, not the tenant.
And clarifying that further is there's certain units that when they sold, they have to go back into the lottery.
Yes.
And then there's certain units based on when they were sold that the seller can sell to whoever they want. The town may or may not have a first right of refusal to decide whether or not they want to purchase it back, to then potentially put it in the lottery as one option. I don't want to go down.
I don't want to go down the rabbit hole too much, but I just want to I'll be very clear.
Yeah.
The town has only one thing: to exercise first right or not exercise the first right. The owners of the one that you're talking about, which is not what we're talking about right now, wanted us to exercise our first right. With that, the town's responsibility is not to then sell to their rent. If they wanted to have sold to their renter, they could have done that at any point, but they wanted to go through a different process. So the town communicates directly with the owners, not necessarily with the tenants, because until we take ownership, and then we communicate with the tenants and work out different things. And I don't.
And that's where the disconnect seems to be happening, that the owners are not properly communicating
Yeah.
to the tenants. And maybe it shouldn't be our responsibility, but I feel like we have the capacity, and it would be the kind thing to do for the town to go above and beyond in those communications to the renters to let them know, because it's not the first time that this situation has happened where a renter was under a mistaken impression.
Yeah, but we can't control that,
I
right?
think so. I don't want to.
And we're,
Yeah, that's like we're on a rabbit
We need to
hole.
get.
So
back on.
heard, and we will work in our legal boundaries of where we can do, and whether it's something that Pam has on her form of, have you notified your current tenants of your intent? Maybe
right.
that's what we have.
That's right. And
So we'll,
right,
we'll
but
work on that.
we gotta stay, but we gotta stay, that's not the question of this item. And this is just simply, do we want it to change the tier? And that's where we're at right now.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So the reason that the current homeowner is not selling directly to their preferred purchaser is so that the town can change the tier?
Partially. So the purchaser, the person that the current owner would like to sell to did not qualify under tier 3. So at that point, they approached the town and asked if we would be willing to purchase the property and re-tier it. The town said that it did want to purchase the unit. We're now bringing it forward for potential re-tiering, but I want to be very clear, it's not so we can specifically sell to this one person. It's because we would like, these tier 3 units are very complicated. And let's put it this way, if this unit was not tier 3, and let's say it was already designated as a tier 1, and the price was affordable to a tier 1 household, we would not be having this conversation. We would be sticking it at the tier 1. But because it's tier 3, we would like to do away with tier 3. And we have this opportunity to do away with tier 3. It's meeting, like I said before, several goals at the same time that just happen to all line up.
And to be clear for the people listening, to re-tier a unit, the only way to do so is if we own it. We can't just say willy-nilly re-tier a unit. We would have to own it to make that. So that's kind of this perfect storm that we're at. Any other questions for Ally on this tier request?
I just want to add one more clarification as this conversation has gotten more complicated. It has been kind of an unofficial policy that we are trying to re-tier all tier units that come on the market to be resold. So this isn't like a unique situation. This is kind of an unofficial policy where we're trying to sort of clean up the program and get rid of this tier that really isn't functionally helping anyone.
Well, then we can rename the tiers to actually match.
Three. Well, that feels like decades.
That's crazy talk.
Feels like 80 council. Yeah. Hope the children are listening.
Since this is an action item, is there anybody in the room that would like to comment? Seeing none, Tiffany, is there anybody online?
No.
Seeing no one online, public comment is closed for this agenda item. Unless there's any further discussion, I would entertain a motion.
I moved to authorize and
I just had one question, and there was a comment in the package that said, that moving it to tier 2 would make it more financeable. And I assume that means for the buyers, since they have a higher income and the resale's higher. Is that what
Yes.
you- okay, great.
So it's the higher income piece, not necessarily the resale being higher, but it's easier for someone of a tier 2 income to qualify for a loan of 513,000 than a tier 1 income. So, but we can't, without us purchasing and then subsidizing the unit, which of course takes money out of our funds, the best way to address the affordability of the unit is to increase the pool of who could purchase the unit rather than keeping it the same, but then throwing money at the unit. So by doing this, we're opening the pool up to someone of a higher income to purchase the unit, make those upgrades themselves, and then eventually resell the unit and recapture that money for their household.
Great, thank you.
All right, I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
Okay, I move to authorize an amendment of the deed restriction for the designated affordable housing unit known as 911 East Colorado Avenue, former Telluride Family Housing, Telluride, Colorado 81435, located within the town of Telluride, San Miguel County, state of Colorado, to establish the unit as a tier 2 unit upon the town's sale of the unit without change to the maximum sales price.
Second.
We have a motion from Elena and a second from Maria. Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes.
Maria?
Okay, Maria, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Ian, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. That brings us to agenda item 9E. Introduction and first reading of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the sale of certain deed restricted real property known as 911 East Colorado Avenue, which is former Telluride Family Housing, Telluride, Colorado, 81435, located within the town of Telluride, San Miguel County, state of Colorado, and Ali is still here.
Thank you. So this is the exact same property. So we have decided now to not only purchase the property, but when we resell it, to re-tier the unit. So the next topic that we're going to talk about is, do you in fact want to prioritize a current town employee to purchase the unit and remain subject to the guidelines? Understanding that the next town employee that's been chosen according to our internal prioritization list also is the household that the current seller would like to sell to now that it will be re-tiered. The other option, you could sell it to, if we don't do that if we don't prioritize an employee, it should go to lottery. And the guidelines, that is what the town is required to do. So when we purchase a unit, we can either sell by lottery or we can sell to a prioritized, qualified town employee. On very few occasions, we have decided to remove a unit from the program, which we also can do from the guidelines. But if we are keeping a unit subject to the guidelines, we either prioritize a qualified employee or sell by lottery. The consensus so far has been, yes, we would like to see it sold to that prioritized employee who is also the ideal chosen purchaser of the current owner. But if that sentiment has changed at all, now is the time to give different direction.
And my
Great.
only other,
Ali?
my only other additive is, should town continue with prioritizing a town employee, they are currently in a deed restricted unit, which then would go to lottery through that transition process.
Great, thank you. And so for this, it kind of falls into, it's a little convenient because it's the seller has identified that person and it just happens to be an employee. And we typically, historically have tried to honor the seller's wishes. They have that right unless we step in. Kristen.
So then if we're prioritizing a town employee, why wouldn't you put a town deed restriction on it? If it's coming from within us, and then it's someone who works for the town, that's how I think several of them have gone, or no?
Then you're taking it away from the general public. And when this, and then when this seller, when the new buyer, however many years down the road comes to sell, we've taken that away to be a town employee unit. We've gone back and forth multiple times in my 2 years of which units we decide to make town employee units and which ones we leave the same. So that's the true difference. And yeah, if you want us to do it, that's, you can say it, right? I mean, that's fair.
And my priority is that we honor the seller's wishes, because these sellers had that opportunity and that was their desire. And so we are able to re-tier it, which is something that we want to do, but I don't want to adjust, you know, if all things had been equal, if things had been clean, like we would just be selling it to their buyer. So I'd rather stay the course with what their initial wishes were.
Right, so I mean, it's a 3-person household moving into a 3-bedroom unit.
And they would have to get an exception if they're not a 3-person household, but yes. So the difference between a town employee deed restriction and a guidelines deed restriction is that the town employee deed restrictions are not subject to the guidelines at all.
Right.
And the only condition the only qualification criteria really for those units is that they maintain full-time employment with the town. There are a few other limitations. They can't purchase property here in town and also have a deed restricted unit. But for the most part, if you have a spouse that works remotely and majority of your income comes from outside of the area, it doesn't factor into whether or not you qualify for that unit. So there are a lot of, there's a lot of relaxing of the rules with the town employee deed restrictions, but it is entirely separate from the guidelines program. What we're currently proposing, and what we've done with most of the units, it stays in the guidelines program. So full disclosure, I'm in one of those units. So I was prioritized, as most of you know, for placement in a guidelines unit, but I'm subject to the guidelines. So I have
Not
to
the
meet
town
every,
restriction.
That's right.
yeah, not the town's restriction.
Right.
And there's only, I
Did you
believe,
need an exception?
yeah, no. So there's only 2 units that I'm aware of that the town has exercised its ability to remove from the guidelines program and convert to that town employee. And I believe both of those were at Entrada.
Yeah.
So it's very rare. We do it very seldomly. What we're trying to do is just place employees in guidelines units, of course, also balancing the needs of the public, because we don't, and that's why there is another, Zoe keeps track, and I believe it is.
On this one, it's on Silverjack.
Yeah, so if you look ahead in the packet to item 9F, there is a page in that memo, and I believe it's the 3rd page for that item, and it's town properties acquired through First Right. And this is tracking over the last, I believe, 3 years, all of the units that the town has had the opportunity to purchase. And it sets forth whether the town has passed on that option, in which case this current owner, then owner, gets to either sell through lottery if they're required, or if they would like to, or if they choose their purchaser, or if the town exercised its option and what ultimately came of that unit. Sometimes we exercise an option because we want to see the unit go to lottery. Sometimes we exercise the option because we're trying to help the seller. Maybe they still have to go to lottery, but the timeline doesn't meet their needs. Other times we are prioritizing an employee. And then a couple of times in those Entrada situations, we were specifically looking to convert the unit to a town unit and remove it from the guidelines. In this situation, for this 911 Colorado unit, we're not looking to remove it from the guidelines. We're really just looking to facilitate the current owner's disposition desires, and meet the town's goals of retiering all tier 3 units when the opportunity comes up.
With an exception. Just to be clear for the listening audience, that it would require an exception then?
If they desire to ask for an exception, they can ask for an exception.
That's everyone's right to do that.
And I think, like, to add on to what Ally just explained, we're really intentional about which units we choose to retain for town employee deed restriction. This is all of our units are desirable. This neighborhood is like coveted by a lot of people in our community. And I think, I don't feel like this would be the right unit for us to kind of earmark for specifically for a town of Telluride employee deed restriction. I think this should stay in the deed restriction of the general public, which does include people who work for the town of Telluride. But I think just given the nature of this unit, the neighborhood that it's in, the community, it feels like this is a good unit to keep in the more general deed restriction program. So just so people know, we do put a lot of thought into which units we keep for town employees if we ever do that, which isn't frequently, but it does happen occasionally. And I personally don't think this unit is a good option for that change.
One final note there, and this is, I apologize for jumping back and forth, but this is in the memo for item 9D, which we just discussed. But there is a table of the units at the former Telluride Family Housing Development. We have 7 units, And of note, one of those 7 already is a town employee deed restriction. So if you did convert this one, 2 of the 7 would be town employee units. So not prioritized units, but fully not part of the guidelines program. So right now, only 1 unit is excluded from the program and subject to a town employee deed restriction. If you did decide to prioritize this for a town employee and remove it from the program, we would have 2 of 7.
Any other questions? This is an action item. Is there anybody in the room for public comment on this? Seeing none, Tiffany, is there anybody online? Being no one online, public comment is closed for this agenda item. Unless there's any further discussion from council, I would entertain a motion.
So I just want to clarify that, like in Entrada, I know there's 17 and then 4 employee units. And so someone moved into a 3-bedroom, they didn't need an exception, but it's a town deed restriction. So.
That's
Right.
That's
So
why it's
current, if you
different.
want to know, if we're going to get into the weeds on that. So the current household has a 3-bedroom and they went to THA and got an exception. So similarly, they would do that and go to the THA center and ask for an exception. So it'd be the same process through the guidelines.
And
Like
they may
what
or
we
may
have
not get
currently
it through,
Okay.
right?
Yes. Okay.
Any further discussion? I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve on first reading an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the sale of 911 East Colorado Avenue and direct the town clerk to set this matter for a public hearing on second reading of the same to be held on January 6th, 2026.
Second.
We have a motion from me and a second from Ashley. Me and how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Ashley, yes.
Maria, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Elena, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. We're gonna stay on track just for one more agenda item, 9F. We're a little bit behind. I know there's probably people in the room and online that are excited for our work session and update from the Telluride Ski Patrol. But we have someone in the audience that is here for 9F. So we're gonna roll to that and then we'll skip ahead to patrol to try to be sensitive to people's time. 9F is consideration of adoption of a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the acquisition of certain deed restricted real property known as 155 West Pacific Avenue, Silverjack Unit 205, Telluride, Colorado 81435, and that is located within the town of Telluride, San Miguel County, state of Colorado, and we have Allie and Zoe to present.
Thank you, Mayor Errico. I'll start with this, and if Zoe wants to chime in at any point, please do. So this is a Silverjack unit. As you may or may not know, all the Silverjack units, when they were initially sold, their deed restrictions all require that they be resold by lottery. So this is an opportunity for the town to exercise its first right for this unit, rather than have the owner put this unit to lottery. So to be very clear, the current owner does not have the ability to choose their buyer. It would have to go to lottery if we did pass on this option. However, as we know, lottery is a very fair way to sell units. It's a very complicated way to sell units for current owners. Sometimes doing the lottery does not always fit a current owner's exit plan for these units. When we do have the opportunity to help a current owner with their exit plans, sometimes it is best that we act as a middleman and purchase these units, still with the intent to dispose of it by lottery, but then also to just help the current owners. As a second note from a staff perspective too, we have double compliance going on right now at SMRHA. Both the county and town of Telluride deed restricted housing is undergoing compliance. And we have a lottery. We have a public session tomorrow for information. The lottery is going to open for 3 units on January 2nd and close on January 16th. If the town were to pass on its option to purchase this unit today, we are obligated to hold the lottery for this unit as soon as possible so that the current owner could dispose of this property and move on however she would like. That means we would have 2 lotteries going on at the same time for yet another property, which is going to get very confusing for those who are desiring to purchase a unit. So the town would like to see, town staff and SMRHA staff would like to see the town exercise its option to purchase this unit only to delay the lottery, allow this current lottery to play out. facilitate the current owners' exit timeline for this, and then hold this lottery sometime in the early spring, and potentially with the lottery for another unit for a town employee who will be moving into the unit that we just authorized for sale. So that would be 2 units for another lottery, just to be delayed by a couple of months to protect staff time.
Great. Thank you. The seller owner is here. I don't know if there's something you want to add. No pressure. You don't have to say anything if you don't like.
That was wonderful. I just am here to urge the town to buy my unit, specifically for the same reasons that you just said. In order to get my life kind of moving in the next direction, I really am kind of hoping that the time frame is not going to drag out months and months, which I worry could happen if it just gets passed to the housing authority and has to wait behind the lottery that's already happening right now.
Great. Thank you for that. Any questions from council?
Just curious about how this would work because the current owner wants to stay in the unit for a couple more months. Would we then like execute a lease with them or something?
We could. So if the town were to exercise its option today, I would then talk with the current owner about what works best for her as far as when she needs to close, how long she might need a lease back. We would not be looking at a lease back of months, but if she needed a lease back of a couple of weeks, then that could have everything align. And we would be able to already notice the lottery while she is still occupying the unit and even before the town purchases the unit, so long as we're under contract.
I mean, I think that seems to keep the unit occupied by a qualified resident for the most amount of time. So I think this seems really reasonable. I do just want to mention that I'm just aware of like the precedent that gets set of us always being willing to buy units. And in this case, I think this makes sense, but I do worry at some point if that's going to be a problem for the town. I don't think it is right now. I mean, I would actually ask you that question. And I know that that's something that we just want to be like aware of as these units that are required to go to lottery start coming up more and more. We're going to be in a situation where we might be asked to be purchasing units and, you know, the debt that we take on in that process might become overwhelming. Thank you.
And yeah, you bring up a really good point. And it's something that we continue to monitor at SMRHA because again, we know that we want to see more units. When I say we, it's the direction we've been given. We want to see more units sold by lottery because we know it's a fair process that includes more of the community that may have been previously excluded when people get to choose their buyers. So we know it's a fair way to dispose of properties, but we also know that it causes delays on the seller's end and also more staff time. So the town's direct cost for being the middleman in a lot of these transactions is about $500. That's what Land Title usually charges us for the closing fees. So it's not that there's a big direct cost associated with being the middleman. It does take up a lot of staff time to do these closings and to look at these reports. And as we knew when we amended the guidelines very recently in the past couple of months, we're also requiring professional inspections prior to sale. So there's a lot more that's going on in these transactions. However, as I've said before, and I'll say again, I don't mind putting in more time for this. The end product is absolutely better for everyone. So if this is the way it has to be to have a program that works better for the majority, then I think that's just what we have to do. However, as we continue to see more of these units go to lottery, staff might be coming forward to you with additional ideas as to how we might be able to streamline this. And it's possible that we could put information out about, hey, if you're thinking about selling your unit, please let us know sooner, because maybe rather than having 6 or 7 individual lotteries a year, maybe we have a bigger lottery twice a year of multiple units. Because just for a very real-time example, we have 3 units that are going to be part of one lottery here in January, which is incredibly exciting given that it's been over a year since our last lottery. But also it really helps SMRHA because they, instead of reviewing 3 different applications over a period of months, they're reviewing one application once, and they just get to check a box. They qualify for this unit, and this unit. They only qualify for this unit. So it really helps with staff time too, when we can do multiple units in one lottery. And then as someone who might be looking to upgrade into a different unit, it's really nice when you only have to fill out one application versus 3. So we're definitely keeping track of that, and we'll be bringing forward any suggestions. And if anyone from the community or anyone on council or THA has any suggestions in the meantime, we're all ears.
Great, thank you. Any other questions from council? Mario?
So you mentioned $500 in closing costs, and how about the inspection costs and like approximately how much stuff?
So I have not seen, and if James is down here, I did not see a receipt for the last inspection that we did. So I don't know what the inspection costs are. My guess would be probably about the same, about 500 to maybe 1,000, depending on the kind of unit. For example, the 911 it's a standalone. It's for all intents and purposes a house. So an inspection for that unit is going to be more expensive than, say, a 1-bedroom condominium. So that could add to the carrying cost of the town. And then, of course, the unit might sit vacant for a couple of months, as we're lottering the unit, we have utilities that have to continue being paid. We have HOA dues that have to continue being paid. So I'm not going to say that $500 is the town's only cost, but it's not in the tens of thousands of dollars, unless we're talking about units potentially like Pheno, but that's a different conversation entirely. So I won't go there.
Yeah.
But for these units that we're looking at being a middleman for only a couple of weeks to a few months, they're pretty low.
Great. Any other questions from council? Seeing no other questions from council, this is an action item. Is there anybody in the audience to comment on this? Seeing none, I will close public comment for the agenda item in the audience. Are there any hands raised online? Tiffany? Seeing none, unless there's any further discussion from council, I would entertain a motion.
I move to adopt a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the acquisition of certain deed restricted property known as 155 West Pacific Avenue, Silver Jack, Unit 205, located within the Town of Telluride, San Miguel County, State of Colorado.
We have a motion from Ashley. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Elena. Ashley, how do you vote?
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
Maria, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Ian, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. Thank you. Thank you for staying a little later. We appreciate it. We're going to bounce around our agenda a little bit to try to accommodate timing that people are expecting for this agenda item. So we are going to skip ahead to agenda item number 12, work sessions. Informational update from the Telluride Ski Patrol Union regarding contract negotiations with the Telluride Ski and Golf Company. And we have Jackie Kearney and Catherine Devlin here. And come on up.
Hi.
And take your time.
Yeah, we have a
And
PowerPoint, please.
Tiffany, can you-
Oh.
Laptop so you can join remotely and share it yourself.
Yes, through the Zoom, right?
And then you'll need to email it to me.
Okay.
And adjust the temperature.
It's still cold.
We're freezing
Just so you know.
What's the Wi-Fi in here?
It's
should-
public. It's
it's-
no
it's
password.
public,
Yeah, Town of
okay.
Telluride public.
Chambers can have a fireplace.
and
Still alive.
take your time. We know the pressure.
And I texted you guys the Zoom link, if that's helpful.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. I think I also just have to seem like
Might be able to email it, so.
yeah, let's see. I do have it. It's right here.
No, I think it was.
The agenda.
I just had to.
Yeah.
I texted
Got it right here. Um.
What format do you, PDF? For the slide deck?
Okay.
And then what's the email?
So it's T Kavanaugh, it's TKAVANAUGH. Telluride.gov.
I'm sharing too. I just,
Oh,
I'm doing both. I'm just attaching this as well. You're good. You don't need to do that. Oh, okay. Great. And you're in the Zoom.
Last week.
My computer is.
What? The agenda, this item? Yeah.
I didn't do that.
Sorry. So it's just an agenda item on the packet. Are you looking for their presentation?
Yeah, yeah.
No, that's their presentation.
they're-
So we just added to this agenda after the meeting.
Gotcha, okay.
But no, they did not provide a presentation for it.
Is it?
It's okay.
Sorry, everyone.
Yeah. You don't make it.
Okay.
You don't need to join the computer.
Okay.
Or you can join the computer. Do you want to?
Okay.
Okay.
Recording in progress.
And then you're muted. Perfect.
Okay.
And then you'll push.
Okay. Just make sure I'm.
Chewy.
Do I need to go? Do not disturb right here. You don't have to do that.
Candy over here.
Just don't want people to be tired.
While I was sitting in that room.
I know.
Upstairs. is Really old.
That's good sushi. Not gonna do it. She's sitting there and I was like.
Just hopefully not text me anything crazy while we're presenting.
Do you want to go? Well, and also if you only share the screen, that is your presentation, you'll be fine.
Okay.
And if you're listening on Coda, we're just working on some technical difficulties, so please stand by.
Sorry about the dead air.
Dead air is tough.
Better us half the time.
Way better than listening to us.
Yep. And then you can go to present.
I can give a little intro while they're.
That'd be great. Thanks, Kat.
Hi, thanks for having us today. I'm Catherine Devlin, Vice President of our Ski Patrol Union. 6-year experience on Telluride Ski Patrol and 8 years total experience. This is my dear friend and colleague, Jackie Kearney. She's secretary of our union. And we just want to start off by saying how grateful we are for the opportunity to share our situation with Telski right now. Our goal is to be as transparent as possible. We understand this topic affects the community. And we really appreciate the opportunity to be here today. So thank you so much. Our last negotiation session was on December 6th. We requested a last best and final offer on that day after 2 days of 8-hour negotiation sessions. That was about our 16th total negotiation session with the company since June. Last best and final offer is a negotiating term. It doesn't mean that there's no more negotiation that can happen. What that means is the company is going to give us what they feel is the best they can do, and we're going to bring it to our membership to vote on it. And as the representatives, we were unbiased in that vote. On Monday, the 8th, we voted with 99% of our membership voting it down. And on the 9th, Telski was made aware of that vote, and we have not heard from them since. Us giving them a no vote is essentially us passing the paper back across the table.
So the ball's in their court to contact us and ask us to come back to the table. We want to continue to negotiate. We've made that clear in the room on the 6th, and we made that clear publicly at Mountain Village Town Council and in several interviews since then. Yeah, we've received no communication from the company. We've only seen letters to the community at this point from Telsky. We're deeply unhappy that today the company has made all of our wages public on their website. And we just want the community to understand that we're doing our best to get back to the negotiation table. We've made it clear publicly and to the company that we have some wiggle room on our last proposal that we gave them. We have a small presentation to give you, and then maybe we can answer some questions after that.
Awesome. Kat, thank you very much.
And hi, everyone. Thank you for having us. I will also just add to what Kat said. Yeah, we are under the impression that our no vote was enough communication to hear back from the company. And since we have not heard from them, we did reach out to them directly as well, just trying to check in to see where they're at with going back to the bargaining table, as that's our wish. And we haven't heard back from them yet, but we're hoping to hear back from them. So I'm going to try and keep it relatively brief with this presentation. There are a lot of numbers. So after we're finished, if you have questions and want me to go back to any of the slides, I'm happy to do so.
Great.
Oh, it's just lagging. Okay. So like Kat said, we've been in negotiations since June. We've had about 16 sessions. Those sessions are generally 8 to 9 hour days with the company. They come in blocks of 2-day sessions. So we've had 8 2-day blocks and then a half day during Thanksgiving week. The way these work is the union committee, we're all there on our own time. We're not a super wealthy or well-established union, so we do not have funds to compensate the union reps. However, our CWA rep, Gary Jordan, who is in the room, is compensated. The rest of us are there on our own time. And that's just important context for how much time we've put into trying to reach an agreement. There's kind of 3 major components to the financial discussion that's still on the table. Like Kat said, the last best and final offer is a kind of a legal term. It's not a literal term. And when you reach this point in the negotiations, technically there's only one kind of contract left. It's not 2 competing proposals. So important context for this presentation is also when you see unions request on there, that is the point we got to in our financial proposal before last best and final was issued. It is contrary to recent messaging. It is by no means the number we are demanding or we go out on a work stoppage. That was just where we got to. And in fact, some of those numbers are almost a starting point for us. But of what's left on the table from us, or what was left on the table, and where we see a disagreement right now is in our wages, both our base pays and our special skills incentives. We are asking for a health insurance stipend. We don't receive allowance. Yeah, as full-time seasonal employees, we do not receive any healthcare benefits from the ski area. Historically, we've been told this is not possible, although we're seeing this pop up in a lot more contracts, and some industry-leading resorts do offer year-round healthcare to their full-time seasonal employees. We are not requesting that. We are just trying to create a starting point to offset some of these private health insurance costs that we all face. And then the third portion is integrating what we're known as our supervisors. We're now calling them station leads. We had them join our bargaining unit this spring when we filed an Armored Globe petition with the NLRB. They were deemed to not be under their current role, not supervisors as is defined by labor law. And so now they're eligible to be part of our bargaining unit, which means we can negotiate their wages. And there's also some language that we're still working on in the contract about how they will
Job description.
their job description and how they'll be integrated into the membership.
Yeah, and 100% of them voted to join the union. So that was something they were looking for.
This says this past weekend. I'm sorry, I didn't update it for Mountain Village. This was about a little over a week ago. We received the last best and final offer. That was on December 6th. And then on Monday, December 8th, that was when we voted it down. And I think this is an important moment to also clear up, some people continue to ask us to consider the offer that's on the table, including the company, which individually emailed our entire membership yesterday, asking them each to reconsider the offer and what their new wages would be. We have already considered it. That is voting on it. We are now at a point where we need to move past that last best and final offer. Our membership voted that down 99%. They made it very clear why they voted it down. Oops, wrong way. The main reasons the offer was rejected, the membership felt as though it didn't adequately address wage increases for our supervisors or station leads. If you want to look at the wage sheet that was published today, you can see station leads on there, and you can see that the proposed wage increases for them are significantly less than the rest of the membership. It did not adequately address years of wage suppression and compression. We still feel as though the top third of our membership isn't adequately recognized in this contract. And again, what we've spent a lot of time this summer doing is walking through these other contracts with the negotiating team from Telski and trying to explain to them how they play out in actual straight time wages. And we still feel confident in the hours we've spent looking at these contracts and from our contacts at these resorts that the wages offered are not truly industry leading or competitive. We're in either the town of Telluride or the industry. We are trying to create a wage structure that incentivizes people to stay and make this job a career, which I know people love to debate about whether our job is a career or not. But in order for the ski area to operate safely and for us to do our job safely, we need to have seasoned professionals doing this job. This is not a resort with terrain that can sustain high turnover at 5 to 10 years, like we're starting to see. We are highly trained professionals, and we feel as though we should be compensated accordingly. Right. We added this in here. This is some data from the town of Telluride. It's just giving some context for what, town governments have established to be a living wage here, or a wage that makes it possible to live here for a long time. We are not asking for $50 an hour for most of our membership. Our median pay is around $35 in our current proposal.
I just wanted to quickly jump in. That's not the town of Telluride. That's the Telluride Fire District. So very separate. Just wanted to put that.
Yes, sorry, data that we received from the town of Telluride about the Telluride Fire Protection District.
Data. So I don't think.
I think that's the fire department's
fire department.
information, yeah.
Yep.
So-
Okay,
It's okay.
Yeah, no worries.
sorry.
Nope.
Okay. So I introduced in here too what the qualifications are for these different wage classifications that you'll see on here. You can see that even our trainees, which is typically someone who works for 1 to 2 years in this role, is still a skilled professional even coming into the job. And we need to compensate those people at a wage that they're able to live at for even just a year or a winter for them to be wanting to come back. Let's see. This is just kind of a comparison. And again, like I said, that union request is not our final offer. I just want to be really clear about that because I think there's been some misinformation floating around. The one thing I changed from last week, which is from an integration of some new data that we didn't have access to last week, which is these supervisor wages I'm talking about, is including the supervisors, it's actually 360 or 367 per person. Sorry, that was a typo in their offer. And the proposed wage increases that the average hourly wage increases people will see is more like 11.8%, not 13%. It's a small difference, but when I was spending some time in Excel today, I found that. This wage range is still accurate. Also in the numbers that were released today, oops. Sorry, I'm not very competent at presenting. Okay. The wages that were published today also said that the proposed starting wage was $24.50. That is not the number that's on the last best and final we received. It was $23.50. Again, it's $1, but for an hourly worker, $1 is makes a big difference.
I think a major takeaway from this slide is that note on the bottom that offer keeps half of our patrol below 30 an hour. And just bringing this back to safety, that's not a livable wage here. And we need retention in this job. We need integral knowledge to deal with the terrain we have. We have extremely dangerous terrain and we have an extremely dangerous snowpack. You all know that. Oftentimes we're dealing with a backcountry experience out there. So you got to think about who your partner is on these routes that I would be leading and who I'd be taking with me as my partner to rescue me in worst case scenario. Keeping half of our patrol below 30 an hour is not going to keep them around, and we're just going to see more turnover, and we're going to see accidents. You know, we have near misses every year with all the knowledge we have already. So this is really important to keep this place running and keep the terrain open that we have.
Yeah, thanks, Kat. And then another note to be made here is this says the difference between our asks and TSG's offer is $115,885. Again, with the integration of that supervisor data that we did not have last week, and was just shared with us, it's $160,000 for just wages alone. That includes the supervisor number that we didn't have in our previous spreadsheet. That being said, to reiterate this again, we are by no means trying to ask the company to come all the way across this number. We believe that the numbers we would be comfortable reaching, the difference between our wage asks would be under $100,000 if we can return to the table and be treated as equals at the table. I think that's really important to say. And this is over 3 years too, this number here. It's over the entirety of our contract.
Yeah, normally contracts are 3 years. In the past, we've started negotiating at year 2 so that we never have to go work without a contract. And in this negotiation session and then 3 years ago, that's the only 2 times in 10 years that we've had to go past that 2-year period. And this is now the second time we're working without a contract.
Yeah, that's important context for historically, we've tried to avoid reaching the point we're at right now, which is being backed up against the Christmas holiday and still not having a contract. So we're talking a lot about a livable wage and what is a livable wage. We've been referencing this MIT living wage calculator a lot recently. For a person that lives in San Miguel County, they estimate this number to be, for a salaried employee, $54,225, adjusted to this number, which I'm sure you all are familiar with. For full-time employment here, you know, that works out to be closer to $37.66. Obviously, you can see even just from the numbers on our next slide here, we're not asking for everyone to be paid that. I think we're just putting that out as context for how challenging it can be to make it work here. We know we all choose to live in an expensive area. And like this is a lifestyle choice. And it is necessary for us to work at this mountain, to live in this county and be reasonable driving distance away. And if you're not able to live in the county, it's not possible to work as a ski patroller. We're often, when the weather is the worst and the roads are the worst, is when we're in the earliest. And yeah, people need to live a reasonable driving distance away, and that's just how it is. This wage table, I've added a little more data, which makes it a little messier. But I was trying to get closer to comparing like apples to apples here. So I introduced average for these different classifications. And these are all in numbers, so they include these special skills incentives as well. So in the red, you can see that in our current pay, the most recent union requests, and then the last best and final from the company. And I think really what we're trying to display here is that even with us having an offer on the table that's a little ways away from where we'd like to end, we're really not that far apart. And I think important context too is these numbers don't seem very far apart. And I think for maybe a business operator, they're not that far apart. I mean, I know that they have impacts. I own a small business here that I operate in the summer, but for an hourly worker, this is a huge difference. $2 makes a big difference. And you can see kind of the gap grows as we reach our more senior patrollers. And that's really an issue that we've been trying to fix with this contract, and that we need to see more movement on. I mean, obviously based on this table, we need to see movement on everything. But this is us, coming closer together, and with the hope that there's still room to come closer together. I introduced averages and minimum wages too in that top category for these 4 columns as well. It's that's like the absolute lowest you could be paid without any special skills. The way our contract is written, we have people who do start at the true minimum because we now allow people to challenge an OEC from certain woofer providers. That's probably more detail than you need. So they're not receiving any special skills incentives their first year. So it's really $23.50. Whereas like that column in the center there, the West Slope, comparable West Slope ski area, that minimum is one of their base pays plus a skills incentive that everyone on their patrol gets because they're all compensated for being explosives handlers, not blasters, according to the ATF, which everybody who comes into contact with explosives, is the same here, has to be like registered with the ATF.
Yeah, and I think just to add a little bit to Jackie's point, that these small differences in wages can really make a big impact to the worker. If you think countywide, we probably have about 10,000 people in this area that qualify for this job. To be a ski patroller, you need to be an expert skier. You need to have an 80-hour first aid course, either a woofer or an OEC. Ideally, you have an AVI-1, an avalanche certification. It's not a requirement. We have so many people in this area who are qualified to do this job, and they don't because they'd be taking a pay cut. And that's who we need to do this job. We need people who already live here, who know the terrain, who know the snowpack, to have this place operate as safely as it can. For instance, last year we hired 8 people, and only 4 of those people were able to show up this year due to housing. So there's a discrepancy in the needs of our patrol and people being able to make it here.
And again, a little out of date, but the important part of the slide is that, what's been made clear to us in public statements is that TSG is hesitant to give these raises, not only because they feel as though that this compensation is too high for us. They also don't want to give these raises to the rest of the employees at Telluride Ski and Golf. They feel as though that is too big of an ask. And I think we just want to take this opportunity to reiterate, we are advocating for ourselves using collective bargaining because we are a unionized group. There aren't any other unionized groups at Telluride, but that does not mean that we don't think that those people also deserve a more livable wage. I think this is a really hard place to live, and this ski area is kind of the backbone of the economy here, and we need to reward people for keeping that place running. And we hope that if we see these pay increases, that some other people who work at Telski and some of the people who've worked there for a long time will also see pay increases, because we don't think that by asking for this, we're not saying that we deserve this and other people don't. We're just saying that we're the only people who right now have the power to advocate for this. And historically, when we've seen increases to our base pay, it's been reflected in increases to base pay at the company as well. And that's all.
Great. Thank you very much for showing up to help us understand the Telluride Ski Patrol side of the negotiations and hustling down here for you guys and some other people in the audience from a work day. So that's very much appreciated. Are there any questions from council for Ski Patrol? Ashley?
Thanks for the presentation, you guys. I have just a quick comment and then I do have a question as well. So I am a small business owner that operates in a recreational sphere as well. I own Telluride Sleighs and Wagons. And I think that it's really important for, Telski and the general public as well to hear that most businesses, even ones with people that don't have necessary specialty skills, life-saving skills that you guys are talking about, are paying their employees at these rates already. So I'm not surprised that you have people that have a lot of skills that you've offered jobs to that are choosing to work other places, because this is a reality of where employees need to be paid in order to live in this community. So I just wanted to say that and hope that, I think that a lot of other business owners would echo that this is a reality of where you're paying staff, because we live in an expensive place. This is just what it is to pay people a living wage. I did have one question that was also brought to me by a community member that I wanted to ask you. And I've seen your presentation a few times now, and obviously been following very closely. I think that myself and the public would really be curious. Right now, we see where your union request is currently. I haven't seen or heard where you guys started and if you have come up or if you have negotiated on your numbers in any way, or if you're kind of coming to the table with what you think is your best offer as well. I'm just trying to figure out for everyone that's, watching this unfold, have you guys adjusted from your initial ask to where you're sitting at today, presenting those numbers to us?
Yes. We've come off of our initial ask by, I don't know, maybe Graham might be able to confirm this number for me, but I think it's over $200,000.
Great. Yeah, I think that's, again, something that I haven't heard from you guys, and I think that's an important thing. So that's great to hear that you guys have also been actively negotiating. I think that sometimes gets lost, is that it's, my position on negotiation is that when you have a successful negotiation, everyone feels a little bit screwed. So I'm equally unhappy.
Yeah.
Everyone walks away going, dang. But that to me is a sign of a successful negotiation, is that, everyone feels like they brought themselves to a compromise in some way.
Yeah, I think important context for that would be also where the company began, which was offering us our existing COLA in our contract and asking if we wanted to extend our contract to 5 years instead of 3 and lock into Yeah, or
Just
what,
cost of living.
which it's, sorry, cost.
The number, the existing.
So our COLA is currently tied to the CPIW. So it varies, which is also part of this 25% number that's been thrown around as well. In our last contract, a large portion of that came from the huge amount of inflation that happened during COVID. So, and the introduction of the CPIW tied COLA. And, you know, to be clear, to be fair to the business perspective, that is an increase in their payroll they're seeing, but our membership's position is that they don't feel that as a raise. You know, they feel that as if they're just barely keeping their nose above water is kind of how that feels to somebody. But yeah, so, you know, currently the year one proposal from the company is about $166,000 increase in payroll. So if that puts kind of where bargaining has started and come to into perspective, that's about how much both sides have moved.
We've also shown movement every time we've had a chance, and we haven't seen that reciprocated always. It took, I think, maybe 2 to 3 times we had to pass another proposal across the table to see movement from the company.
Yeah, of more than to see 5-figure movement. That was the first time we saw that was in our most recent bargaining session.
Any other questions from council?
One quick one. When you say you're working with Telsky's negotiating team, I assume that's not Mr. Horning himself. Who is that you're talking to? And
Yeah, great question. So across the table has been a consultant that Telsky has hired. She doesn't live in the area. She lives in the Denver area, I think. It's our director, our ski patrol director, and lately it's been Steve Swenson. In the first 4 sessions, it was Heather Young at the table as well, rather than Steve.
okay, but it sounds like it's been several people throughout these negotiations at different times, perhaps. It's
been pretty consistent. It's been pretty consistent of those 3 people.
Do you feel that they have the authority to, or they have complete authority and authorization from Mr. Horning to finalize a contract? Do they feel like that?
I think they could finalize the contract if we had went with this offer, this last best and final.
Thank you. The only question I have comments if we do have time, but.
Yeah.
Yep.
So is there a mediator then between?
Yes, there's been a mediator in the
separate
room
mediator.
for the last 4 sessions, and she's been extremely helpful in, you know, we were really struggling with just getting everybody on the same page, doing the same math, and just really being heard. And she's really been extremely helpful in having both parties see what's being asked for.
Okay, I think that's important to have a mediator that's trying to bring the parties together.
Mhm.
And so if that person is working, then that's positive.
Yeah, and we welcome her back to the table as well. Like, we think it's been a super positive addition to the table.
And so when y'all say no to the last best and final from Telsky, then do you send something back to them and say, well, we would go with this? Well, you know
We're
what I mean?
prepared
And
to
then if
do
there's- I
that.
don't know
We're
exactly.
prepared to do that. What we have done is the no vote is us passing something back and saying our membership said this isn't good enough. And we welcome another offer.
And I think to elaborate on what Kat said too, it is in the, sorry, I keep breathing onto the microphone. In the world of collective bargaining, you know, we talked about in the room with us and the mediator and Telsky's negotiating team, what happens if we vote this down? Because we were very clear in the room that we didn't believe our membership would ratify this contract, but that we were happy to bring it to a vote as another point of feedback for the company. And so I think we walked away from that thinking that sharing our no vote was the point of feedback they needed. And especially when we said what we needed was more money on the table and they had said there isn't any more money. So we were hoping for them to say, okay, there's more money, let's go back to the table. But what we've learned in the last few days is that maybe that isn't clear to them. And so that's why we reached out and we said, what do you need from us to continue this process? Can you please advise us on how you'd like to continue this?
Right, because I mean, I'm looking at that union request in the middle and not even going into the skill sets of 5 to 10, 10 to 20, because those skill sets could vary. You don't have to necessarily have a skill set based on those years. But, you know, if you present something and they give you something back and then you give them something back, included with the no, is that the volley that maybe is the next step? Or
I think that's what we're waiting to hear. If they want us to present them a counter proposal, we have one ready to send over to them. It's just that's the question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions from council, Mian?
You said something earlier, and I'm not a union negotiator, nor have I ever negotiated with the union, but you mentioned that the ski resort had individually reached out to your membership. Is that a normal part of the procedure? I mean, or is it supposed to be that like the union negotiating team and then the company negotiating team work together, or is the company allowed to reach out to the membership at any and all points?
So that is a great question. That is a violation of labor law. It's called direct dealing. And we'll be filing a ULP about that, an unfair labor practice. So the way it's supposed to work is we are the elected representatives, and the company is supposed to negotiate wages through us. And then we speak to our membership, and they're not. Yeah, we're the representatives. They're not supposed to contact our membership directly.
Thank you.
They directly went to every member and asked them to reconsider the vote. It's a clear violation.
Can I ask who is compensating the mediator?
So Telski has been compensating the mediator. When we started talking about a mediator, we discussed who was going to pay for that. And at that time, we felt we were still too far apart financially. Just because our funds are so limited, it didn't feel worth spending the money on that because the mediator can't bring more money to the table. So Telski agreed to pay for the mediator, and that's how it's been working so far. You know, if it has to go to 50-50 from this point on, that's something that we're willing to do.
Yeah. And this, again, for people not familiar with this process, this issue of compensating a mediator is a new problem. Mediators used to be federally funded and they are no longer. So now there's this new element of hiring someone who's basically a consultant to be there, and consulting rates are somewhat of a stretch for the union budget. But like Kat said, we are very, like, if it became a question of, do we want to have this person here and we split the cost or we don't have them, we're 100% on board. We think it's very important that there's a mediator there.
Just to reiterate, I want to make sure I'm clear. I know you touched upon it already. What was the date that you said no to Telluride Ski and Golf from their latest proposal? Took that as your sign of negotiation that they didn't respond, that they weren't close enough for you to respond with a different answer other than no, which is totally fair. What date was that?
So we received the last best and final on the 6th. We brought that to our membership on the Monday, the 8th to vote. We voted that evening. And then we presented that information on the 9th, which was a week ago.
Okay, so we are basically 1 week from them responding.
Yep.
We did send a follow-up email today.
No. My thought process there is we all know as a community that time is of the essence, being in the heart of ski season and the work that Ski Patrol does. And it's just, to put it lightly, it's disheartening that they're not taking any quicker action and quicker motivation as this impacts lots of people. I also get the fact that, everyone has their own negotiating strategies for what they want to do. But if you don't respond to a response, then you get nowhere. And it sounds like we've wasted 7 days of going nowhere. I just want to make sure, clarify that.
That's the correct timeline.
Okay, great. Elena?
That leads me into my question. What is the normal timeline for negotiating these contracts? Is it something you normally start in June? Like, is that pretty standard, or does that allow for enough time? I guess, yeah, what's precedent there?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So Kat kind of hinted at this before, but historically, so we've been unionized for 10 years. I think a lot of people in this town actually don't know that because it's typically been a pretty seamless process. When Bill Jensen was the CEO, we would reopen contracts in year 2 with the goal of avoiding this whole matter of being in year 3. Starting with our last contract, which the one that expired in August, the company declined to meet in year 2 and pushed us back to negotiating beginning, I think in May or June that year. The same thing happened again, this contract. I think what's important context for why this feels like such a large percentage increase we're also asking for is because we, as a membership, had these same conversations 3 years ago about going back to work without a contract, because the contract we settled on, we left some things that could have been improved on because we were backed up against the ski season. And it was a point of leverage for the ski company. And now we're in that same position again. We presented financials in August. And now we've all been working without a contract for it's been about 4 months, a little less than 4 months since our contract expired. And historically, we haven't entertained working without a contract. So now here we are. It feels a little bit, there is an element of feeling like there isn't someone with clear decision-making power that we have access to.
And then, just so I can be clear, maybe some other people need clarification on it. Are there any extra risks for you guys to be working without a contract, or is it ultimately just the default to the last contract for whether it's benefits, pay, whatever that may be?
We default to the last contract. So it's not that we don't have protection from a contract. It's more just that this gives the company opportunity to just kind of waste time. So like, even though we're working on the last contract, nobody has seen a COLA increase this year. Everybody's making the same wage they made last year, where it states clearly we should have received a COLA. It's tricky. It's a negotiation tactic to be without a contract and just say, let's keep negotiating, let's keep meeting. And then all of a sudden the winter's over and we got paid our last year's wage the whole year.
Right. Okay.
I got a question.
Ashley?
I'm assuming based on what you just said, but I don't want to assume, so I'm going to ask that if you're sitting here right now working with the same wages that you had previously without your COLA increase, that those wouldn't be paid to you retroactively either. So the longer you sit, the longer there's no contract, you're going to continue to make the same wage without that increased.
It depends on when the contract is ratified and how we ratify it. There can be a clause in there that says ratified on a date so that we can retroactively get paid for the work we've already done. But in an offer that we've seen from them, they'd like to ratify it and not pay us.
You wouldn't regain any of that from this current season based on their current offer.
Mm-hmm. I also just wanted to add to Elena's question that when this whole bargaining process started, we agreed to 8 sessions, and we immediately asked for more sessions right away. We didn't think we were going to get it done in 8. And the company's response was, well, we'll figure that out later, basically. which pushed us into off seasons. I mean, like we've stated, we're all doing this as volunteers. So that gets really tricky, to ask people to donate more of their time. And especially when you don't know ahead of time, you can't plan your work around these meetings when they're not planned ahead of time.
Any other questions from council? I will add that since this is a work session, we'd be happy to take any comments from people in the audience if we're wrapped up with questions from council. Ann?
I guess just like one last question, kind of to Ashley's initial point. You've done comps obviously against peer communities and peer industry departments. Have you looked at what the average wages are here in the destination as far as like what our general work is, or like, and like what median income is? And if so, like, can you speak to that at all? I mean, we can do the math, like sort of the back of the napkin math, but if you already knew that, that would be great to know.
Yeah, we've started collecting those numbers. To be honest, this is my Saturday and I haven't had time to put them all together for this presentation. But we've began collecting those numbers from, I think we have retail. I could pull it up, but yeah, I don't have those right now, but.
I think both Jackie and I separately are small business owners in the summer, and pay employees to do unskilled labor higher than the median wage that we're proposing. If that helps that question at all.
No, thank you. That does. That answers it.
Great. Would like to give the opportunity for the public to speak. Lisa, I see your hand up and we have to have you step up to a microphone. So people listening, I'm not sure how much longer they can listen on Kodo but.
I just wanted to add on to something that Kat said. We hired 8 people, 4 showed up. We've lost 6 this year. And I think we have 3 or 4 out with injuries. So that's how we're working right now. We've lost more people than we've gained. And that's not sustainable.
Do you mind stating your name for the record, please?
Lisa, I've been on ski patrol for 27 years.
And your last name?
Chisholm.
Great. Thank you, Lisa. Steve?
Hi, my name's Steve Chechu. Been a resident for 36 years. You guys do an amazing job. Thank you for keeping me and my family safe for this amount of time we've been skiing here in Telluride. I just have one question because I'm not familiar with union negotiations. Are you precluded from making a counter offer?
No, we're not. And we have one. Sorry, I'm talking into this and trying to talk to you. We have one prepared, but there is some murkiness on what is best practice, whether we need to provide one. But the email we sent today was doubling down on if you need us to present a counter to go back to the table, we have one.
Just from an outside looking in and having negotiated, that's what I do for a living. It seems like the way that this works is you've been negotiating against yourself and then Telski negotiates against themselves because no one is saying, well, here's the deal points that we can't live with. So we're now presenting to you the deal points we can and the ones we can't. So if you don't do that, then it seems like it's a stalemate and someone has to then potentially negotiate against themselves to make an offer that they may not want to make. And so that's what creates a time delay. And so if there are deal points that you think that would work for you, then I would think that you would want to then present them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good point. I think we have done our best to do that in the room and communicating what we need to see, I think. And we're still not done doing that.
We made it clear that we have wiggle room. And we want to get back to the table. We want to get this solved.
Is there a way then to just say that we need to get back to the table? We have another round left in us, and
We said that on the 6th when we were given the last best and final, because we spoke about the idea that it might be voted down and what the next steps would be. So we made it clear in the room on that day that we would love to come back to the table and negotiate and that we still have room to move. I also think it's important to reiterate that the difference that we're talking about here between our proposal and their last best and final, well, the difference between where we're willing to move to is less than $100,000.
But I think from a metrics-based standpoint, if you could do that and clearly state, this hourly wage goes up, this one stays the same, and you run that across a spreadsheet, you know, him as a business owner might, you know, gravitate to seeing that as opposed to here's a lump sum number and not really seeing exactly how it's broken down.
Oh, I see what you're asking. We have broken down for each category. So we have 4 levels of patrollers, I guess 5 now if we're adding in station leads. So it's trainee, basic, advanced, specialist, and then used to be supervisors. Now it's called station lead. And so our proposals clearly state a base wage for each of those categories. And then there's several special skills you can acquire as a ski patroller, and you're compensated accordingly for those special skills. So I would say it's actually very, it's very categorized and clear where we need to see the movement.
If you have those metric-based numbers and then you can say, all right, you're here and we're here and we'd like to see this amount of increase now, this is what we can live with. It would seem like that could move the negotiation forward.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think we have been doing that. And I think what we're seeing is there has been movement forward. It's just happening slowly. And so like what I was saying about, you know, us making many moves that brought the total value of our proposal down by 5 figures, and then seeing rebuttals or, you know, counter proposals that were coming up by $4,000 or $6,000. And so I think that's what's taking such a long time. And hopefully now if we return to the table with, you know, all of this public signaling of being like, we have room to move, we can move by real amounts. I think that's what I said before is important, is that us as union representatives negotiating this contract are uncompensated for our time in the room, and the other side of the table is compensated for their time. And so there is this element too of like, you know, we take time off from work to be there. And so we need to be seeing what we consider real movement in order to reach somewhere that's in the middle, instead of feeling like, you know, we're giving up everything and then there's a little bit. And yeah, like Kat said, we still have room to move. You know, we have room to talk about the healthcare stipend. We have room to talk about all of this. We just want to feel that those big moves aren't going to be met with an increase of 50 cents to one base wage.
Right.
Or something like that.
But until you make that move, they may not know, so that they may not be willing to negotiate against themselves.
We've been making.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
well, again.
And Steve, I
right
want
now, we are-
to, I think you've made your point, and what's very challenging is not knowing the full picture of the negotiations, how much each side has moved, how many times each side has gone back to one another. You know, I think, you know, if their strategy was to say no at this point in time, that probably wasn't their strategy the whole time along, and they have gone back and forth. And to me, what it sounds like from them is the give and take might not have be equal to this point. And so the more that somebody decides to give, like your advice, may put them at a harder disadvantage. So it might not be as easy as that.
Right, but as you said,
So
7
public-
days have
3
gone
minutes.
by.
Yeah, it went,
It's okay.
But
I
as-
lost the timer. They went back and forth with it.
Want other
Yep.
people to
But
be.
Teddy,
able
as you said,
jump
7
in.
days have gone by.
But they were the last person to respond right away. Why should they go back twice? That's the only point I'm
But my
making.
point is, they responded with a no. They didn't respond with, we can live with X.
But I'm not a union expert, so I
Yeah,
can't.
And neither am I. That's the question.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm just trying to move things along, as opposed to, that's where it seems like there's a stalemate. It's
Right.
it's only a question as to to try and propel the process.
We've always been extremely transparent that we want to continue negotiation.
How do we move forward?
Yeah.
Right.
And we requested a last best and final because negotiations were becoming unproductive. And,
Yeah.
giving 150 hours of my free time this summer and fall, it just got to a point where we had to say, give us your best offer. And we brought that to the membership. The membership voted it down. We made it clear in the room that we wanted to continue negotiating. We've made it clear when we gave the no vote that we want to continue negotiating and that we're open to moving. It's always been very transparent.
And I hear you. Everyone's time is valuable. Everyone's time is valuable. So
Your comment is coming from a really good place, wanting to move things forward, and that's how we.
And that's our wish
so
as
we-
well.
We
Yeah.
appreciate that.
thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you guys.
You get your hand up and you got to step up to a microphone
That's Laura.
and state your name, please.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me? I wasn't hearing a word that Steve said out of this.
Yes.
Can you guys hear me? Okay. I'm Laura Thomas and I'm the Community Relations Manager with the resort. And so I'm not here to debate these folks at all. This was a forum where you invited them to present. But I thought it would be helpful to add a few pieces of context, if you would like them. And I will just say at the outset, who remembers during COVID when suddenly we all had to be like zoonotic disease experts? Does anyone remember this? So suddenly people were epidemiologists and this sort of thing. And I find our community, including myself, to suddenly be in a position where we're having to know things about bargaining that we may not have known. And to the credit of these folks, that you're having to learn in real time as you're trying to negotiate. So I would just say that as a point of context. When I walked in, I was not tracking that there was any conversation. And I was made aware as I was sitting here with my phone, which is about to die, that Graham did reach out and that a response was made. So, this is literally, I think, happening at this time. And it is difficult because anytime I'm introducing information or you're introducing information or someone else is introducing it that wasn't known previously, then it's immediately reducing trust. And I just know this from my own past experience. But I'm hopeful that sharing what's currently occurring in the dialogue between the people who actually are required to be there could be helpful. And I know from all of the feedback that I've gotten how very desperately the community wants that. The other piece that I think is so helpful in the current conversation for me to bring is a little bit of nuance about the conversation around wages. You've astutely shared that the difference in positions comes down to a pretty small dollar amount. And that has really captivated, I think, the community imagination, because this is a number that we can think about, like in our own finances, our own businesses, our own wages, to say it's 100 or 160 or whatever. And at the same time, you've also, and I'm saying this collectively.
You have 10 seconds.
Okay, all right, I'm out of time.
Yeah,
Okay.
Because I think we should let you speak. I know it's not protocol, but I
I
need to hear what you have.
I am almost done. At the same time, you've shared a desire to be leaders and to create change, not only for the other employees of Telski, but perhaps for ski patrols elsewhere in the industry. And I think I'm not misunderstanding it. That's an accurate statement.
I would say the numbers we're looking for are not setting a new industry standard. That'd
Okay.
Be near the top of the industry.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. The context where I understand the difference between the positions is actually in that latter category. the movement that you would like to make would put you definitely at the top and perhaps above the top of the set of resorts that both parties agreed to reference during negotiations. The resort's not, we're not legally allowed to disclose those resorts, but I believe that the union can if some of those resorts are in your local. And the other consideration that the resort has is not that it would have to, as if this is some horrible thing, but that out of fairness, it shall change wages for employees who are not unionized. And that business owners and employees who aren't in the room and were never asked will also inevitably have to have those conversations. So that, I think, is an important context because almost none of us had any specific power in the conversation that you're having, and yet the impact will be visited equally on everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anybody else in the room for public comment? Graham?
I'm Graham Hoffman, and I was hoping to not have to talk here today, so I'm really grateful for Kat and Jackie. Since they got going, we did email the company finally directly today because we have not heard back from them since we last emailed them. We intimated to them, or I said pretty bluntly, if we need to skip a step, if you need to hear an offer from us, fine, but why are we not talking? We still don't understand what has caused this delay. This new contract will not set us near the top of our peers in the 7781. We've always shared those contracts at the company's request anytime they've requested them. And yeah, we look forward to continued dialogue. It's baffling that it has taken this long to hear back from them. That's all I have to say.
Graham, thank you very much. Anybody else in the room for public comment?
I'm Cammie Nichols. I wasn't planning on saying anything today, but as a community member, I just want to say that I think from what I'm hearing on the street and in my community, we all really support the patrol and your efforts. We understand you've been sort of backed against the wall here with the season coming to a close. Of course, we all want to see negotiations go well. That said, I think you have a lot of support and respect and admiration in the community. We know it's a really dangerous resort and we appreciate what you all do, and we continue to appreciate you. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Ray, come on up.
Hello, my name's Ray Bowers, and resident, and I took an interest in this whole thing when I just was trying to find a solution to it and stop the combat. And I've seen all these numbers. There's just numbers and numbers and numbers from MIT living wages, and it seems like I even talked to Chuck about this, and he admitted that it's a small number, but it's principle. It's the ski patrol's principle of yes, the living wage and where that number came from could be questionable, but yes, it's expensive to live in this area for sure. And yeah, he's got his principle of not having to raise everybody else's wages at the same time. And you all have your principle of the living wage, and the numbers go all over the place. Some are believable, some are not really close. And you know, how you come up with $24.77 is a livable wage here is a little baffling, but I think it's a lot higher, and that MIT could be incorrect. But to get past this thing, if you guys can't get Chuck to come back, which is very, very difficult, and we all know the problems that everybody has problems with Chuck. It's sometimes very unreasonable. And if we get stuck with this, and you guys do have to do your strike, just wondering if there is any way that the public can support you guys for this year, just to get it through. I think we could raise $115,000 in this room right here. And people I've talked to that said, you know, let's throw something in here so we don't all get damaged. So the businesses don't get damaged, the reputation doesn't get damaged. Whether there is a way to fork up that extra money, you know, it's peanuts for Chuck, but it's his goddamn principle. And he's hard to deal with, and everybody knows that. And I just don't know if there's a way for another wedge I'm doing a GoFundMe for a friend down in Belize right now. And and it's been great getting people to just say, yeah, well, that's a really good cause. And I've talked to people about this idea here, and, you know, people said, yeah, when you want to write a check for $1,000. I don't know if, you know, with the rules of the labor law and everything, if it's prevented or what, or there would be a way around it. How about if, you know, since next year, there's not going to be any taxes on tips, we raise the money and call it a tip for this ski patrol. One way or another to come with a solution if you can't get there by Christmas. Anyway, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I think that's a pointed question to Ski Patrol, so I would love for you to answer that question.
Yeah, thanks, Ray. Thanks so much for that question. I just want to start by saying, like, it's been extremely humbling, all the support we've had from the community. We are extremely grateful and feel just so heartfeltly, we're so grateful that that's an option that's coming to the table. It's not coming to the table, it's just being offered, I guess. But, you know, that we're really trying to hold the company accountable. You know, a solution like that is not a solution, it's a Band-Aid. And we're going to be here next year arguing the same thing. And it's time Chuck has to pay his employees a livable wage. He needs to come up to the industry standard and be a world-class resort. And, you know, I mean, as you saw in the comparable slide, our proposal is we're still making less than Park City and Crested Butte and a little place where the beer flows like wine. You know, it's like this, it's time that he acknowledges our worth, and a one-year Band-Aid isn't a solution.
Can I add to that too? Also, there is an element of legality here as well. Like Ray said, it would, like what Kat said is the main reason not to accept finances, even if someone can figure out how to make it legal. But accepting money from business owners as a union is at best murky and at worst illegal. So it's really, and like the support, and I appreciate, and we appreciate everyone really wanting to limit the pain of this labor dispute on the community. I think it's also important, like, we also are members of this community. We have a lot of people who've lived here for a really long time, who've raised their families here, who live here, who are small business owners here. It's not, you know, we're not insulated from the effects of this. And we can't accept offers like that. It doesn't, we're trying to create a wage structure that addresses attraction and retention, and accepting a Band-Aid like that is just, it doesn't do that.
Great. Thank you for that answer and clarification. Is there anybody else in the room for public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment for the room. And if there are people online, I would encourage them to ask their questions. Tiffany, can you give a check and see? All right, there's nobody online for further comments, public comments. Any last thoughts from council or any last questions? Mario?
So you may not want to answer this question, but I think people are curious whether you will go on strike, what the timing of that would be, and how best we could support you if that's the case, because I'm happy to, well, no, I'm not happy not to ski, but I'm not going to ski if,
Yeah, I think we're still speaking about that internally. A conversation that we are having and continue to have is like, is there a way to do this in a way that affects the ski area, but not the local businesses? And honestly, the answer is no. And that's really hard for our group. What we're hoping is that we're going to be at the bargaining table. I think we would all be willing to be there for many consecutive days if we could reach an agreement without having a work stoppage. If we are going that route and things get worse instead of getting better, and we feel like we're not moving towards a solution, yet there is an element of us having to draw a hard line and saying, we can't keep dragging this out. We need to reach a new agreement. And if we are going to have a work stoppage, it'll be clearly communicated. And we imagine we'll have that information soon, but we truly do not have a date or something like that. And we are desperately hoping that it doesn't come to that. Still, I think it's our very last card that we'll play. And it is really unfortunate that all of this talk is already affecting local businesses here. And from what we've heard about Chuck is that he likes to come through at the 11th hour. And I don't know what that means to him. If that means the day before we're supposed to have a work stoppage, that is really unfortunate too. We would like to be moving towards a solution. And maybe it sounds like the company responded to our email. So hopefully we're going in that direction and we don't announce anything, but we have to, that's a really roundabout answer. I'm sorry, but it's the truth.
Yeah. Mian?
You know, one of the things that I think has been really apparent with everything that's been said right now, and including looking at your slides, is that you guys are sort of walking into this conversation that we and other elected officials have been having for years now, which is how to live here and how to afford to be here and how to hopefully thrive and raise a family here. And looking at the slides that you put up, I mean, I think really specifically to me, it was like the line that was your median salary. And knowing, again, I'm a small business owner as well. I think most people in this community have to be to try and survive. And knowing that I couldn't get an employee at that wage. And I also know that if I paid that wage, my employee couldn't survive here. I think what we're grappling with really is the true cost of living here. And we as a government, we subsidize housing and services and utilities and food, because what we understand to be true is that the wages that are being paid here in this community do not support anybody being able to basically live. And so we do that, and that's our responsibility. But those are the taxpayer dollars that we are choosing to use in that regard. And I think when any of us, whether it was me or Ashley or the two of you or a major employer in the area, are not paying a wage that allows people to pay their rent, to buy food, to pay for their utilities, to hopefully save something, the government has to step in. And that means that we're all paying it. We're all subsidizing that business. We're all subsidizing our community because we have a broken economy. And, you know, I don't think any of you wanted to be these like champions of the working class. Like, I don't think that this was your desire to be sitting in this room right now, talking to us about this and having to humble yourself in front of the entire community, talking about what you get paid by the hour. I'm glad you're doing it. I think we all need to start having this conversation a lot more honestly about what it actually costs to live here and how we can all ensure that we're all raising the tide so that all boats can lift, so that we can all afford to live here. So it's not just for me or for Ashley or for you guys, but it's for the future of this community, that we have people that do want to come in here and want to stay in the community because they can afford to stay here, because they can afford to create a career here. And you know, I don't know what that answer is. I've said through this entire process that that was a negotiation between you all and the ski resort. But I do think that we would be remiss to not realize that like what you're going through is something that we all need to address as a community as a whole. Because your salary is not any different than a lot of other salaries that are here. And we need to make sure that everybody here can be paid a wage that is fair and right and allows them to be happy and healthy in Telluride.
Eleanor?
Thanks. I have a final question. If this does move towards a strike, do you guys have a union strike fund? Like, is that something that you're allowed to do that people could help support you through?
There's a GoFundMe page
There is.
that
Did
they
we find that?
I'll let them tell where you find it, but I know enough about it by looking into it that they have a fund. And to be clear, because you know, with previous comments today about giving them money to bridge the gap, which is unacceptable, their way to help them sustain themselves if they choose to strike was to start a GoFundMe page so they could continue to live in Telluride at whatever bare minimum support that the GoFundMe page would have. But they're not going to go partying with it if they solve the issue. And they're going to donate that money back into the county, into the region, what have you, to support other people going through similar challenges. Did I summarize that pretty good for you guys?
Yeah, and I think you just have opened a point of clarification too. We're working on we're changing the language in the GoFundMe right now because we just put it out there as we have a lot of stuff we're doing right now. But we want to be really clear that that's also not just for us. If there are funds in there and there are people who are affected by a work stoppage, we want to be able to support them too. But what people have also been asking is the CWA, which is our national affiliate union, has a strike fund, which if we are out of work for 2 weeks, we begin getting paid out of. And that payment is $400 a person per week. And then after 3 weeks, it goes up to 500. So just if anyone's wondering, that's to cover food basically, and maybe some of our rent. So that's also why that GoFundMe is out there, because as we all know, that's not a very sustainable amount of money to be making in this area. So, and if we have people who on our patrol who could sustain at that for some reason, and want to donate more to other people, I'm sure there's a lot of us that are willing to do that.
Can you tell us how to find your GoFundMe?
Yeah, sure. So if you just go to the GoFundMe page, you just type in GoFundMe into a search browser. And then you just, in the GoFundMe search, you search Telluride Ski Patrol, you'll find it. It's being described as an assistance fund right now. We've learned that right now it can't be described as a strike fund.
Okay.
Because that would, we're hoping that it doesn't go that far. And then that would allow us to bring that money, like Teddy said, back into the community. Whereas if it was designated just as a strike fund, it has to be distributed during a strike to those in need on strike. So it's being marketed as an assistance fund on purpose right now, because it's not just for us.
And we hope that the outcome is that money just goes back into the community. That's also why that number is, for anyone listening who is about to look at it, the number is seemingly high on there. It's because it's just for us. It's for the community and other people in the community too.
Great. Thanks for that clarification. Any other questions from council?
Comment if I may.
Sure.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll try and keep it brief because we've all been in this room for a long time. I think you are feeling, as we are as well, some of the pressure and weight of these negotiations on the whole community. And I know you recognize that. And I know you're working and, struggling for your future in good faith. I do want to remind the community that these types of negotiations have a long tradition in our community. In fact, I walk past a plaque every time I come to this chamber commemorating work strikes and union conflicts back between mine owners and the miners back in the day. And I can tell you, we're doing a lot better job than they did back then, at least. So take solace in that. But I think a lot of this does come down to what Mian was saying of how affordability is just seemingly out of reach for so many of us. And it's a conversation nationally, but it's particularly acute in Telluride. In my 13 years here, the cost of a home has gone from about 10 times the median salary to now about 45 times the median salary in our community. And in a recent communication, Mr. Horning said that you all were not considering the well-being of community. And to him, I would say there is no community without people here. And the people are having to leave. Our community is shrinking. There's fewer full-time residents in our town every single year. And at the same time during that, I cannot help but notice that I feel like the ski resort is offering less while charging more. Ski resort passes have about doubled in my time in Telluride. At the same time, we don't have Giuseppe's, we don't have Altezza or the Village Table now, not to mention the Wells Fargo building and several other vacant locations in the village core. Say nothing of Allred's being closed all of last year's summer. When I moved here, we had a leg of the Border Cross World Championship. And not long before that, there was a half pipe, a lot of snowmaking. So I can't sit here and say what specifically is the exact right number that you all should be paid and how that's exactly going to break down. But with all of that context that anybody can see just from being in this town, I am so skeptical that Mr. Horning is unable to find that money to be able to support the real community, the people. That's what a community is, people. So I ask you to continue to fight, to stay strong. And to anybody else in the community listening, struggling, worrying about how a strike might impact them, I understand, I sympathize. It'll impact me, certainly, 100%. I will definitely be negatively impacted if we don't have strong tourism this winter. But I would rather working people like yourself stand and fight, make a stand, instead of continue to die by death from 1,000 cuts, which is how it feels these days. So fight for that living wage, fight for enough to at least have an opportunity to continue to make Telluride your home. So that's an opportunity that feels to be getting out of reach for many of us right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll wrap it up by saying thank you for your time today and coming here. I know it's something that you don't want to do, and that's something that you need to do. And, you know, I don't know who's necessarily listening today at bare minimum, and whether Graham already got an email or not, to open up that negotiations back again would be good. And Graham, I don't know if you want to say.
Yeah, just putting the dots together. It's wildly interesting that the company is listening to this presentation here. And they took until Kat and Jackie talking about how we have not heard from the company to then reach out at that specific minute. That is wild.
Yeah.
But
Okay,
if that's what
that-
it takes, that's
yep.
okay.
And that's
And the good news is they've
that's good.
emailed us,
Yep.
they've reached out about coming back to the table.
Fantastic. And since they're listening, I would say figure out Giuseppe's, figure out Repeat, figure out marketing, figure out building more affordable housing, figure out and understanding that the Telluride Ski Resort is a wonderful resort. The employees are wonderful people, but the Telluride Ski Resort is not a special place without our community. And we give the ski company as much back, if not more. And they have to start to realize that. And they got to pick it up and step it up. But thank you. We're going to close this agenda item. Thank you everyone for your patience in the room and being a part of the discussion. Sounds like maybe a little progress was made. Best of luck to you guys in your continued negotiations, and we'll send great thoughts your way to hopefully come to an agreement.
Best of luck to all parties.
I mean,
Yep,
And to the community at large that is all a part of this conversation.
Yes.
Yeah. And
I don't usually say something, but I think it's just very clear that obviously we need everyone to come to the table and work through this, that a strike to the community will hurt those workers that can't afford it the most. And so I really hope everyone works through that, comes to the table and does not have to have that nuclear option, which I know we're all aligned on. So thank you, all of you, for working it, regardless of the timing that you're communicating.
Yep.
So thank
Thank you
you.
for having us.
Great. You're welcome. Okay, moving on, going backwards into the agenda. First of all, I should say, does anyone need a couple minute break?
Yes.
We'll take a 5-minute recess.
Yeah, because I think we're off Kodo now, so
Yep, and we're
it's just us.
Agenda item 9G, consideration of approval of a resolution of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado regarding expedited review policies for affordable housing projects consistent with the requirements of Proposition 123. And James, will you be leading us through this one? I see. Yes, sir. All right, Christian, you weren't on the, I wasn't sure.
Thank you, Mayor Errico, James Van Hooser, Manager's Department, and
Sure. Kristen Clothier, Historic Preservation and Planning Director.
so at a work session at your June 3rd Town Council meeting, staff brought to you a discussion of Proposition 123 compliance requirements. If you recall, Proposition 123 was enacted by the voters in 2022 that for new funding of approximately $300 million a year in a new affordable housing funding that is being administered through DOLA as well as through OEDIT through, I think there's 7 or 8 different programs. To be eligible for these funds, and not just the jurisdictions, but for private developers, nonprofits, individual homeowners, to be eligible for the funds set aside through Prop 123, jurisdiction has to do 3 things. 1, opt in to the program, which the town of Telluride did. File a commitment in July of 2023, one of the first jurisdictions to do so. The other 2 requirements meet the appropriate commitment increase of affordable housing units from the submitted baseline over the next 3 years. Our commitment of increase is 12 units. And then the other component is to demonstrate or codify an expedited 90-day review process, also referred to in state statute as a fast track approval process on affordable housing development projects as applicable to state statute. Town council's direction at that work session was to have staff make sure that the town of Telluride stays in compliance with those requirements. So to that end, we have prepared a draft resolution that confirms a fast track process for the development of affordable housing. I want to state that the town is ahead of the game of a lot of jurisdictions in development of affordable housing, including lots of incentives in our land use code, as well as long-standing policies such as bumping affordable housing projects to the front of Harkin P&Z agendas, which has been a unwritten policy for at least the last 15 years. So what this resolution is doing more than anything is writing down a lot of things we already do. It has been reviewed by the state for compliance to make sure that it is ticking all the boxes that DOLA is looking for in a fast track process, and has also been reviewed by the planning department with input from our reviewing entities within the town. Other things I want to call out, any developer, including the town, may opt out of fast track process. This is really the state is seeking to have these requirements in place to facilitate faster approval by the private sector. Now, the town of Telluride has never had a private developer come in and propose an affordable housing project. However, I believe everyone in this room would be delighted if they did, and we would like to support them in any way possible. Another very important nuance in this 90-day review period, that is per application type. So that is not a requirement that a project be fully approved and entitled in 90 days. That gives you 90 days for your large scale preliminary PUD, 90 days for your large scale final PUD. It gives you 90 days for your preliminary HARC approval, 90 days for building permits. So, and that is explained in the memo and in the resolution, but if one was just to look at 90-day expedited review, one might be curious how that would even be possible. The answer is it is per application type. No one is expected to go from soup to nuts on a entire project in 90 days. If the town does not meet its requirements under Prop 123, not only would the town not be eligible for funding from these sources, but community partners, local nonprofits, private and nonprofit developers, and individual homeowners would also not be eligible. So it is staff's recommendation that we continue on with making sure the town is compliant with the requirements of Prop 123. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Great, James, thank you very much. Council have any questions? Mario?
This seems to be fully in line with the abundance agenda. Are there any downsides for the town?
I am unaware of any downsides for the town. One additional upside I neglected to mention is DOLA has put incentives in place for these adoptions. And if these policies are adopted before the end of this year, we would be eligible for up to $50,000 in additional grant funding, which we already have plans for. So
my question is along that lines. Is that funding all still available for individual projects when the applicant chooses to circumvent or to, excuse me, let me look at the language. What is it? To opt out of the expedited review process?
yes.
It seems wholly toothless, and I think the legislature kind of, I don't know. It seems a little crazy that there's such a big exemption, but I'm happy to say yes and take the money.
I apologize. Was your question if a developer opts out of the fast track process, would that project still be eligible for funds?
That was my question.
Then I answered it correctly. Okay.
Great. Any other questions from council?
Just
Kristen?
The fast track process to the layman's ears might sound like pushing things through without enough time for public process.
Yes.
How do you?
So that was the main concern in developing these. We worked hand in glove with the planning department to make sure that these are realistic targets. I will also, if you go back to your HARC annual report that was reported on at your last meeting, you can see how quickly any project takes to go through our processes. And that is generally no more than 2 hearings for a preliminary large scale. So lots of, all that to say, in many ways, in many situations, our existing processes already meet the definition of a fast track process. So staff was comfortable having it written down. Kristen, is there any color you'd like to add to that?
The only other aspect I would flag is that we met with the state to be able to have the 90 days, like confirm that 90 days per application type still fell within this standard, because 90 days for the full review would not have been possible, but 90 days per application type does work for everything that James was just speaking to.
And the statute also clearly outlines the cases in which extensions should be or could be granted, either from the jurisdiction or from the applicant.
Or from the public, or, I mean, like if, I'm just saying, if an affordable housing project comes forward and then all of a sudden we're all like, yeah, let's fast track it. And the public comes and says, wait, hold on a second. Where are we then? We still keep fast tracking?
So
Because I think some people don't want to fast track things
that
for more time for public process. It's just.
So
But-
during, I think I'm understanding your question and maybe everyone can fix it. So this is when it's in a development application. We do all of our community engagement prior to a development application, because once you have the application, that's the project you're going forward. So we get all the public input before that piece. So if you're saying we want slower development applications to integrate more public comment, then we should not be having a development application or the time or money spent in a development application, because that should be the final product that you're putting forth for approval.
After the whole public process and
Correct.
after all of that. So after everyone's given the green light, or, I mean, everyone's not always gonna give the green light. I
Right.
understand that,
Yeah.
but
Once we have enough input to balance the community input with the goals and objectives of council and the master plans, whatever that project is, will go through the development process. So this is aside from the lengthy and involved process for any sort of town project. This is very specific to when it reaches the development process.
Well said, Zoe. Thank you.
Eleanor?
And to kind of add a question onto that, so like a work session would be before the development application.
Correct. A work session is not an
Just like-
application type that triggers any type of, fast track requirement.
Okay.
Great. Any other questions from council? Since this is an action item, is there anybody in the room for public comment? Seeing none. Tiffany, is there anybody online? Unless there's any further discussion, I would entertain a motion.
Move to adopt a resolution in the town council of the town of Telluride regarding expedited review policies for affordable housing projects consistent with the requirements of Proposition 123.
Second,
We have a motion from Dan and a second from Maria. Dan, how do you vote?
And yes.
yes. Maria, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Elena, yes.
Ian, yes.
Ashley, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you guys so much. That brings us to agenda, item number 10. Do I have a motion to move out of Telluride Town Council and into the Telluride Housing Authority?
So moved.
We have a motion from Mian. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Dan. Mian, how do you vote?
And yes.
Maria, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Elena, yes.
Ashley, yes.
And Teddy, yes, we are now in the Telluride Housing Authority agenda.
I would like to call to order the meeting of the Telluride Housing Authority on Tuesday, December 16th, 2025 at 6:01 PM. We are in Rebecca Hall and also on Zoom. Present, we have Maria Stark, Kristen Permakoff, Teddy Erico, Mian Fee, Ashley Von Sprecken, Dan Enright, and myself, Elena Levin. The first item on the agenda is the approval of minutes from the November 25th meeting. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the meeting minutes from November 25th, 2025.
Second.
We have a motion from Teddy and a second from Dan. How do you vote, Teddy?
Teddy votes yes.
Dan, yes.
I'm going to abstain just because I don't know about that. Yeah.
Okay.
Kristen, yes.
Ian, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes. It passes 6 yes and 1 abstaining vote. Abstention.
And then, hey, Kevin, I got a question for you. I don't mean to interrupt you. Sorry. I just, in THA, what is it? Does an abstain mean a yes vote like council or is it
No, my
different?
recollection is it's standalone. We don't have a similar provision in THA bylaws about that.
Okay.
I don't think so, but I haven't looked at those in about a year.
No. Don't worry.
Don't worry about it. I just,
I think it's
I thought it was
6-0,
a good
and you
point
get
to
to
bring
it.
up, just to make sure we realize what an abstain means at council level
Yeah.
versus maybe THA or another commission. Sorry to
We know
interrupt
how
you.
to handle an abstention, and I now know that word. So, yeah. Okay. So, second item on the agenda is new business. Item A, consideration of a request from the town of Telluride to amend the deed restriction for the designated affordable housing unit known as 911 East Colorado Avenue, former Telluride Family Housing, Telluride, Colorado 81435, located within the town of Telluride, San Miguel County, state of Colorado, to establish the unit as a tier 2 unit without change to the maximum sales price. And here to present, we have Allie Slayton.
Thank you very much, Chair Levin. So the staff memo for this item is identical to the staff memo which was included in the town council packet. This is the exact same question. However, it does have to come up separately before THA because there are 2 beneficiaries under the deed restriction, Town of Telluride and THA. So this is at its core a contractual amendment. Again, this amendment won't take place until after the town purchases the unit and then resells it to the next owner. But there is permission needed from both separate legal entities. And this is the question now, same question up before THA. Just as a reminder, the town council did authorize amendment unanimously earlier this afternoon.
Thank you, Allie. Seeing that we already discussed this earlier today, and this is the same memo, does anyone have anything additionally they want to add to this or any other questions to ask?
Nope.
Seeing there's no one is there anyone online for public comment or in the room? Although I don't see anyone in the room.
Seen none.
Okay, so seeing that there's no public comment, I think we're ready for a motion if anyone would like to make one.
I move to authorize an amendment to the deed restriction for designated affordable housing unit known as 911 East Colorado Avenue, former Telluride Family Housing, Telluride, Colorado 81435, located within the town of Telluride, San Miguel County, state of Colorado, to establish the unit as a tier 2 unit upon the town's sale of the unit without change to the maximum sales price.
Second,
All right, we have a motion from Dan and a second from Maria. Dan, how do you vote?
And yes.
Maria, yes.
Kristen, yes.
Teddy, yes.
Me and yes.
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes, it passes 7-0. With that said, I will adjourn this meeting of the Telluride Housing Authority by mutual consent at 6:05 p.m.
Thank you, Elena.
Sally? Miss Eleanor?
Okay, that brings us back into the Telluride Town Council meeting and agenda item number 11, Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority. There are no items for the Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority. We've covered agenda item number 12 with the Telluride Ski Patrol work session, and that brings us back into agenda item number 13, where we left off right before lunch with our administrative reports, and I will hand that off to Zoe.
Great. Thank you. So I will try to go quickly through my management.
It's getting to be a trend.
I know. Me and he was like, we're not doing it. I was like, let me do a couple things. So I mean, but I feel you, girl. I'm with you. So I'm not even going to go through it. Read the report. A lot of it is repetitive. The only thing that's not in the report is, and we're not even on the radio, so this is just for you guys. We are discussing, and we've talked about this briefly. We will be closing the free box from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. at night. If you remember, we did put in doors. So that is, if you've seen current pictures of the free box, people still have a hard time remembering the value of the free box, and it's not a dumping site. So hoping to control that, and also just controlling the unnecessary vandalism that we see during those hours. So this is to better protect our marshals and public works. Yes.
We have any sort of like,
Camera?
camera
Yes, we
system
sure
there?
do. Yep.
Okay. I was just curious.
Yeah. So we have that there. But I think the value of the free box is more seen not during those hours, and this would be more protected. The only other thing, and I feel like it's not in this report, and maybe if you guys read it, did I do a finance update in this report, or did it get lost? Okay, I do. So I messed that up. So maybe I accidentally hit it. So if we can send that out, let me find it. Long story short, can you send me the Canva link quickly, Lindsay? If you looked at the tax reports were copies, or the reports were in the manager's report itself, just not the summary. So within that summary, the biggest thing I want to point out, and as soon as I get the link, I'll have the report, the numbers for lodging sales tax remission and short-term rentals was down significantly in September and October. Significantly so that in September, I believe it was around 40% year over year. When looking at occupancy data, which was we were down 1%, and ADR was, I think, flat. Looking at our regional community, who also was flat and not down, we did not have any good economic indicators of why we were down that much those 2 months. So I have directed Kaylee to do an audit of some of our more, larger companies to see if there was an error in remittance. But it's enough of a trend, significant enough, and that it warrants some additional investigation. So I will be making phone calls to those owners.
We know Blues and Brews was off a little bit, and we probably also got hurt by, I think, most of Labor Day weekend fell in August.
Right. And we've worked through all of those potentials,
With all that.
and it's
I
still.
know it's still going to be down.
Yeah.
But those are two things that are going to
Yep.
hurt the numbers for sure.
Yeah.
And-
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, and 2024 September numbers were anomalously high as well. They
Yeah.
were well above the sort of normal mean there as well. But I did notice those numbers, and thank you. I do want to continue to look at that.
Yeah, and it did, there is a slight inconvenience to our, obviously lodgers in asking them to do an audit. But because it was 2 months in a row, again, where the economic trends didn't quite meet the downtrend that we saw, we do want to just do further investigation. So,
Like if occupancy was flat and the average daily rate
Yeah.
essentially
Yeah.
flat,
Yeah.
then yeah, that math doesn't
so
matter.
let me pull it. So September sales tax revenues,
I mean, unless you lost product, like unless there were things that were on the market last year that are no longer available, then that's where you would see, that's how you could see it with those two numbers staying the same.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair. But I
Just to-
think
just
there's
throwing
like
it
a
out there.
50%,
drop,
yeah.
Yeah.
40-50% drop.
I no, I'm hearing you. I'm just saying
Yeah.
there is a world.
No, that's that's super, that's a very good point. Thank you for making that point.
so just to pull it up, so just, I'm gonna go through it. November RET is up 223% compared to 2024, but overall we're down 24% year over year. We're at 103% of budget for rent, however. For sales tax, September sales tax revenues collected in October have decreased by 11% overall. Retail in town is down 2% compared to 2024. Retail from food and beverage sales was up 6%, and revenues from lodging, property management, and short-term rentals decreased by 40%. Again, looking at the other collection data points, those didn't see as much of a downturn either. And then as I noted, the Telluride average daily rate was only down 1% year over year, and paid occupancy was only down 2%. Year-to-date sales tax is still up 3.7% compared to 2024. For short-term rental tax and affordable housing, the revenue source decreased by 50.2% for September compared to 2024, and October decreased by 25.1%. Year-to-date for this tax right now is flat compared to 2024. And then finally, revenue from the town lodgers tax decreased 46.4% for September compared to 2024, and October decreased 19.8%. Year to date, this tax revenue is down 3.4% year over year compared to 2024. So those are the only highlights for the group. Have any more questions?
Great. Thank you, Zoe. Any questions for Zoe?
Is there an update on the new boilers?
Yeah, so thank you for that. I can't remember what I had in my report, but we completed the work on schedule. So that is complete, and those that are decided to stay in those units are now great, and those that had their temporary movement to a short-term rental are able to go back.
Well,
Great. Thank you, Zoe. Just to add into that, 12A2, the update on wayfinding with Lindsay Mills will happen on January 6th. 13B, attorneys reports. Kev, you got anything for us?
I don't have anything for public dissemination, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, that's great. That brings us to 13C, which is council reports. Does anyone have anything pressing from their commission and board meetings? If you do, great. If you don't, we will hold till the 6th, since that's just a couple weeks away.
The only thing I'm going to say is that at the gondola subcommittee meeting, we did review initial preliminary financials for the cost of the replacement gondola, and that will be presented at leadership in January. And so I just, I think it's important to say that we saw that, but like you guys are going to get a full presentation at our next meeting.
And if
Great.
you're a member of the public and are curious, those numbers are public already, and you can go and look at them prior to that meeting as well.
Yes.
Great. Thank you for that. Anybody else with anything to add? Great. That will get us 13D, related organization reports, which we have none. 13E, if you have comments on any payments, please provide those comments by email. And agenda item number 14 is executive session. There is no executive session today. Brings us to adjournment by mutual consent, and thank everyone for hanging in on a long meeting. And Maria, welcome to the team.
Thank you.